and then went for a nice little sunset swim down here to avoid the traffic on the way back home for me. But yeah, I saw some competitors out there. Actually, our lady in green in this heat, she was trying to practice and find that moment to make it all happen today. And oh, as we see, red right there, uncharacteristically just going off the top.
So that's put our surfer Mink in blue in second priority, and now Antoinette in third. So I wouldn't really say it's a priority mistake for Natsumi, being pretty safe where she is at the moment. But I know, being the seasoned pro she is, she'll call that as a mistake and maybe a missed opportunity. But we'll see what happens with green and blue if they can. Well, it looks like Antoinette's caught a wave as well, so we'll have to catch back up with that one. Only needing a 4.6. A lot of these surfers have got a huge fan base at home. I was looking at some of their Instagram stories, and I'm sure you got tagged in a few as well, where it was phenomenal. Some of them had, 20, 30, 40, 50 posts reshared from other people's stories about people tuning into the broadcast and watching them from home. So they've got their surfing culture. All these little villages these surfers come from, these big cities, their board rider clubs, their sponsors, everyone's getting behind them at these events, and it does mean a lot. This is one of the first two-stop Asian qualifiers for World Longboard Tour in quite a number of years, and to have some good waves like La Union in the Philippines and here at Kuta, this is quality longboard waves. So there's a lot on the line for these surfers, and everyone's supporting them back home.
Yeah, it's great to see the support of all the family and friends and everybody down here at the beach. It's a little slow start, but they're going to start rifling in. I'm sure the shoreline will be packed as we're getting closer to crowning the champion today. And making her way, hopefully, through to the next round. Let's see, is our competitor in red. She's put a fine display of surfing so far. Nice quick footwork. Little up and down roller coaster hit. She kicks that one out. Completed ride with a minute and 26 seconds left in the heat.
One thing I loved about that was she was actually fully under priority. She got that in third priority and found that left. So these surfers may be sitting a little further down the beach. Would you call it down? Yeah, with that long shore drift.
Yeah.
Yep. And this is Ming. Up and
goes.
down. Ooh. Gets a beautiful poise and unable to get to the nose again, but she was on her way and just losing control. So I really enjoyed that sort of 1 foot balance. Often you'll see talented longboarders get to the nose, know that it's a critical section, but not quite positioned properly to hold the 5. So they just sort of do that 1 foot balance. You do that quite regularly, actually, and then you'll just get back on the nose when the time is right. The other option is to do a little 6-step nose ride. You just do that little baby step, because the nose ride's coming.
Yeah, that 6-stepper is
slows
one of
you
my
down
favorite to see. Especially like yesterday, we were saying Matt Howard's one of my favorite of doing that.
8 steps, 6 steps, yeah.
There he goes.
I like Jimmy Gamboa.
Oh man,
Malibu legend.
It's my less better looking stepbrother.
He's got a good 15 seconds remaining. So it's looking like Mink wasn't able to get the score on that wave, and Antoinette didn't get the advancement of that score. Still needing a 4.6 with 5 seconds left, but there is waves. We don't know if those surfers had ridden one, but that concludes heat 1 of round 16. We'll go to round 2, heat number 2 very shortly, but we're going to go to an ad break. Be back very soon.
Alright guys, welcome back to the WSL QS event here in Kuta Beach, brought to you by PADROL, BJ's Coffee, and Bintang Crystal Beer. Right now we're going to kick off the second heat of round 16 for the women's. We're going to introduce the competitors. So far in red, we have Sujin Park from Korea. As we see our competitor in blue, Sugi Kim, also from Korea. Nice little 5 right there, hanging it on through the next section. Beautiful way to start her first heat of the day. And in white is Daisy Valdez. And in green is Hyun Song, also from Korea. So we have 3 ladies from Korea and 1 from the Philippines. As we see our lady in green and white paddling. Looks like green goes up left. It's a little mixed up there on the cross step towards the nose. Decides to kick out of that one. So that last heat that we had, our first heat of the day, looks like our competitor from Japan, Natsumi Taoka, took the win, followed by her fellow countrywoman, Kare Inoa. So they will move on to the next round as we see our competitor in red just get a quick short ride to kick things off here in the second heat of round 16 for the women. Back to some action. A little bit sleepy, slow morning here, but nevertheless, we're gonna get it going and pump up the vibes as we continue our morning here at halfway Kuta Beach. Nice little sleepy ride for our competitor in green. Hopefully, we're just gonna get back out there and score some more opportunities, get some more points, find some better sections. Replay from our past waves. Surfed in this heat, as you see red posing a nice little quick nose ride in and out. Oh, even smaller wave from our lady in green. Looks like this is going to be a little throwaway. Nice little soft nose ride. She'll get back out there and give us some more opportunities. See some beautiful surfing displayed by these women here today. Just missed that last one from white, but we'll get a replay shortly so you guys at home can enjoy the surfing. Alright, let's see. Here's our competitor in red. Crossed up behind the nose. Oh, and unfortunately just slips off the tip as white continues to go down the line there. Just gets a quick nose ride. Setting up for another nice 5. Pushing through this section. Again, trying to set up that inside. It's a little bit soft right now with that tide coming in. But there definitely some great waves out there. You just gotta find them. So we see our lady in green trying to find one, but unfortunately that one closes out for her. So just under 15 minutes left here in heat 2 of round 16. Bit of a slow start, but even with that, our competitor in white, Daisy Valdez, has a 6.83
wow,
and a 1.00
on that long left.
That long left. They rewarded that wave quite well. It was a little bit softer for me with this tide coming in, but I'm glad she got the points. She's pushing her way to advance into the next round. 14 minutes left. Let's see if these other competitors can give her some heat. As you see, lady in red from Korea up and riding. It's Machinovsky's fin in that board, just holding it through. Oh, she's okay, folks.
Yeah. Sorry, we just
I got a little excited.
It's
right
nice
there.
to have commentators, I'm sure, that surf, because we're riding literally the every wave. That one was a very potentially dangerous wipeout.
Could have gone either way. It's
yeah,
not fun when that rail hits you in between the legs.
So yeah, we have Daisy out in the lead, a Filipino surfer, and then Suji Kim, the Korean surfer, in second place in blue, and Sujin Paki in third. And fourth at the moment, Haihun Song, another Korean surfer. So 3 Koreans and a Filipino. I'm sure all these 3 surf together quite regularly back home. They all know each other's pros. And I spoke to Daisy on the beach. She's got a board. It's a new one. She just picked up, and she's actually going to be getting a Thomas surfboard shortly as well. And,
wow.
The third place holder, Sujin, is on a Thomas. A lot of them, the Filipinos and the Koreans, seem to be either on Thomas's, McTavish's, or international label surfboards that they're either importers for or distributors for over there. So it's a very commonplace. Where we did see yesterday a Luffy from Portugal, and we saw Classic Malibu as well. So we saw international labels that are sold in Korea and distributed by a lot of these surfers, sponsors, and themselves. This is Sujin, and whoa, well, she completes it into a cockroach. But don't know if she's seen Corky Carroll or maybe The Endless Summer, but that would have been a pretty cool moment in the film. It's just all how you roll with it, hey? Minus the leash.
Minus the leggy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does depend on how you roll with it.
You would have enjoyed that. You'd have been like, woo!
Oh
yeah!
Arms up. You might as well just put a pillow behind me so I can go back to sleep. But not sleeping on this wave is our competitor in white, Daisy Valdez, up to the nose. Oh, nice nose ride through the section. Trying to get it out there and more in the critical section by the lip. As we are going to cut to an interview with Natsumi Taoka with Maria. We're going to take it down to the beach now.
Hey Natsumi, congrats for your win. Can you tell me how's the waves out there?
Yeah, I tried to get left because before the heat I checked the wave. I thought the left is very long and good, but when I'm in the water, it's a bit faster, so it's hard to choose weight in the position, left or right. But I think I got like 2 good waves, so yeah, it's okay.
And do you have any strategies throughout the day of what do you think you're gonna do?
Yeah, today is a big day for me, like final day, and then 4 rounds until into the final. So I want to focus every single hit and then having fun.
Alright, congratulations and good luck for the next one.
Thank you. Arigato.
Arigato. Otsukare-sama.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
All right, folks, well, there you go. That was our lady in red from the first heat of the day, Natsumi Taoka. She put on a beautiful display of surfing yesterday, scoring some of the top waves of the day, or the top wave, 9.50. So she'll be on her way to the next round.
That she will be, and it'll be a 2-person heat, so she'll be bagging at least another 500 points to go with her 1,000 points as well. And wow, Daisy getting forward and actually leaning forward, pushing that board down, which is what happens when you're locked into the pocket. Sometimes you actually like want to get back down. Here's Sujin knifing it like G-Land. Oh, a little back there. Oh, trim through the middle of the section. Just got no safety. Phil Edwards would be not proud of that. I was going to say the old wingnut. We've referenced wingnut and Phil Edwards in the 60s and the 70s. It wasn't cool to grab your rail. Like even the pig dog barrel, the backside tube.
Big dog barrel.
That was kind of a bit frowned upon at the beginning because it was a functional way to get tubed, but they thought it was a little too easy and not so stylish, being the squat position.
I'm definitely not frowning upon John Peck's tube at Pipeline when he grabbed his rail and stuck out his arm. So
he's one of the few. I think Herbie coined the first pig dog barrel himself, but I think John Peck did it as well. Jock Sutherland used to do it a little bit as well. Switch.
Yeah.
Anyway,
don't forget about Butch. Good old Butch Van Artstyle from California, one of my fellow statesmen. So with 9 minutes left,
won't forget about Butch.
Can't forget about Butch. He's the best.
So these are classic names that are synonymous with the surfing heritage. But in this heat, we have the modern day surf culture. Daisy, remember these names: Sujin, Suji Kim, Daisy Valdez, and Haihun Song. the international contingent of Koreans and Filipinos here at event number 2 of the 2-stage QS Longboard Series. You have Jared Mel in the booth and Matt Chinosky. We're having a ball calling this. This is actually, it was a very wholesome day yesterday. And Daisy just coming unstuck there as we saw leaning forward, trying to get that board down.
Yeah, yesterday was quite spectacular. As we see a replay from Blue, the vibes were popping off, and it's gonna happen again, folks. They just cleaned up the skate park, so all the skateboarders are gonna head down soon and put a wonderful display of their talents just down the beach here. And the umbrellas are popping out down there on the sand right at the shoreline for everybody to get their front row view position to see us get that much closer to crowning a champion today. So,
oh, this is in the break. This is Hai Hung Song. Backside nose ride, nice clean footwork, and I must say the 3 Koreans are sort of struggling to finish their waves cleanly. They're all getting caught up in the whitewash and really struggling to exit the power of the wave and straighten out. That's all that's required sometimes, talking from experience, just straighten out.
Just straighten out, ride it in. Yeah, unfortunately these waves are a little soft towards the end, so you can see how they could lose some speed, stumble back. But they're doing all right for what's going on out there. It's a little slow, like we said, the tide's coming in, but there's still those opportunities. You just have to wait, be patient, hope for the best. With 7 minutes left on our heat.
A lot of the competitors are also learning to breathe properly, Jared, and doing a little bit of meditation. And some of the cultures do incorporate conscious breathing as part of their rituals. But I know in surfing how important that is. Do you do any breath work, Jared?
I used to a bit, yeah. I still breathe every day. It's nice.
Yeah,
in and
it's
out.
nice to breathe, isn't it? Yeah.
But as we see White up on the nose quickly, no, yeah, breathwork's great. A lot of people are incorporating it, like you said, in their routine and daily lives, and especially along with the meditation, you can't go wrong. I did follow that Wim Hof man, spectacular guy, super hilarious. I did practice some of his courses and classes for a while, so yeah, it gets going. Especially, unfortunately, I've got asthma, which isn't the best, so any type of breathing helps me.
Yeah, whether it's with or without smoke.
Oh no, that's bad. Can't do that. That closes the lungs right up.
Yeah.
So,
health advice from the one and only Bang Bang Boogie. Tune in.
We're gonna
YouTube channel.
We're gonna start a retreat soon.
Subscriber only. Only fans here for Jared Mel.
We're gonna start a retreat. It's gonna be called Across the Trim. Well, with just under 6 minutes.
And it's gonna be called a breath of fresh air.
A breath of fresh air. There you go. Well,
that is just that's a joke. Everyone's laughing. Moving back into this heat, round of 16, heat number 2, and some serious points on the line with Sujin in red, looking for a 361. Now she's got the priority. We see Hai Hung Sung, who didn't get the score on that last wave, and with the 2.94 only required, I would say that she probably would have got that if she was able to straighten out and complete that wave cleanly. But these competitors have something else in mind. Maybe there's a reform section that they're looking for that we can't see on the screen. And here is the experienced Daisy Valdez.
yeah, she unfortunately goes for a soft wave right there, but sitting on 2 6.83s. She's sitting out there pretty comfortably at the moment with our lady in blue right there looking for a 9.33 to jump into first. But our competitor green is only searching for that 2.94 like you mentioned, so very capable of doing that with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the heat. And even our competitor red, Sujin Park, she just needs a 3.61. So anybody could jump in and move on forward to that next round. So we're gonna have to wait and find out with coming up on 4 minutes left in the heat.
So Sujin currently in priority, looking for that 361. Talked about breath in these moments. She's been sitting for a long time, waiting for what this could be the wave that she's been waiting for. And see how composed she might be. If she pulls the trigger, here she goes, opting for that priority. This is a crucial time in the heat, and she has to capitalize. Knifing takeoff, sitting nice and high. Nice 5 there, clean footwork. If she can just complete this cleanly, and I think that could be the score. 3.61 and stable hands and very clean wave. Got to complete those waves. The judges are watching those finishes. The finish is more important than another nose ride. We don't want to see 4 nose rides on a wave and not finish. It doesn't mean anything. The judges will adjudicate accordingly. So she may not get that score because the finish, I mean, it was pretty good up to that point, but the finish is everything.
Well, she did jump into second, so whatever she's doing is working for her so far. As we see Blue, 5'10", hanging on to that nose ride. There's a second nose ride.
Ooh, 6 steps back. That was nice.
Yeah.
Oh, and once again, all the hard work undone.
Just gets tripped up there on the soft section of the inside. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock as we see some of the men coming down. It's our Brazilian Augusto Alento.
Hard to miss.
Hard to miss. Look at that mustache. You can see it from the moon. It's a healthy stash, if I might add. He's looking great. All these men and women down here looking great, fabulous, fashionable, happy, stoked. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left.
So Suji getting a 5.5 and a 4.33. So Sujin Park, those finishes, the judges really picking up on the 6 steps of Suji's wave. So Sujin down into 3rd place for that 5. So if they both complete, their scores would be up another point. And they'd be challenging Daisy Valdez. So 4.84 now needed for Sujin. And Hayoung Song with a 6.16, which is very attainable, but you have to complete your waves. The judges don't want to see you performing tricks. They want to see you completing waves and surfing with clean rail work, cross-stepping, critical nose rides.
Daisy just hangs on to that one through the next section is set up for a little soft little nose ride. And she's going to kick out of that. Lost the power on the inside right there. That water is just coming in and it's pushing some of these waves over the sandbars right there, and unfortunately not breaking so hard as the lower tide. But these girls are making a wonderful display of the surfing and opportunities that they have out there.
That they are, and conditions improving very quickly. It was still quite low with a bit of a rip and a bit of current going through the lineup. Oh, and here's 2nd place holder Suji in that. Whoa, catching up with her on the inside now.
She went down and she got back up. Nice little 5 on the inside.
Ooh, nice footwork.
Red behind
and
her.
Finishes.
She finished. We're going to have to see this. Oh. Fortunately, Sujin Park just comes unglued right there. Just under a minute left in this heat. And heat 3. Up next, one of my favorite women surfer from Japan, Hiroka Yoshikawa. He's going to put on a great display as always. As we see a great display of our current heat leader in white, Daisy Valdez. Nose riding 5'10", pushing through the mush push. With 20 seconds left in the heat. Looks like she's probably going to take the win.
Ooh.
So we see
late
green.
charge there for Hayoung Song. Nice, got the reform section.
All the way to the beach. Oh, hangs on to that one, wraps it around from one little cut down, and
wow,
steps off on the sand.
A late charge. We'll see what she did on the outside. And Sujin, last roll of the dice.
A little buzzer beater here for our competitor in red.
She doesn't. 4.84. I mean, if you complete the wave and you can get a hang 10, that's pretty much it. Pretty simple recipe.
It's looking pretty soft for her, unfortunately. I don't know if that's going to be the 4.84 she was after.
She feels it.
She feels it. Unfortunately,
look at the leash all tangled up there.
Yeah. That's not fun. So she's going to have her hands full getting that knot untied as she's got plenty of time. Looks like our competitors Daisy Valdez and Suji Kim will be pushing through to the next round. So we're going to take a short break and come back for Heat 3.
Welcome back. We are watching straight into heat number 3 of round 2. And this is a Ping Agudo, Filipinos. Beautiful cross step. Transition there for a Ping. We're just watching this one through. Just coming unstuck. So we got Hiroko Ishikawa in red, a Ping in blue, Gina Kim in white. And we have our Indonesian surfer, Dea Novitasari. All 4 surfers surfing beautifully yesterday. Hiroka with some high scores as well. And all these surfers very experienced. Dea's been surfing this out the front a lot lately and ripping. We've been watching her free surf, and she's got a very Casio Medor style with her hands and the surf suit as well, actually. So look forward to seeing this goofy footer. So that was our surfer in white, Gina Kim. Here goes Dea, beautiful style and poise. Kind of in the pocket as well. 4 steps back, anticipating a turn, and a little tap off the top. As she's surfing this one through the inside. And doesn't get a reform, but a nice opening completed wave there for our Indonesian surfer in green. 20-minute heats, and the judges will be scoring the top 2 waves of the surfers tally. And there are some critical points up for grabs. This is the second stage of the 2-stage World Qualifying Series, with the winner on the points getting that opportunity for the World Longboard Tour, kicking off at Huntington Beach in the end of July, and then moving into Bells Beach, Victoria, El Salvador, and moving into Malibu for the final event, the 4th and final then in October. Little sleepy start, and
you know what? It looks a little sleepy on the camera. Just down there.
Yeah, give us an update. Oh, there's this one.
Looks like a beautiful left where these girls are surfing. You just get a different perspective on the beach right there.
Yep.
But yeah, it looks great. I think we're in for a great morning today. Some good surfing to come ahead of us, as we see some good surfing right now. Fortunately, she just goes up and over and out, but plenty of time left in this heat. But yeah, the vibe's starting to pop off down there. Things are clearing up. Looks like it's grooming up there too. It was almost like a left point the way that last set just peeled down perfectly. It wasn't looking straight, no closeouts. So hopefully we're in for it.
And BGS supplying the goods, and this is a replay of a Ping's first wave. So I love this transition, but she does get hung up towards the end here. She goes for a nose ride and falls off. So she completes that, and that was because it wasn't in the pocket. So
how's our competitor in green here, Dia, local Indonesian surfer?
Surfing so nice.
I saw this just down the beach. Great display. Nice nose ride. Hangs on.
Cassia style.
Our one and only favorite gal.
But really, look, you know, it's very similar, like the way she's strong-footed, but poised at the same time.
Yeah, she's determined to make it on to that next round here today on our WSL Kios event, PADROL Longboard Classic. There's another replay of our lady in blue. Wow, nice turn down to complete that ride. So currently sitting in first is our Philippine competitor, Aping Agudo, followed by our lady from Japan in red, Hiroka Yoshikawa, local Indonesian surfer, Dia Novisari, and lady from Korea, Gina Kim, in white right there on the screen. So this girl's put on a great display of surfing yesterday to make it through, as we see our girl in red, Hiroka. And look at us. Thank you. All right, we got a couple coffee deliveries here to get us caffeinated and get going here on this day beach from our BGS coffee supplier. So thanks, guys.
Is that Hiroka running in for a coffee? No, she's going back out for a heat. That's right. Well, she got such a good wave there, and I feel like she was going to do the old Jeff Fanning at Noosa. And we'll go into that shortly. So here's Dea, quick steps up to the tip. Oh, soul arch back, clean footwork. Up again. This is a great looking wave.
2 wonderful nose rides from our competitor in green.
I don't think that last turn was even necessary. If she just straightened out, she's getting a 6 or a 7 already. But Kuta, wow, this is firing up. The goofy foot is really bringing the heat here.
See, that left is just turning on for them right there. There she
Wow.
goes in blue, hanging on to that one.
Wow. A ping, a goodo, finishing clean on that Thomas surfboards.
All
Pretty
right.
nice fin in that board too.
Be excited to see these scores come in and get some updates here.
Yeah. We didn't see the beginning of a ping's wave, but looks like Daya and a ping, and
There you go.
oh, that was a bit of levitation there too.
Yeah, that's the way you want to see that nose when they're up there performing the nose ride, is completely out of the water.
You won't see a lot of men do the cross step carve, but it's very functional for smaller frame surfers to do it, and it can look good.
I was just gonna say, I've seen you use that maneuver quite well in the past out there in the water. As we see a replay from our competitor in green, that was a wonderful 2 nose ride wave. Like you mentioned, she probably didn't need the last turn, but it's good to just throw in there for maybe another half point.
Yeah. It's kind of like the old, it was like a foam climb sort of, so it's one of those, oh, I need to do a finishing maneuver, but often it doesn't always work. But it's kind of one of those, the risk outweighs the reward almost. I see that a lot.
Yeah.
But back to Jeff Fanning, we see their scores locked in. Hiroka 14.33, wow. And a ping, I'm sure we don't have Daya and a ping, so a ping 11.17 and Daya a 4.17 with her second score still a lock in. So a 6.17 and a 5 for a ping. Hiroka had some tip control. She was steering from the nose on that bigger wave before. We just cut back to it, so it may be a replay, but it may not, because 3 surfers at the same time are on up and riding. And that'll happen if someone's on a set wave. It will take away from the smaller wave visually. Oh, Gina, little 10 and the grab of the rail. It's a little safety grab. Judges will take note of that, as they are the finishers. All these little things, these surfers are surfing 20, 30, 40, 50 meters from shore, and when they pull off, the judges can see everything. Almost no replay needed because it's right in front of them. Unlike other events where it's so far away, and El Salvador for the World Games just recently, these surfers were 400 meters away from the judges at times. Here's Hiroka, current heat leader.
Here she goes. She's going to drop in straight to the tip. Oh, 5.10, wraps it through that mushy section, resets her line. Another quick 5 all the way up. 2 nice nose rides, stylish control, swinging her bound, looking for a right, little foam climb, and a kick out. Beautiful, nice wave from our current heat leader. As we see Dia in green up and riding. Straight up there, 5, 10, holding it. Beautiful nose ride from her right now. See, she's going to set up again, go through that whitewash. Fortunately, softens out there. This inside's going to stand up.
Yeah,
she's going to
great
float the boat.
style for Daya. I was surprised the scores came in in the 4s, but perhaps just smaller waves and sort of overshadowed from the speed of a ping. She was flying, and Hiroka, when you're on the beach, it's pretty evident when someone's connecting an inside section, they're carrying that momentum, but that one looking very nice for Daya, and
Hopefully she'll get some higher scores there.
Yeah.
She's looking for a 6.40 to
that'll
advance.
go close, I think.
I believe so. See things start warming up here. People are starting to crowd in towards the sand. It's going to be a lovely day. You can already smell the Warungs cooking up local Nazi breakfast. Just very flavorful and spicy. If you're into that, it's good stuff. But it's going to be a fun-filled day down here, folks. So if you're in the area, come on down. We'll see competitor in white, Juni Kim from Korea, opting out of that one. Right behind her,
Ooh, she's hungry for this, fading in.
current second place in blue, a ping.
Finishing that, and we're just going to wait for a ping to finish this, and we're going to cut down to Daisy Valdez, the heat winner from the last heat.
Hey Daisy, congratulations on your win. Can you please talk me through about your 2 best waves before?
Yeah, I was just like waiting for the best wave. I surfed this morning. I got 2 wave. I know where the position is, just in front of this, and like my husband just whistling me even out of the peak. So it was really great, like surfing with the Koreans because they're all my friends.
And what is your goal for this event?
My goal is, of course, to win. I think that's everyone's goals for this last stop for the WSL.
Yeah, because you're sitting on the top 4 of the ranking at the moment, right?
Yeah.
So are you like having your eye in the World Longboard Tour?
Yeah, I think everyone is eyeing for it, but it's just only one spot for the Asia, so everyone is eager to win and everyone wants to win, but like in the end, only one can join the World Surfing Tour.
All right, then good luck for you in the next one, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right, nice to hear from Daisy, the leader and mentor to a lot of up-and-coming Filipino surfers. And in this heat, we also have one of the leaders of the resurgence, I could say, of Japanese competitive longboarding and in the female space, Hiroko Yoshikawa, who's been around for quite a number of years, traveling to some of the duck tapes and over to Noosa and all over the world. World Tour events and invitational events, great style, riding one of her father's shapes actually as well. Beautiful 9.3 or 9.4. Picked that board up yesterday, great foiled tail, I loved it. And I can see how she surfs stable and fast because it's all on the rails and that foil of the board. I thought, wow, that's a good looking board. And you know when you see someone surfing, you pick up the board, you're like, yep, I can see, like Devin Howard, for example, when you pick up his boards, you're like, yep, like that, this makes sense.
Oh, completely. He's always one ahead of the game there on his longboard design.
There's that,
as you see
the water just flowing over the rail and over the deck of the board.
Perfect display. Nice little nose rides from Hiroko right there. And we're going to take it back live with 7 minutes and 30 seconds left in Heat 3. Oh, we just lost a little view of the surfing right there from our competitor in green. We're going to have to wait for the replay. But she's navigating her way through the inside, looking for a couple extra points and the completion of this wave.
So a 5.33 on Adaya's last wave, so it did go higher than a Ping's lower score of a 5, so probably in there in the ballpark. It would likely be that Hiroko's wave being a little larger really overshadowed the other two surfers' best waves, and that does often happen. You kind of feel sorry a little bit for Gina as well, who isn't surfing poorly by any means, but she's in a stacked heat with the two goofy footers and the experienced Japanese competitor as well. If she was in previous heats, her scores may actually been higher, but we can't compare scores from heat to heat because it's comparable to each heat only because waves change. And that was a long 5, holding in the whitewash, stepping back to the tail. Maybe a better option to stay in the middle there, generate more speed. You see the rocker is sticking up, and she was actually in a slower part of the board. Now she was in the speed part right there. The fastest part of a traditional longboard is generally just forward of center, right, Jared?
That's the way. A la Yater.
Forward trim.
A la Yater. As we see some trim and speed from our competitor in white. This little short ride. Looks like she'll capitalize on her previous scores. As we see current heat leader almost having looked, but decides to opt out with less than 6 minutes left in the contest. Like yesterday, Matt, it's a great place to sit down here and just enjoy it all in.
Melting pot.
Some beautiful fashion and styles coming down to the beach right now. It's going to be entertaining nonetheless. So,
I love the full length Stinger suit yesterday. That was cool. It was, you know, in tropical places, people wear you know, leggings and rash vests, and yeah, there was a lady yesterday with a full length one, and she had the hood on. It was cool. It was fully covered.
The neon colors.
Yeah.
Bright neon pink hat. She was definitely brightening up the beautiful beach.
Obviously keeping in line with her maybe cultural guidelines, but it was cool. It was bright, and it was, I can't say it was, you just smiled and looked at it, was happy. It was yellow, pink, it was cool. And
might have to get you one. We can, I think there's a store right there. They can measure you up, make a custom one. We'll have it ready for finals time.
that little expression. Oh, speaking of finals time, a Ping looking
like she wants to go all the way to the final and take the win for today. She's getting some beautiful rides.
See if she finishes.
Yep,
on the shore. You'll give that a bit of a finish.
There goes current heat leader. Oh, look at that. Grab rail, drop knee, butt ride. All right. She hangs on and then kicks out.
Show a little smile there too.
Yeah, she's having a good time. She's a lovely gal. Always a pleasure to see in and out the water. She's a quiet one, but she secretly loves to have the best time.
She does, yeah. She's
Yeah.
unassuming, and she's very humble. And the Japanese competitors, in fact, every single competitor here is really having fun. Everyone's smiling and stoked.
Yeah, it's a good vibe amongst the competitors, amongst the friends, the fans, the supporters. So
Although we haven't had a chance to connect with any of the surfers who haven't progressed today, with a little bit more on the line, so there may be a few tears later on. A lot of commitment, understandably too, because it's a lot of commitment to get here. And just with some of the living conditions and wages in the countries that these surfers are from, they realise the pressure and the opportunities that both can come from a situation like this. So they're very grateful to be here. Gina Kim, a Korean surfer in white, long 5, a little bit on the shoulder there, and this one shutting down. She's going to look for a reform and says, nope, I'm out of there.
yeah, it's great to see the passion and dedication all these surfers around Asia are putting in to coming down here and competing, and all the support that they're given. It's great. We're gonna fuel the fire to put on a great display of surfing to get that closer to gaining more points and taking that next step to be able to perform on the world stage at the WSL World Longboard Tour. So with just under 3 minutes left in Heat 3 of round 16 for our women, Hiroko Yoshikawa is sitting comfortably in first with a 7.50 and a 6.83. Our girl in blue, Aping Agudo from Philippines, is looking for a 8.16 to jump into the lead. While sitting in priority, Dia in green is looking for a 6.77, which she is very capable of. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. And in fourth place, our Korean surfer, Gina Kim, searching for that 8.50 to advance.
You know, Jared, apart from Hiroka's biggest sets, I think the distance between Aping and Daya's scores comes down to actually initiating a proper turn, where Daya's kind of looking for those consecutive nose rides, where Aping's setting up the next section and carving his Hiroka heat leader. Because of course, longboarding is not just nose riding. There's crucial elements to set up the nose ride and the bottom turn, as all good competitors, surf coaches and experienced surfers will say, is the most important part of surfing.
Just getting that fine flow and connecting all the movers together, making it look beautifully done. Cool, calm, and collected, as our competitors are out there currently in this heat, coming down to the 1 minute mark.
Now Gina will have to roll the dice and get one wave. We haven't seen 8.5, but we do know it is possible, especially given the quality of the waves. What would an 8.5 look like today in your eyes, Jared?
Oh wow, it's gonna be a hard one to display right now, but yeah, just that continual speed, nice clean pocket that stands up, nice beautiful bottom turn, beautiful nose ride, cut back, probably another nose ride, another beautiful cut back.
A lot of beautiful stuff.
A lot of beautiful stuff.
Yep.
And then just finish it.
And here we go, beautiful wave. For Daya, we'll see if she can combine the 4 beautiful aspects. Off to a good start, good trim.
Nice flow. Ooh, unfortunately gets stuck behind the section there. Just under a minute, we're gonna see our competitor in blue currently sitting in second. Straight to the nose. Nice little quick 10. Resets for inside section. But unfortunately the wave closes out.
Yep. Reforming all the way through though, and you can't get that on the low tide, but she might just come in on this with 20 seconds left. You could say that with 20 seconds, Aping's done all she could. She'd have to be happy with that. I mean, Daya's surfed amazing. I'm super impressed with her surfing and her style, so you can't be dismayed with that, but it is a lot very expensive to invest in these competitions, and with Gina as well, in hot competition. So Hiroka unofficially taking that win from Aping Agudo from the Philippines, and we have Daya Novidasari and Gina Kim in third and fourth. We're going to cut to a break, and we're going to be back very shortly.
aja nggak kenal waktu. Itu overwork. Chill bareng Bintang Kristal. Nyegerin, nggak overtime. Waktunya Crystal Chill.
Moving into Heat 4 of round number 2 of the women's. We have our Filipino surfer, Ashley Minoza and Katya Vostrikova from Russia, and Sakura Inui from Japan, and Beatrice Conrad from Australia. So 4 different countries represented here in an international fair, and that's the story of this event so far. But the Japanese have been on a roll. All Japanese surfers in the women's side progressing so far, and the men's being very dominant as well.
And yesterday's our competitor from Japan in white in this Heat 4 of round 16, Sakura, put on a great display of surfing. So her and her brother
Taka,
did wonderfully. So we're gonna hope for some more of that.
15 years old, turning 16 shortly.
Wow.
We have Russian surfer Katya, who's got a surf camp locally, and she's cool. She's open to learning, respectful. She's really joined this event with, I guess you'd say, like open arms to try and learn and gain as much experience as possible. And it's the same for Beatrice Conroy, and I'm sure Ashley Minoza as well. And an investment for everybody. Just the travel to get here is expensive. Obviously, once you're here, the food is very affordable, and the accommodation is, for a better term, bang for buck, as you would say in Australia. You get pretty nice facilities for a relatively cheap price. But it's all relative to your weekly and monthly wage, Jared. As we know, that can vary very radically in different countries. So a huge sacrifice from a lot of people here to make it.
It's great to see them all here, and the support from all the fans and sponsors and their family. But yeah, let's talk about some boards. We see our competitor in green. What do you think she's riding today?
That one is a Sean Nettleton from formerly of Victoria and now living on the north coast of New South Wales.
Like that board went well for her.
Yeah, Aussie style shape, and
see our competitor in white quickly up to the nose. Little 5, quick 10, nice control. Sport's got a little bit of nose rocker in that concave, you can see.
Yeah.
Looks like it's working well for her. Interesting design.
So that one is one of 2 boards, but I believe that could be a Piccolo Clemente, a former world champion himself, so Peruvian surfer, and shapes his own boards. The reason I think it's one of those, because he had pretty wide noses with a lot of nose rocker. And it's very synonymous with his style, and I know that Taka rides those boards.
Well, everybody's got different designs. It's
we'll see, how
might be.
We'll see how it rolls in surfing. And here's Beatrice.
There she goes, whooping. Little drop in right there. Quick tap on the nose. Trying to set up that inside for a more hollow section. Push her through. Unfortunately, she gets stuck with a softer wave, and she'll get back out there and hopefully get another wave that gives her more opportunity to score some great points here with 15 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Catches off to a early start too. She got a 1-point ride for her opener, and she seems like she's paddling back out after one as well.
Alright, looks like we have a little bit of action paddling around in this heat. A little bit slow. Got a little bit of a lull with this pushing tide, so you're gonna have to bear with us while we're getting things kicked off here. Day 2, our finals day here at the PADROL Longboard Classic. It's WSL QS event for 1,000 points.
And also, I must say, as we see our Japanese surfer here, whoa, long 10, stepping back and goes for another one and stepping over to. We saw that happen yesterday actually with her sister doing a little kick and falling off as well. So Filipino surfer, and that one, poor wave selection. That one didn't even break. But of course, Katya in blue and Beatrice in green are in the area, and they're not scoring points. So they're actually taking points off other surfers, so to speak. If they were, say, to progress through this heat, they would be potentially
ruining the party for someone else or potentially helping them gain more points by knocking someone else out. But here's Katja in blue.
She's joining the party as she drops in. Unfortunately, not much for her there.
Reason being, because their region is not the Asia region, so they can't earn those points. This is a regional qualifying event. They would have to compete, Katja would have to compete in Europe, obviously with some political situations going on there. Logistically would propose some challenges. I'm not too sure about what's involved with that, but Bali's a pretty nice place to hang out. And Beatrice with the Australian qualifying leg, that's where she would earn her points being an Australian. And here she goes now in green.
Yeah, Beatrice with priority, dropping in. Nice fade, bottom turn, cross-stepping up to the nose. Another wonderful cut down turn to end that way for her. She's looking like she's going to try and find the inside. Not much on hand for our competitor in green. So we're going to take it down to an interview live on the beach with Hiroko Yoshikawa from Japan with Maria. Maria, take it away.
Hey, Hiroka. Wow, that was amazing performance out there. Can you please talk me through about your 7 wave, like the second wave that you got?
Oh, it was so fun. The waves was pretty fun, and I was so lucky that I found a really good wave when Kide started, and yeah, I was so excited.
And you are currently sitting in number 2 in Asia at the moment. What is your goal for this event now?
I want to get a wave, but I'm really enjoy this wave. I always surf in beach break when I'm in Japan, so I feel like it's really comfortable for me. Yeah.
All right, good luck on your next one. Hope you make it through.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was nice to hear from our Japanese competitor from that previous heat win. And his catch on a bomb left, knifing this one. Higher tide, and this one running away from her, unfortunately. But you got to roll the dice on those. You never know. Those ones could hold up and be an excellent range score. Currently in second place too, so a few waves yet to drop in, I believe, from Beatrice as well.
I like in that post-heat interview with the Hiroko, she was comparing some of the waves, or this wave out here, to some of the waves in Japan. And it kind of does. It reminds me of that Shonan area.
Yep. Especially the
Fujisawa.
color of the water and the morning haze.
Yeah.
Glassy.
So she's feeling quite at home here in Bali.
Shout out to all of our Japanese viewers tuning in. We love Japan, and thank you for your contribution to surfing and surf culture.
So we see a little competitor in white from Japan. Oh! She's bounced off her board right there with that high tide push. Look at the determination.
Yeah.
She's not even flinched, phased by it at all. She's just straight back out there, trying to get more opportunities to score and advance as she currently sits in second. That last stride from Beatrice Conroy is going to put her in first with a 4.83 and a 2.83. Our competitor in white from Japan that we just saw bounce off her board is looking for a 3.67, which she's highly capable of doing. And it's great to see that determination. She bounced off that board and didn't even phase her.
Strong competitor, and with her sister and her brother here and her mum, they've got a pretty competitive stable, and I'm sure they would have analysed all the heats and really looked at all the scores yesterday. Their mum was really, it was commonplace around the traps to see her mum recording like free surfs, and she'd be really recording notes of other surfers and really analysing on a technical sense. Just because of the translation breakdown, the commentary didn't always make sense. So, wow, sort of in the pocket there, stretching out, gets a little touched hand there for our surfer from the Philippines, and up again and gets another nose ride, another 10. So, I mean, it's halfway through the heat. She hasn't had a one to keep in the top two, really, just with the 1 and the 1.0. So that's going to be her best wave for sure. But I felt
maybe just trying to score maneuver, like trying to do tricks, trying to really earn the points. Where
Yeah, she was definitely making lemonade right there.
yeah, there we go. So he does a nice little setup, and then great surfing nonetheless. Like, this is not easy to do, and for most people, they'd be stoked just to get a little touch 10 like that. But we are watching the world's best to qualify for the World's Tour, and see that the last nose ride sort of facing the beach a little bit. That's more of an indication that that was more of a, well, here's a bigger wave for Beatrice. That's a pocket nose ride with the board in the whitewash.
Current heat leader. Trying to capitalize some more points to push her through to the next round.
Ooh. Way forward trim. Ooh, and there we go. Bang. That's what happens when you commit to it, and finishing on the shore. So, love that.
Nice length of ride.
Kind of not so much the grab rail, but just letting the wave dictate what needs to be done. If there's a reform,
Just flowing with it.
Yeah.
Feeling the flow.
see the forward trim, Jared. That was the fastest part on the surfboard, right?
Forward trim. There you go. That part just above the center of the board. Usually it's flat for the boards that go faster. That
Yeah.
area on their bottom contours. But with 8 minutes left in the heat, we're gonna see some scores drop and maybe some changes.
And obviously, like with the fish, for example, it's quite a flat style surfboard. It's twin fin fish, so those boards have trim inbuilt. So if you go and like pump and pretty erratic with the fish, generally speaking, it's not as practical. And here we go. This is Ashley up here on her backside, going for multiple nose rides, but you can't even see the white water there, so it's sort of showing it's way out in the face, and that's why she nosedived or pearled, because she was trying to get points from the nose ride and not letting the surfing suit the wave.
And like you said before, yesterday we were commentating on the nose ride. You want to get back there in the pocket. You want to have that power, that roundness to the wave, being able to lift the water, go over your tail and lift you up, so you're levitating, as we've mentioned.
So here we go. And where's the tail? In the whitewash. And
Trimming through and hanging on.
the fact that she just stuck with it won't be, I mean, that's not scoring right there. That's actually not great at all. But then she waits for it, does a carve instead of going to that nose ride, and the wave dictated that. And in the end, she's probably that'll probably go into a top 2 waves. So you can see a little bit of a, well, 2.83. Maybe that score hasn't dropped, or maybe the judges didn't agree or didn't see that end section.
I just think it hasn't dropped, so they're probably up there calculating correctly to see what it's going to come into as we see another beautiful wave nicely.
I was talking about Tucker and the Inui's mother, and super dedicated mum, laying that opportunity for a lot of the surfers, her kids. And she'd record all the scores down, and she'd be filming every single wave, and even more so, she actually got an Instagram page with surfers movies, because she was recording everyone. So you can go on to, I think it's Taka Mama Movies on Instagram, and she's got clips of nearly everybody. And here's Katya, our Russian surfer, beautiful poise. That's a critical nose ride. And steps on the tail when she should have been in forward trim, perhaps. See the tail, the rocker's up, and if she's in the slowest part of the board, pretty much not going to make the section when you're on that section. So don't go all the way back to the tail is the lesson when you're on a single fin log. The fastest place. Why do we paddle with our chest in that section of the board, Jared?
Well, because you don't want your nose sticking up in the air.
That's it. It's also the fastest place for us to generate speed. That's why our chest is there when we paddle.
Good place to be.
So why would you not stand there when you're trying to grab speed?
Makes perfect sense to me.
Thank you.
All right, as we see competitor in red, Ashley Mendoza, looking for an opportunity, looking for a 2.34 to advance. Quick little nose ride, little stumble of the feet. Oh, goes down, and don't think she's gonna get that one. Hopefully that leash popped her board not too close to her head with that huge fin. Always gotta be aware when you're wearing those leashes, that board will pop up, come straight back at you. Sweet, cute little nose ride from our competitor in blue. Not much else on.
Love those colors too.
It's that personality flair after those models have been locked in that shows from surfers when they order. See a nice nose ride from Beatrice Conroy.
Nice, stepping forward and carving it back in the pocket.
Using all of the board.
Wow.
Quick nose ride to finish. Oh, and just comes unglued right there. She's still out in front with a 4.83 and a 4.07 with 4 minutes left in the heat. See White up and riding again. Quick nose ride, sets up the next section. There, oh, there you go. There's a nice little 10 from our competitor White. Whoa, drops through that little suck out section to complete the ride on the beach. So that was a beautiful nose ride. We're gonna look for. She's looking for a 4.90 to advance. Oh, maybe a little advice from her mom.
Big
right
old
there.
hatchet fin in there too.
Yeah.
So she's gone back into third. She's needing a 3.64 on that wave. Because Ashley had dropped a 5 on that wave we critiqued earlier, where it was good surfing, but a little soft, and bang, this section here. Little bit of levitation there. And gets the 10, clean footwork, and completes.
Great ride from our competitor.
Nice committed paddle there from Beatrice, and this is a high nose ride, and it's relatively in the pocket just for a moment. Whitewash over the back of the board, carving it through. And what happens after a good turn? The nose ride.
And there it is.
Generally what happens.
Little tap of the toes right there to finish her ride. Alright, let's see some scores dropping. Beatrice has a 6.00 and a 4.83, still sitting in first place. And White, from that last ride, looks like she got a 6.10. So
yeah.
A beautiful little 10 really helped push her scores up and move her back into the advancing position.
And a Filipino surfer in third, needing a 5.08. She was just needing a marginal score in the 2 range with her 5.03. So she knows she's capable of it. She's a very solid surfer. She is usually completing in the free surfs, watching her surf all the way to shore. Here she goes. She's got priority. She's looking. 2 minutes to go. She's going to be... Well, she can go left and right. And the coach is telling her what to do. She's paddling.
I don't know if she's going to go for that. Looks
No.
like the lip's going to...
She's got someone on the beach. They just told her to go somewhere. And
it's great to see the support that she has to help.
there she's tapping the legs. She's activated.
That full moon last night, just activating everybody's energy to perform as best as they can down here today. With a minute and 30 seconds, Ashley is searching for a wave. She's looking for a 5.08 to advance. She can do it.
And Katja, just a 6.93, but taking off those sets, she had the right idea. Kind of sending it a little bit. It was just the reform section wasn't unable to connect, stepping all the way back to the safety area of that tail, which is actually the slowest part on a traditional longboard. You'll see most of the masters spending very limited time on the tail, only when they're turning, and the rest of the time is in the middle or up and down that length of the board in that front 7 feet. Sometimes even steering on the nose as well. In trim. Now 55 seconds left. We have our third place holder currently with priority, so they have choice over the next set wave. And here she goes, kicking those legs. And second is our Russian surfer Katya as well. So we may see a flurry of waves towards the end here. And here she goes, needing a 5.08, and she's stroking into this one. Quick turn. She's bang, gets the 10, pumping down the line.
Unfortunately,
Incomplete.
yeah, that's...
The ironic thing is, if she didn't pump, she might have made it.
Maybe, or she set up that nose ride a little bit lower.
True.
On that first section to carry
Bottom
that
turn.
speed.
She
Looks
goes
like she
again.
got excited and just wanted to get up on that nose and score some points. So she's going straight back up there. Better nose ride on this one, but yeah, she's just she's thanking the ocean gods right there for having a nice time
That's
out in the
nice.
water.
1 second left,
Paying
so
respect to the...
Katja didn't get one towards the end. It was a late flurry, but I don't think that'll be enough to get her into second spot. I think she knows it too, so we'll say goodbye to our Filipino and our Russian competitor in that heat. And we're going to go to an ad break. We're going to be back into the men's round next.
Day 1 of the PADROL Longboard Classics. We are here at the Kuta beach. There's a lot of surfers, longboarders from all over the world. Enjoy the action.
Here, the #1 in Asia. And what is your current rank in the world right now?
Fourth.
Yay! Tell me a little bit about your heat. How do you feel about your surfing during the heat?
Yeah, wave was a bit small, but it's really good for longboarding. I got 2 really good waves, and then it was so good. I feel so good.
Rolling into the men's round, that was an amazing highlights reel from yesterday, day one. Some smiling faces and some great longboard performances that were put on. But those smiles are still there, and the crowd is flocking in to Halfway Beach at Kuta. We are into round 16 of the men's, heat #1. So we have Kim Dong-hoon from Korea in blue, start off with the 1. And we have Roger J.R. Esquivel from the Philippines. And there he is, ooh, on a second wave, starting very activated. There he is, look at him. The man yesterday, one of the highlights. And then Kai Hamasi from Japan. And Denny Pirdos in green.
That's our boy, Denny Black Boy from Batu Cross. Such a lovely guy to see out in the water. He's always putting on a show.
Quite a few of our boys in this heat, actually.
Yeah, Mark Surfer.
He was a highlight from yesterday. Denny and Kai Hamasi, the technician, and here he goes.
Kai Hamasi.
Big fan of this man's technical aspect. 6 steps up.
He's trying to overdo it, perhaps, just a little right there. So he's going to get back out there and wait for another opportunity, but I'm loving the enthusiasm. He's pumped to put on a great show for the folks on the beach and here at home, as we see our man in green with a nice, beautiful long nose ride. Up and at him, unfortunately comes unglued. And there's that last wave from our competitor in white.
So the surfers getting a little excited out there right now. All of them taking little falls. So you know, when you take off on a wave, it's a little. Oh, Kai's actually had 2 waves. So he's got 2 wave total. 817. Here's this is Kim. Nice footwork. Bit of water over the nose there, and all of them just digging a rail.
Oh, it's looking
Here
a
he
little tricky
goes.
for our surfers out there, but
He
our
wants
man in
it.
blue is back up. Was doing the wiggle on the nose.
See that nose ride was facing the beach. You'll see if the judges take note of that.
Look at this,
Whoa,
nose riding
Kai
all
behind
over.
him.
Wow, these guys are really putting on a show right now. These 2 nice waves. Kai Hamasi setting it up again. Nose ride through that last section. Oh, went for the kick out right there. Just kind of slipped off. Should be a completed ride. As we see the sun popping up for Denny's ride. It's going to brighten up the beaches, the faces. And Denny's trying to find that section. Nice little quick tap of the heels, but unfortunately goes down as well. So, it's good to see these surfers throwing it out there. Trying to get as many points as they can.
This is a replay of that steering on the nose, but judges will be looking for the more critical nose rides. That wave hasn't really broken yet, where the board is back in the whitewash, but it was a smaller wave and making the most of it, and Kai behind him. A bit more of a directional nose ride, still not really in the pocket, but the wave being a little soft, and that one a little tighter. 4 steps back to the tip and just slipping off on the end though. Pretty hot heat for very competitive surfers, and here's one who is also making a huge commitment to be here. This is Denny on a locally made Daya surfboard. Was that a
I don't think so. I think that's
Noosa
one of
made
the,
surfboard?
I believe that's a Noosa one that they brought over from with their last trip to Batu Cross. They love to spend time up there amongst the right points. As we see our competitor in red going left. Nice nose ride and cut back from our man in red, JR. So one of the leaders in the points.
Number one. And
Number one.
coming into some of those scenarios, so we have the top three on the ratings in the heat at the moment. So we have JR, who was taking that that ratings lead after winning in the Philippines. We have Denny in third place and Kai Hamasi in second place. And here he goes, Denny. He's up and riding. So huge ramifications for qualification. And Denny making his presence felt.
Great nose ride there, but not much after that nice nose ride. We'll see how that one goes.
So the local support, Jared, JR took the win in La Union, and here we are in Indonesia. You think Denny's feeling that local support?
Of course.
Yep.
He's got support all over, no matter where he goes. That's like most of the men's surfers in this heat.
On Instagram as well.
Fan support, yeah. And one great thing about Instagram is you can connect directly to your fans out there.
And if you want to connect to us, ask us any questions, send us some love, hate mail, like anything really. And here he goes, Denny.
Let's get
pushing
back to the action.
Off the bottom turn, and I love that little projection. A lot of spice.
Great turn in a nice nose ride. Finishes his wave nice and clean. As he currently sits in second with a total heat score of 10.93. He's looking for a 9.00 to advance. And right behind him is the man in red, JR, looking for a 6.26. Last but not least is in blue. He's looking for a 7.36. We had a quick up and out from competitor red. You didn't like the way that one looked. We go back and search for another one. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Plenty of time. Finally that sun's breaking out, like we mentioned. It's gonna brighten up everything and get the vibes rolling down here at halfway Kuta Beach. Just like to say another thank you to all of our sponsors here for the PADROL Longboard Classic. Presented by PADROL, of course.
And obviously the Mamaka Hotel as well.
Mamaka Hotel and Bentang Crystal, PSI and ASC. And now we're gonna go to a post-heat interview with our women's winner in the last heat, Beatrice Conroy with Maria.
Hi Beatrice, congratulations on your win. Can you please tell me what do you think about the wave this morning and how was your heat?
It was so much fun. I feel like it got better throughout the day, so I loved watching it really improve, and it felt like I could read the waves a bit better than yesterday on the low, so I was just happy that we had some waves I could show that I could do it.
Do you come to Bali much and surfing here around here much?
No, this is my first time in Bali and surfing in Asia area. I'm a student at home, so I don't get to travel much, so it was a great opportunity so far.
Oh wow! That's, so were you here for the event, or you just like apparently you're here and then you're joining the event?
Going on a mentor-wise trip next week, so a few of us were stopping in Bali on the way, so I was just in the area, so it was really good.
Oh, that's amazing!
Yeah.
Have fun in your trip in Mentawai.
Yeah.
And do you have anything that you want to say to your family or friends back home?
I want to say thank you to my parents and my beautiful friends for supporting me and being so happy for me.
Alright, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that was a lovely interview there from my fellow countrywoman, Beatrice Conroy, taking the win. She'll be feeling good about that on her way to the Mentawai Islands on a surf trip, and this coincided, but catching up with some action. Beautiful cut down there from Denny. Currently 4th place. I'll have a correction from my earlier statement. And
He's
this
chasing
wave,
a 5.68. He might get it. I didn't see
think
the
so.
start of the wave, but the rest of it's been surfed as well as it could be from our man in green.
It was a really, really epic turn. So here we have JR. He also got one in the break. JR's hands very free, very high above the... and he's loving that. And I was just saying the hands very free. And one thing with this location in particular, it's so close to shore, their hand movement and the lack thereof is kind of what the judges are looking for. A functional flair as opposed to activated hands. Activated hands means hands that are above the... There we go. There's the activated hands. But before that, the soul arch. And here the hands sort of go high. A bit more on the face though. You see the pockets back here a little more, Jared, on the left of the screen.
I think he's looking for that inside section as it looks like it runs away from just there. See how he's using his hand to paddle.
Yep, little paddle. So a lot of maneuvers on that wave. And often is the case with this criteria is less is more. And here's Kai Hamasi, smooth. Also on the nice little drop knee redirect. Aiming the board higher on the wave, and that one on the shore, he just coming undone. So currently was in the lead. We haven't had that score to drop for Denny or JR. And with Mark Surfer, one of our highlights of yesterday, in 4th place, and he knows what he needs. He's a well-accomplished surfer. He has many titles in Korea and in Asia. But back to the ratings. So JR is the ratings leader. Taka Inui is in 2nd spot. Benito Narita was in 3rd spot, and Denny in this heat equal 3rd with 650. Adip and Dean Permana have a tie there on 5th, and with Teddy as well, who's coming up in a future heat, and Kai Hamasi in 9th place. So Kai would need to win this heat and hope that JR in red doesn't progress for his better chance to qualify. And here he goes. This is Mark Surfer. Kim Dong-kun. Drop knee redirect. Gets the 10. Bolt upright. Here he goes. Up on the 5. Holding that 5. A lot of spray coming from the nose, but lots of maneuvers and another touch. Here we go. And he's not quite... He's happy with that one, but he knows it's a tough heat. And he knows still 6 minutes 30, so he might save the celebrations till closer when he knows that if he gets that score and he unloads at another, I think we'll see that passion come unstuck that he did, come unpacked.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's currently pretty much comboed. He's looking for a 14-8-3 to advance. So
because Kai dropping an 8-1-7 to go with a 7-2-7, and JR on that long left, an 8-3-3. So we caught Denny's wave towards the end with that big carve. Perhaps it hasn't dropped yet, but yeah, awarding Denny a 5-5.
Well, he's searching for a 9.33 with just under 6 minutes left to go in this heat. Anything's possible, especially from that guy, but that is going to be a top wave he's searching. He's going to definitely have to be wise in his wave selection. But he definitely knows what he's doing out here, so with 5 minutes and 30 seconds left in the heat, currently sitting in first is our man in white from Japan, Kai Hamasi. So you see some action out the back. The waves are starting to roll in. It's like green is sitting with priority. He's gonna wait for a special one. And our current heat leader is gonna go take this wave from right underneath the guys. Kind of stumbles on that bottom turn, loses his speed and fades out the back on the nose. Right behind him, our man with priority in green, looking for that 933. Tough nose ride right there. Has to grab the rail to kick out of that one. So he's going to look for a better wave out the back with 4 minutes and 45 seconds left of this heat. As we see second place, JR. Nice nose ride and a little up and bottom roller coaster to finish that. A little hand clap. Looks like he's feeling good about his performance in this heat, as he should, sitting with an 8.33 and a 6.50.
Well, I can tell you that with Denny down to 3rd spot, obviously it's a contest, you want to win the event that you're in, but I would dare say that JR knows someone would have done that mass for them and told them, hey, if Denny doesn't make it through, we'll still got Tucker in the draw, but this is an even closer chance for you to take that win and push that lead further out with the points for the overall rankings, because they need to win to get that qualifying position to go into the World Tour.
Wow. Looks like he's sitting pretty comfortably.
We'll be joining Richie Cravey from California. We'll be joining Max Weston from Australia. And then we'll have, could be anyone in that top 10, but the JR progressing is going to be a big blow for a lot of those other surfers who are behind him in the rankings, because 3 minutes 30 left. Denny Ning at 9.33. His surfing is there. It's almost like you wish they could hear you, because you want to say, hey guys, you know, your surfing is really nice, it's really there, but it might just be that they fall off or catch a rail and not building their heat total. And moments of their, like you could argue that Denny's turn would got a 5 by itself, but you need to combine it on a set wave and show some critical surfing as well. And here he is, current ratings leader, second position, looking for a 7.11 to go into the lead. He gets a heels. Besides, it was under priority as well, so no love lost on that one.
Yeah, he was under priority, and he unfortunately just tried to push that heels a little too high. He didn't have that speed that you normally want when you're trying to perform at heels and push through the section. Got a couple notes dropping in for us folks. A little update. It's the women's round that we're gonna have come up soon. We're gonna push all the way through today to the finals to crown our champion of this WSL QS 1000 point event, brought to you by PADROL for the Longboard Classic. Also sponsored by Bintang Crystal. Can't forget to thank the halfway Kuta boardriders, local contingency crowd here, and all the support from our fans down at the beach. As mentioned before, the sun is popping. Things are livening up here down at halfway Kuta. The waves are starting to roll in quite better, the tide push.
But also WSL and ASC,
Yeah.
Tippy as well, and the sound guys, and
Everyone
all the
here.
guys putting together filmers, the audio, the visual, the judges. The judging has been phenomenal so far. With a minute 30 left, Denny, he's looking at this third in priority. He needs to roll the dice, so he's looking. He's going to do. Think he's going to go for a long 10 here, Jared. And
Well,
sure he had it in mind, but minute 20.
unfortunately, he is off.
JR, you can see him at the top of the screen looking back.
Yeah.
Going up. Okay, I feel good now.
Yeah, everybody, you know, when Denny gets a wave, he's a great surfer, so it's going to keep those guys on their toes. Unfortunately, he didn't get the opportunity he was after. So with a minute left, he's searching for a 9.33 to advance. It's going to be quite difficult to accomplish that one, as you see JR paddling towards wherever Denny might be to try and stop him, possibly, from catching that final wave of the heat for a man in green. But here he goes, actually underneath everybody.
Wow.
It's nice swooping bottom turns, straight up to the nose. Nice long 5, trying to push through this section. Yeah, it's a beautiful ride. Great solid ride from Romana Green. I don't think he's going to get that 9.33 to advance with 30 seconds left of the heat. Looks like he's coming in as we see our next competitors. And Heat 2 paddling out. Looks like our man from Brazil in white, Augusto Olinto, is going to put on a great performance in the next heat. We wrap this one up. Mark Surfer in blue from Korea. He's looking for a 14.83. So that'd be the best ride ever. Looks like he's just going to smile his way into this one.
That was a nice way to finish the heat with Mark Surfer and concluding that one out. So we say goodbye to Mark, we say goodbye to Denny, and we're going to be rolling into an ad break, and we'll be back for heat number 2.
Welcome back to heat number 2 of men's round 3, sorry. We're getting into the pointy end of the competition, so we are watching the PADROL Longboard Classic QS 1000, and out in the water we have Cristiano Villanueva from the Philippines, Dani Widianto from Indonesia, Augusto Alinto from Brazil, the man on the screen, knee paddling out after he opened up his account, and Dean Permana from Indo as well. So two Indonesian competitors in blue and green. That's Danny out there right now on that red and white PADROL board, team rider for PADROL, the naming right sponsor.
Sporting the local Indonesian flag colors on that board, the red and white. And he's got the local support on the beach from the main sponsor, PADROL, for this longboard classic down here at halfway Kuta. And his fellow countryman in green, Dean Pernama from Motocross. So competitors from all over, like we mentioned here, it's great to see. We've got a Filipino, 2 Indonesian surfers, and 1 very talented surfer all the way from Brazil. It looks like his opening ride was a 6.33.
Keeping in mind in this heat, there's a little bit up for grabs because our surfer in blue, who's sitting down in the 9th spot, and Dean Permana, surfer in green, sitting in equal 5th spot with Denny in that previous heat, who got 650 points, who was in 3rd spot. So we say goodbye to Denny, and yeah, these surfers will be having a chance to move forward. And
we're going to say hello to Cristiano right now in red. He had a great surfing for us yesterday. Let's see what he's got for us today. Nice little quick ride from our man in red as we see competitor in blue. Quick couple of nose rides. Ooh, fortunately nose dives on that last little ender. Gusto opting out of that one as we see green. Dean comes unglued, but he hangs onto his board with his feet. He's not wearing the leash. Very talented surfer. Can do that as he falls. He's gonna make his way back out the back. These waves are starting to come in nicely. It's glassing off, the sun's out. It's all coming together here, folks, down at halfway Kuta Beach in Indonesia. With 16 minutes left in this heat 2 of round 16, we are going to push through all the way to the finals and crown our champion. Who's going to make their way just a little bit closer to hopefully becoming a WSL competitor on the World Longboard Tour stage.
And that stage is looking like a pretty dynamic tour, and the best tour we've seen in our lifetime, Jared, and I'll update those spots shortly. And here's Cristiano, our surfer in red. Nice high nose ride in the pocket, staying high again. Nice carve into a drop knee off the bottom, setting it up again for another nose ride. So clinical wave there for Cristiano Villanueva in red as he makes his way back out, and Augusto Alinto, another technician, and must be something in white because
whoa,
we had
there's that drop wallet under the lip right there. Augusto Alinto just doing maneuvers and surfing unexpectedly, but always surprising.
Yeah,
great surfer.
We'll
to
see
watch.
what the judges do on that wave. Just a cut down layback for Augusto and setting it up. Ooh, just a little bobble at the bottom there, but a nice redirect there for a surfer in green, and another carve off the whitewash and coming undone. I tell you what, if he finishes that and rolls out in the sand, that'll be the first roundhouse we've seen all event. I think the judges might have enjoyed that.
Yeah, they definitely would have. He's expressing all of his skills and talents with that maneuverability.
We just saw the contrast of a surfer beginning in the background as well, standing up, just bus driving down the wave. So these are the best longboarders in the Asia region, and up riding.
Man in blue, nice, beautiful 5. See if he can get around this section. He's chasing it, chasing that open face to set up for his next maneuver. He's going to go back up to the nose, pushing that 5 to a softer section, and he's going to call that one a day. So Great little quick ride from our man in blue.
That was nice.
Yeah, he's looking for a .51 to advance, so I think he'll jump up in a second without wave. And out the back, we've got our man in white sitting with priority, with a total heat score of 6.33. We're waiting for that second wave to drop. And Cristiano in red jumps into first with a total heat score of 9.0 with a 5.00 and a 4.00. So Augusto Olinto is searching for a 2.67 in blue, searching for a 5.00, and we're going to take it live down to the beach for a post-heat interview with Kai Hamasi, our first winner for the men's round today from Japan with Maria. Take it away, please.
Hi Kai, congratulations on your win. Can you please tell me about your two best wave out there before? And then the 8 and 7?
Yeah, thank you. I called first one, so I'm so lucky. Yeah.
Do you like the waves out there?
Yeah, my home break is like this, so my favorite wave. Yeah.
So where are you from in Japan?
My home break is Shona.
And what is your goal for this event?
I want to win this contest. Yeah.
Do you have anything to say to your friends and family back home? You can say it in Japanese.
Yeah. 応援していただいている皆様ありがとうございます。波めっちゃいいのでこのまま楽しみつつ頑張りたいと思うのでよろしくお願いします。
Alright, thank you so much. おめでとう。
ありがとうございます。
There we have. That was a lovely interview there with Kai Hamasi, a Japanese technician.
Well, during that interview, the second wave from Augusto Olinto dropped with a 6.10, so he's going to jump back up into the lead with a total heat score of 12.43. Followed in second place by our man in red, Cristiano, with a 4 and a 5, bringing his total heat score to 9.00. He needs a 7.43 to jump into first. Followed by our man in blue from Indonesia, Danny Widianto. He's got a total heat score of 8.87. He's looking for a 3.63 to advance. And in fourth place in green, Dean Permana. He needs a 8.00. Still waiting for his last wave score to drop. Oh, forgive me, folks. Looks like that update on the phone is a little behind. We're going to bring you the proper scores just after this replay.
A lot of scores to log in too. A lot of long waves that have been surfed in this heat. So yeah, 6.33 and a 6.10 for Augusto. We have Dean Permano, the 6.43, which would have been that longer wave that he caught, and the 3.53. So a lack of completion, keeping those scores down a little bit, and 5 and a 4 for Cristiano, and just a short right-hander, a nose ride, and a tap off the top for Dean. So 6 to go into first, and a 4.97 Cristiano, which he can do. He put on a great performance yesterday, smooth technical style, and yeah, Danny Widianto 5.37 to 3.5, and a 4.6. So all well attainable. 10 minutes left. These surfers are all relatively experienced in the competitive front. Here we have our surfer in green, staying high on the nose, long 5. Just waiting for that next section. Carving it back in the pocket. That's that little bobble at the beginning. And then back up on the nose again. Holds the 10. And here, wraps around. You see the surf in the background, learning to surf. Here, he's paddling now. You see the distance. He gets pushed on, stands up, and I'm like, good on him. Somebody in Bali right now, Jared, is having the best wave of their life.
It usually happens here.
But maybe even on Kuta, that person there was like
possibly, yeah,
maybe even the first wave of their life. But
they're going to catch the surfing bug. They'll be competing out here in the heat in no time.
That's what longboarding is about. The spirit. It's easy to do, and it's hard to master. So you can feel the glide. You can tap into it, and a surfer, only surfer knows that feeling, and those feelings become more and more advanced with the longboard as you want to experience deeper, better, more critical nose rides and surf longboards and more challenging waves. But the trim, the glide, it's something that captivated us all, Jared.
And we're still doing it to this day, many days past.
Like, look at this community, this vibe. That is a very similar setup to what you'd see if there was an event right now. It's anywhere, San Onofre, Malibu, Noosa. You know, that friendly community longboard vibe.
Definitely.
There's old surfers, there's new surfers, kids running around.
We're bringing the vibe all day, folks. Look at this crowd. Nice crowd, having fun, enjoying. They've got their juices, their teas, their coffees, their water, their coconuts.
Yep.
Wax, sunscreen, earplugs.
You can see an Aussie in the crowd, Adrian Wade. You can see the Filipinos, Koreans.
It's a whole melting pot down here.
Some learn to surf schools down the end there. Way down there, Seminyak. You can see Legion, and then Seminyak. Can see all the little warungs in the background. All these surfers. Is this the future of longboarding? And the future out in front of us is our local Indonesian surfer, Long 5, carving it back to almost to the pocket. Not quite. He's still in the face, but he sees something that we can't on the screen, and he finishes on his feet. So that could be one of his best waves. Looking for a 4.6. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's just about there. So that'll move him up in a second.
Great surfing from our man in blue. There you go. There's another beautiful sight. Fishermen's. These guys are incredible. They drive those boats at night. So we get a replay from our surfer in blue. Nice trim speed. Carried him through the section as he redirects and wipes off that speed to set up for that inside section up on the nose. And then the wave just runs out, but he holds on for a completed ride. Oh, there goes the Brazilian Storm in white, Augusto Alinto, feeling the roll of that bottom of the board, working it around, wrapping it back, setting up for the inside. Let's see what he's got. It's going to suck out. He's going to float the boat.
And he completes.
Steps off onto the sand.
Love that. And for me, that was one of the most entertaining waves of the heat because he was using the elements of the surfboard effectively, using the rolled bottom. So as he's carrying the board from behind the middle of the board, as we can see there, there.
He was feeling the Stokey as he runs up. But there's
a
great nose ride.
Why wouldn't you feel the stoke after that? And this here, bang, using the roll.
Wonderful bottom turn to set up for that next little nose ride. Wraps it around again with a great drop knee, and then floats the boat right there to complete the ride.
That little check turn, that little roll bottom, hands by the side, gives a few examples of what that reminds you of, and we'll get back into that in a moment.
Whoa.
Danny here, he's back out again. He's third in priority before, but he's finding these lefts. He's hungry. He's paddling all around the lineup. I did say I saw him free surfing away from all the other competitors the other day for this exact situation, I'm sure, under priority to try and pick some waves that the other competitors can't see or locate. Because there is actually peaks up and down this whole beach. It's just that you see a clump of crowd and you assume that that's the dominant bank, but when you do look carefully, you can pick peaks up and down the whole beach.
Yeah, it stretches all the way from here halfway Kuta all the way down to Chungu.
Yep.
You can find random peaks up and down here and have a little wave to yourself. So being a local surfer, or surfer in blue, definitely knows what he's doing.
But that check turn that we saw Augusto do earlier, who comes to mind, forehand or front side?
I don't know. I see a lot of people do those check turns.
Well, for me, I'm thinking Johnny Fain, or in a more modern day sense, is Chad Marshall at Malibu. You know, he does it sort of cut down and hands by the side and chest out.
Yeah, a lot of the night snake, as we call him.
And this is the PADROL fragrance, and hardware's good and software's too. So PADROL's a Japanese, the major sponsor. They're the Japanese apparel company that's really diversified in Indonesian longboarding. They're a huge support, doing their own domestic tour, sponsoring quite a number of the athletes that are here today competing. And we thank Key very much for his collaboration with ASC and the WSL. It's really nice foresight, and to have that money to put aside to sponsor these athletes and create some really cool products, some awesome prints down there. And just tipping off is Dean Permano, and here he is, Danny again, and that one not able to capitalize. But Augusto, a 7.33 on that wave. We talked about the check turn, so the judge is agreeing with us with the diversity of surfing on that wave. But the man, a 6.04 required. Cristiano in red. Nice long 5. So notice the hands, a lot of body language and sort of flair.
Just a couple toe taps there on the inside. See if he gets that 6.04. He's searching for an advance into the next round. Currently, we're in the round of 16. This is the second heat. 3 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock. Augusto Alinto in white sitting with priority with a total heat score of 13.66. Right behind him in blue, local Indonesian surfer Denny Widianto, total heat score of 11.04. Searching for a 7.99 to jump in the first. Right behind him on the screen there in green is Dean Hermana. The total heat score of a 9.96. Looking for a 4.61 to advance. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. And last but not least at all in any way is our man in red, Cristiano from the Philippines. Searching for that 6.04. We're still waiting for his last wave to drop. As we see last wave replay from green. Our sponsored PADROL surfer unfortunately going down on that. And here's another replay of our man in red who's searching for that 6.04. Quick 5, 10, another lengthy 5 right there out of the shoulder and wraps it around to set up that inside bank. Quick toe tap 5 right there. One more just before it kicks out close to the beach. Replay of our surfer in blue. Not feeling that one.
So we talked about bottom turns and little redirects, Jared, those little moments that Augusto was able to acquire that 7-point ride. What's your view on hand placement and hand movement? Especially in traditional longboarding.
Well, it seems that the judges favor the hands down or controlled.
Yeah.
Side by side, not flailing around. Yeah, it seems to work for these surfers out here. And I think it looks better with, obviously, you have your arms controlled, not too high, not waving up and down.
And yeah, obviously functional flair, like when you're doing a maneuver or de-weighting, and certain style aspects can come into it. Like you're quite soft with your movements; they're not like flailing necessarily. You turn, and myself too, we can sort of turn a mistake into a it's just if your body's flowing, but it's the hands constantly above the head, which is synonymous with more performance style surfing, where the surfers are trying to de-weight and trying to really compress off the board and de-weight at certain maneuvers to carve, and that's showing you're trying to perform maneuvers for scoring, where the traditional style longboarding, just imagine you start with a perfect wave and it's up to you to maintain that, equivalent to say a really nice ballet dance or a song that you're dancing to. You're flowing with it, not trying to score points or do maneuvers. And here we have a tight little nose on the inside, just those controlled hands as you mentioned, and makes that perfect timing there, and he likes it, and so he should, because that was a tricky section.
He's just looking for a 4.61, so that definitely could have been it.
Oh,
Augusto Alinto with a reverse paddle dolphin dive.
So we're approaching the high tide shortly.
And you can see that backwash starting to play a factor into these waves for these competitors. Our man in green, Dean Hermana, he rode that backwash. He just rode it up on top of the lip and bounced down. And such a skillful surfer. He landed with control and completed that ride. He threw a little shake of the hand.
Yep, and that was a tricky wave. And sometimes in surfing, well, all the time in surfing, you can be as measured and controlled, do all your preparation, understand about the swell, even at your local spot. But something like backwash, it's just a roll of the dice.
And he took the roll, and we're going to
roll out of his head.
Completed it into the next heat.
So, wow, it's countdown already. Unbelievable. So, action right to the end. So, no wonder he claimed it. So, we're going to go to an ad break. We're going to catch back up with the next heat very shortly.
Alright folks, welcome back to Heat 3 of the round of 16 for our men's division here at the WSL QS event put on by PADROL and our other sponsors, Bintang Crystal,
Mama Cup?
Mama Cup. Are you staying there actually?
No.
No? I thought you guys were staying there. It looks like a beautiful place.
Not me,
It's
it
just
looks
down the
fantastic.
road.
Yeah.
So thanks to all of our sponsors again, and we're going to take it away.
And next to me is Jared Mel, Bang Bang Boogie.
Next to me is Matt Janowski, the Waxhead. So our surfers in Heat 3, take it away, Matt. Introduce these amazing shredders. We're going to put on a great display of surfing.
So waves coming, but in red, Tucker Nui, Roland Lefouvre from France, Jean-Marie Ebueza from the Philippines, and Shohei Akimoto. So an international heat, as has been the story of this event. And these guys were all ready to throw down.
And the heats are just getting stacked and stacked as we roll on throughout the day, where we're going to crown a champion.
Don't forget, Taka Inui is second on the rankings as well. So with Kai Hamasi progressing, Taka progressing, JR progressing.
Surfers are coming that much closer
Yep.
to winning their spot on the WSL Longboard Tour.
One spot only, and here he is. Current second place holder on the rankings, Taka Inui. Will he follow the female side of the draw, the Japanese surfer, with Hiroka and Natsumi? And long 5 and 10, but lots of water looking towards the judges. The whole wave, water and spray
he loves
coming off the
that.
nose of the board.
Loves that nose ride. He's pretty amped. Let's see how they're going to reward that one, the longest nose ride of the event.
So a lot of turbulence off the nose there from Tucker. Not necessarily back in the pocket, so I think the judges will reward the skill in holding the nose ride that long, but it was pretty one-dimensional and white up and riding. Little 5 and 10 combo, sort of back in the pocket for a moment. This is Jean-Marie, and he's opting out of this one. And here he is, this is the replay. So Tucker, he's quite deep here. He's holding it, stretches out, and it's he's sort of a couple of feet out the pocket, just holding it in the middle of the board here, stretching out a little bit. A lot of water, and there's a little moment where it's clear just there, and then it goes back to that turbulence. A lot of showmanship there from Tucker, and he completes. So he will get score for the completing and the set and the footwork, but we'll see. I'm interested to see where this one comes in, and I think they're going to take the time to have a talk about it. And beautiful fade in here from our surfer from the Philippines, Jean-Marie Ebueza. He gets their hands by his side and unfortunately digs in as he tries to roll around that section. You can see the nose rocker and the tail rocker in that board too, that late nose flip.
Definitely helps with nose riding, but you got to be back in the pocket. As you see green, Shohei Akimoto cross-stepping up to the nose, going through that backwash, trying to navigate through this soft section, set up on the inside, see if that wave will stand up more for him. Quick little 5. Another toe tap, little roller coaster to end. He's gonna get back out there. Quick ride from a man in green from Japan. 16 minutes left in this heat. So currently, we're waiting for some scores to drop to see how these surfers are gonna play the rest of their heat.
So yeah, length of ride and a set wave there for Tucker. As I said, just limited parts of the criteria. I think it'll come in at about mid-range when I think back to it. Just there's a lot of skill. It's tricky to do that nonetheless, but it just wasn't overly critical. But then again, we've seen the same thing over and over again with non-completion. So if you complete and have quiet hands, well, you're going to get a pretty good score. So this is our Frenchman here. Wow, I mean, there's a moment there in the pocket. Look at his board way back in the pockets. That was like pretty sick on the inside.
He's looking pretty happy with that one as you see out the back red. He's going for another one. 5, 10, kick, still holding on the nose. Oh, gets around that backwash, tries to whack it off the whitewash. 5, oh, sticks his foot out again, goes to heels. He's trying to do everything, maybe a little too much. Loses it right
He's
there
getting excited.
towards the end. He's definitely getting excited. He's trying to get to that world stage. But he's making his way there greatly.
One of the best things about this contest venue, if anyone knows Kuta or Halfway Beach, it can be challenging on lower tides or bigger swell to get out. It does break out kind of far, and it's really, if you choose a poor wave, it's sort of a bit of a nightmare. You get washed in, and so high nose ride there for White. Great body language. If he can stay composed and link this with some, I was going to say a turn, not another nose ride, but he goes back up to the nose again.
He's still going 5 to 10 through the backwash and drops in that suck out section right on the beach. Tries to push his nose up so the fin doesn't break out of the box there on the sand.
It's going to be interesting. There's our ISA judges, the next gen of Asian region judges there. They've sat down and done the ISA judging course.
And there's our man from West Oz. He's currently resides, or he spends a lot of time at Lakey Peak. Another beautiful wave in Indonesia. If you have a chance to go there, you got so many waves. It's just it's an all-day surfing affair. Speaking of an all-day surfing affair, we're taking it live back to the action is to see our man in red. He is hungry as can be, catching plenty of waves in this heat. 5, 10, grabs the nose, through the backwash, turns switch, and kicks out of that.
Having an absolute ball out there, Tucker. So we'll break down those scores very shortly. Some, I guess you could say, contrasting styles out there with goofy foot and regular footers, but everyone's surfing unreal. I specifically like the moment of Roland's wave in blue on the inside section, where it looks like the judges have as well. We'll get that breakdown because it is not about the amount of maneuvers. In modern day professional surfing, it's not about the amount of maneuvers, it's the quality and where you do them on the wave. In longboarding, it's based around the art of trim. So we have speed and composure on a longboard built in. The board's already got it. So it's up to the surfer just to surf that board and position it effectively. On a shorter board, you don't have speed, so you need to generate speed. That's why you see them go up and down and all around. The way we maintain and wash off and speed up on a longboard, wash off speed and speed up, is through the footwork. Turning gets us back in the pocket. If you can combine those two with nose rides in the pocket, rail carves, finish cleanly, and showing some creativity and some flair and some personal artistic expression, well, you're going to go excellent. Think back to Malibu last year with Harrison Roach, who's not an overly expressive surfer in particular, but his expression is a whole wave. He's an articulate surfer, you could say. His surf IQ is very high, and his whole performance is based on the wave, and it's like poetry, right, Jared?
Yeah, he's a wonderful surfer, and he did as best as he could, obviously, because he's the world champ.
But he had to, but the best thing about that, he had to beat some incredible surfers and overcome like Taylor Jensen, who was surfing out of his skin. Shout out to Taylor, absolutely a stalwart in the sport of longboarding.
He was actually just over here last month with his family.
Unreal.
Catch up with them, which is always a wonderful time.
Cool. Oh, Tucker's getting a score. So a 6.83 for Tucker and a 5.6, and then Joe Marie Abueza with a 6.27, a 2.83. But a surfer in blue with that 7.27 for his opening over. So the judges making a clear distinction to positioning over quantity of nose rides.
Yeah,
less is more, and quality.
Here you go. Here's a replay of that 7.27.
Mid-sized wave, but he's in the pocket partially, and then here sets it up, steering on the nose, and now it rifles on the inside, and he gets a little touch 10 and finishes. So medium-sized wave, but surfed it well. And a lot of surfers have been, for a better term, overcooking those sections, Jared.
Overcooking indeed. Well, 10 minutes and 30 seconds left in this heat. Our Japanese surfer in red is sitting out in front. We're going to take it a replay to one of his prior waves. Straight up to the nose. 5 foot kick. Hanging onto the nose. Got 5. Ooh, working around that backwash. Maneuvering back up to another 5 at a kick. And then, yeah, that was that overcooking.
Overcooking.
You were speaking about.
I actually think back to our buddy Denny. Here he is again, the Frenchman.
Trying to back up that score.
One of Denny's first waves was a right-hander, and it started really nice with a nose ride, and he actually tried a little heels on the shorey and fell off, and the end of the heat, he was requiring a pretty major score, but I felt like, if he didn't fall off on some of those ones and just try those little heels on the inside, that could have been the end, 2 6s or a 7, but when you fall off, the judges will make you pay, and here it is. This is backup wave.
He's looking for a 1.83 on this wave, so definitely got that. But soul arch right there. Looking like a magic feet of Kevin Connolly.
There we go.
And
the leash too. Kevin was partial to leash at times as well.
Definitely. But our man in blue is getting a nice ride right there, and he's definitely getting the score he was searching for. See how that comes in with the judges. Our competitor white from the Philippines, Jean-Marie. Straight up to the nose.
Sick.
Controlled 5 with the arms down.
Yep.
Arms go up. He drops down in the wave.
Oh!
Unfortunately, it comes unglued there. Lands on his board. The lip detonates on him. And he's going to lose it to the sand. That high tide. Fortunately, it's not too far. He's a great swimmer. He's got 8 minutes left in the heat. Right behind him in red. Straight up there. 5'10". Grab rail on the nose. Through the lip. Back out to the open face, back up to 10. Looks like he's in a nose ride competition. He's just gonna take it all the way to the beach. There he goes, little redirect for that inside section in the high tide, and oh, there he goes, off the top. Oh, he's so happy. Runs up the beach. He's feeling it. Oh, he's pulling that board like a dog that doesn't want to go home.
Wow, there's a crowd, mixed nationalities there, lining the sand, and teddy bear as well. Look at this, everyone's so stoked.
It's going to be a great day here down at halfway Kuta Beach.
That's it.
That sun is brightening up the vibes down here as the people are starting to pile in. Get that front row seat here for the finals day of our WSL QS event by PADROL Longboard Classic.
So 7 minutes 30, and our Japanese competitor in green, Shohei's only got one wave of 5.5, needing a 6.93. So playing the quiet game, understanding that he's got a tough heat. So he's going to try and find one of those set waves. And he's very clinical himself, very rarely falls. And he's had quite a lot of luck with that green rash shirt and that olive green tinted surfboard. I've seen this collabed with him quite a bit. So I think in that previous heat, let's have a look at what colour he was in, because I quite like the colour coordination.
He's searching for a 7.83.
And he was in green before, now 7.83. So green with envy, you could say, Shohei, from not getting those sets. And he was in green in that previous heat. And we have a look at the BGS boys making up their espresso. So not your traditional Bali coffee here. They've got some espresso coffee that our Frenchman Roland might be more acquainted to.
Here's some acquaintance
Here it
with
is.
the green master, Shohei.
Oh, nice. See that forward trim?
There he is. He's grabbing the rail. But unfortunately, the forward trim doesn't make it through the section.
Don't do that. Don't listen to us.
That whitewash just shoves him a little bit down the line. So it's 6 minutes left in this heat. Still sitting out in front. In first is Roland, as we see our competitor white. Back on the nose. Setting up the next section. Cool, calm, and collected nose ride. Working through the high tide warble. Unfortunately, there's nothing left for him on the inside. He's chasing a 7.06 to advance. With just under 6 minutes left. I think he's going to get back out there and search for another opportunity. Alright, some more scores coming in.
6.97 for Roland's long left with the soul arches, and Tucker locking in a 6.5 for that one with the claim at the end, but a long nose ride, and it can't. I know Tucker's doing everything he can, but he can't go excellent if you're not using the length of that board. It's not a nose ride competition, as you alluded to. Jean-Marie locking in a 4 until he fell. So the judges are awarding that nose ride a 4, and same with Shohei, a 3.17. Just for those opening nose rides. So the competitors I would say Shohei and Jean-Marie might get some, inspiration or at least some comfort knowing with just under 5 minutes remaining that they're on the right track. It's just if they can link that with a longer wave and showcase a little more diversity and finish cleanly, they will get the score.
Yeah, you gotta feel that flow to conduct all those maneuvers to score those high points that are gonna push you through into the next round.
Length of ride isn't necessarily, it's not a scoring factor, especially in longboard surfing, but it does help when you get a really nice wave that goes for a long time because it allows more opportunity to not score points, Jared, but actually showcase the judging criteria. And here we have one of our sponsors, Bintang Crystals, getting unloaded.
That's the regular Bintang Pilsner. The Bintang Crystals are clear, but these guys are unloading everything from juices to teas to ice cold beers that will...
I believe that was our commentary booth that they were walking past with them. So, yeah, they're putting them on ice and getting ready for later. So, big shout out to Bintang, Mamaka Hotel down the road. We have BGS Coffee and, of course, PADROL. It's a naming rights sponsor for the LQS, and this is the Asia region qualifying event, number 2 of 2. And up there is number 2 in the rankings, Takeo Nui. And, of course, the winning surfer at the moment is our Frenchman, who will not acquire any points from this, but he will acquire some prize money if he was to progress into the semi-finals.
And he's sitting with priority. It looks like White's going to have a look, and he's going to let him take that one. White's back up on the nose, hanging 5, arms down, and kicks out. Not much there on hand for our competitor White as we approach the 3-minute mark left in this heat. With that, up next is going to be Heat 4. We've got 3 Indonesian surfers and 1 from Japan coming up, so stay tuned as we bring you more live action down here at halfway Kuta Beach in Bali, Indonesia. It's turning out to be another wonderful day this weekend. Can't thank everybody from our sponsors to the fans and you supporters at home for tuning in and supporting this great longboarding lifestyle and culture. As you see the shoreline and coast of our south coastline here in Bali, there's the airplanes in the back of the airport, a couple waves down there that we like to surf. There's a variety of waves on this island, and that's what's famous for.
And a couple a little bit further north too, a little bit further out. What is the direction here? So where is the Bukit in terms of direction? So where will we?
It'd be to the east of us, but
Yep.
we're on the south side of the island.
Correct. Yep. I'll have a look at that.
And as we look back out to the water, competitors are looking at these lines, deciding if they're going to go. As our man in blue out in front, still sitting with priority, just under 1 minute and 40 left in the heat. As we're gonna see nobody going. Oh, we're gonna cut to the van. How's it going,
Unreal.
guys?
Here we are. Good morning, Jared Mel, Matt
Matt.
Chinosky.
Just hanging out, having a good old time in our air-conditioned van, seeing the vibe, watching everybody drive by, enjoying the action.
And we're not in a rash shirt ourselves. Usually we're competing together in log events, old male events, invitationals, and
Whatever have you. Dance events.
dance events. That's it.
So with 1 minute left in this heat, let's take it back out to the action of the water. Competitors are looking for that last opportunity. The competitor red is searching for a 7.41 to advance, or up to first, I mean. Sorry about that. And then competitor white is searching for a 7.06 to advance. And Shohei in green, Akimoto, is looking for that 7.83 to jump into the second place position and go on to the next round.
30 seconds remaining. See that backwash, that high tide approaching right about now. Full moon last night, which usually means anywhere around the world when you have a full moon, you're going to have a really low and a really high tide. So that's what we're experiencing at the moment. And with 20 seconds remaining, if any of the coaches out there or any support crew have their fingers on the pulse, they would have alerted their surfer to say, hey, it's going to go quiet in our heat. That's what's happened. Here we have last roll of the dice, third place. Joe Marie taps up the top, gets caught in the backwash, and with 2 seconds left, that's going to be all that he wrote. So rounding that one out, it looks like unofficially that we have our Frenchman taking the lead from Taku Nui, who progresses through. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to catch up for the next heat very shortly. And straight up and riding into this heat, we have our Indonesian surfer in red and that blue and white PADROL board, it looks like, carving it back into the pocket. Oh, and a little cross step switch toe tap there, so a little technical aspect there. That's a drifter sponsored surfer there, and it looks like a PADROL Longboard, and of course that's Adip Nuridayat, which is the technical, or I should say the correct pronunciation, well not pronunciation, the correct spelling of his extended name, so otherwise we can expect to see Leo Sinaga from Indonesia and Masaya Sukimoto from Japan and Teddy Kuniati, otherwise known as Teddy Hardware, and Menchos in red. A lot of these surfers have nicknames and refer to it on Instagram. Oh! So, a pretty tumultuous wave there for our surfer in white to start off. I'm sure he will want to get back out and start it again. So that thing just kept carrying him to the beach. He slipped, fell face forward, and it didn't want to let him off. So anyone out there watching who's developing their surfing skills, I think they can relate to that. So this is Mencho's first wave. Middle of that board, and watch here, goes to the nose, not a cutback, but he goes for a cutback there and sets it back up in the pocket. And here, switch, bang. So that's an interesting little technicality there on the nose, so that'll score too, but more of just a toe tap. Was tricky maneuver, but nothing overly critical. Same with this wave. Now he slips about here on the way back, bang, and he continues, so that's got to make the highlight round. It stays, and he gets wiped in the shore break. So we've all been there, and yeah, that's a wave for White to forget. I'm sure his best friends will remember that. But let's hope that for his sake that Messiah will back that up and hopefully improve his heat total. So back in the booth we have Jared Mel, and a little bit of action to start this. We have Menchos with a technical little switch.
He loves to switch.
It was a switch toe tap nose ride, so nothing overly critical. I don't think the judges will go crazy with it, but it was cool. We completed the wave, and Messiah from Japan actually slipped on one foot and hit his head and stayed on the board, and it wouldn't let him off until the shore break, and he tipped over on the shore break and had a horrific little wipeout. But it can happen. It was yeah, perhaps he was I don't know, maybe didn't do his stretches, or just as simple as a little bit of slippery wax, because we do know if you do surf without a leash along these Bali beaches, and if you lose your board on the shore break, a lot of the shore breaks have a little bit of that fluid and that I guess you'd say pollution on the shore break, and that oily substance gets all over the wax, and you're pretty much done. As soon as that happens, your session is over. So let's hope that's not the case for White. Beautiful drop knee set up there for Teddy, of course, but love the hands by the side. That is
sick, and he didn't complete, unfortunately. He knows it too. So,
Those are great bottom turns right there.
yeah, that was unreal.
Just talking about that fine flow to connecting the dots in those maneuvers. That was a great example of it. As you see Teddy riding the backwash back out to the lineup to get there as quickly as possible. Let's have a replay of Teddy's wave right now from the surfer in green. Nice bottom turn again right there. Just the hands down, that relaxed drop knee style. Fortunately, you can't get through that inside backwash bounce. And out the back, we got competitor White up on the nose. Not much else on offer for our surfer in white.
Retribution for his first wave, though. That was, yeah, his friends won't let him forget that one anytime soon. If we have a replay of that first one too, just, I know there's a lot of surfers in the, out there watching and beginners, and it happens to all of us at some stage, but it's just as simple as that 1 foot balance, and if you fall backwards and just do the coffin or the cockroach, I think Jared's favourite and my favourite is when we fall, we make it, and here's all the supporters. That's a Filipino crew there. We have Warren Lopez there, and that's JR, and yeah, Team Philippines right there. There's Daisy there as well.
They're all coming down from all over Asia to support their local surfers. See Green almost having a look, but decides to wait for
4.5. They locked in for that for Teddy, so that was pretty cool.
It's pretty good. It's that flow that he had in those turns connecting those dots. Just had that little bit more speed to carry him through that inside section. We would have seen a higher wave score total for our man in green, but plenty of opportunity with 14 minutes left in Heat 4 of this round of 16 for our men's division here at the PADROL Longboard Classic WSL QS event.
There's a replay of White's fall with the wipeout. White, yeah, first wave.
So jumping in the first is Mr. Sugimoto in white with a total of a 5.73. And our man in red, Mentros, total heat score of 5.67. Right now on the screen, we're going to see White currently sitting in 4th priority, taking this wave. Oh, decides not to take the wave under everybody.
Well, we're going to get a replay soon after these waves are ridden. We're going to recap on White. So
here he goes.
This is the last heat of. That's the very final wave. So it's White at the beginning of this heat, which we'll load up shortly. And
Mentros.
Here we go. That's a sick looking wave. Critical 5. Just a touch up on the nose. He's opting for the nose ride, not the cutback, because he can see the section looming ahead. The judges are more oh, there it is. There's what he did last time. The judges are more preferring less nose riding, but turns to set up the nose ride, Jared.
Yeah, you want to find that flow and connect a variety of maneuvers to get the highest score possible.
Right.
Chose riding off the beach.
That's that showmanship too, you know. These guys want to put on a show and a performance, and they love the poses on the nose, the critical sections, the kicks, the twists, the really technical aspects to nose ride surfing. But sometimes the actual positioning means a lot more than what you do on the nose. If you can combine the two, well, you're pretty stoked.
Definitely stoked, and we see competitors having a little paddle battle as their men in blue. With priority takes this one from the other two.
This is Leo up riding and opting for the leash today.
Local Indonesian surfer. I opted for that way, but it looked a little soft.
Yeah.
A little too much backwash. Didn't really stand up for him. See if this wave stands up for our man in green, Teddy Hardware.
Sick.
Oh, boy. It's the backwash rumble. He manages to cling on. Not much left on the inside for him. So we see that tide starting to affect the waves here. Hopefully some sets rolling in for our man out the back as we're going to break it down live to the beach with our last winner, the man from France in blue. Take it away, Maria.
Hi, Roland. Congratulations on your win. Can you tell me about your heat out there this morning?
Yeah, the waves are really good today. It's glassy and really nice wave. and it's really nice to compete in board short. For me, it's the first time I think in longboarding. That's nice, very nice.
How do you like the waves out here?
The waves are pretty cool. In Bali, I come here in holidays normally, and I saw the competition, so I was like, okay, I can do that. So I just rent the board on the surf shop here. So it's not my board, it's just a rental board, and I never surfed it before. And normally I surf 3 fins, and it's the first time I surf 1 fins too. So I practice like 1 week before, I practice here on Bali. And then I was thinking, okay, I can do the competition maybe. So I just register on, and it's a good training for the European competition too.
Oh wow, so everything was so last minute, yeah?
Yeah, I just registered like 1 hour before the late entry. That was so nice, fun.
Oh wow. Is there anything that you want to say to your friends or your family back home?
Eh bien, bah ouais, c'est cool Bali. Je suis hyper content, la compète, ça se passe bien, c'est cool, et puis on va essayer d'aller jusqu'au bout à la choune.
Thank you, Roland. Good luck on your next one.
Thank you, thank you.
It's nice to hear from Roland there, and back into action here. Surfers all sitting together, the blue on green. Leo, Teddy, and our Japanese competitor in white. These guys are no stranger to crowd as well. A lot of them being surf school teachers, or they're ambassadors in their local clubs or culture, and a lot of them just surf with the crowd all the time. And here we have Teddy, 4th priority, moving down the beach, sort of out towards, down towards the Chungu way to the right of the screen. And then he's found something down here, he knows, so he's out of priority here. So 5 and 10, holds the 10, completes in a switch, and he's out of there and finishes cleanly. And here we have back into live action, our Japanese surfer in 4th, looking for a 371. Nice drop knee there, clean technical footsteps there. So watching his fellow countryman Kai Hamasi's technicalities, getting those high scores. Beautiful surfing there from White. More of the conventional approach, and not needed. Don't need to do foam climbs. End section Rios. Breaking the flow. And unfortunately, that's going to be a 6 or a 6.5 down into a 5. You got to complete.
Alright, well, he's going to be chasing that 6.35 to want to jump into first.
That could have been it. It may still be. We don't have a direct line to the judges, but
we're going to leave that one up to them. So as they tally up those scores, we're going to turn our attention to the heat standings currently with just under 8 minutes. Some lines approaching. Got green looking for a 5.74 to advance into the next round, and blues searching for a 6.24. So at 7 minutes and 40 seconds, plenty of time. Plenty of waves, plenty of sunshine now. It's cleared up. That morning haze is gone.
So he got the score, Jared. This is all because of this. Boom. Timing, not in the pocket, but clean footwork. And here, clean rail transition, but unnecessary. So if they went 6.33 on this, I would have to say that that'd go even higher into a 7 if he completed. So
he got a 6.33. Wow.
That's one of the first proper turns, though, we've seen. Not many turns all day.
Look, here the boys go. They're paddling as blue has priority. He's up, he's down. He's trying to see what's possibly behind this lip. Look, these guys are
maybe some. I can see some nerves out there, Jared.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here. Blue taking his priority, dropping in.
Too deep.
A little deep. He paddled a little deep. He's going to come around and find that open face just for a moment. Oh, and unfortunately he doesn't get much out of that wave.
So I'm going to say with the leash on today at his, at a spot that he's familiar with priority, he let the other 3 surfers paddle him off the position deep when he could just drop in on them and take off where he wanted to. So he's doing a paddle battle, spins, so you can, I don't know, we'll have to speak to Leo after. Maybe he hasn't surfed in a longboard event with too much priority before, which is definitely the case with a lot of these surfers.
not realizing that, hey, he can actually drop in on them. See, you got green paddling to the other way, red straight at the front, and white deep. So it's actually green. He's comfortable with priority. Look, he's where he wants to be.
Trying to find that open face down the beach.
The corner, that one not opening up, so he may lose priority on that one.
We'll see what the judges reply with that. As we see blue finding a little open face. Unfortunately, nosedives right there. So the nerves are coming into play here with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left on the
uncharacteristic for Leo too. He's been surfing very confident and very free in his Instagram. He's posting clips, and when it comes down to it and putting into a 20-minute heat, it's a lot harder. And as we saw White's first wave, it's really tricky sometimes. It can be humbling surfing in a heat, and he's in second spot with a 6.33 and a 3.23.
And Green's going to use his priority right here.
And interesting, he didn't lose it. He paddled last time.
Nice nose ride from Green. Surfer Teddy Hardware. It's another quick nose ride. Oh, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He lays back and he holds on. Let's see if he can make it around this last section.
Yep.
If there's anything on the inside for him. Good setup again, but it sucks out and he goes down. So he's searching a 5.74 to advance. It's going to be close. Close. Hopefully he gets the cigar, but you never know here. Would have loved to see the waves stand up more on those nose rides. But let's take another look. Great nose ride off the first. An even better one off the second, but he kind of stumbles right there. Uses those muscles to bring him back up on the board and push through the next section. Quick little redirect, setup turn for that inside, but then it just sucks out and goes down. So it's going to be a close one for a man, and doesn't look like he gets a score because now he needs a 4.97. So he lessened what he was after, but didn't quite capture the full go. So with 4 minutes left in the heat, he's going to have plenty of opportunity.
Do you think that downtime behind the whitewash had something to do with that?
Possibly, yeah. When he stumbled and got stuck back there, definitely. So you see blue up and riding, trying to make the most of this one.
If we have a chance to replay just that wave of blues, have a look at his eyesight, Jared. Often when you're nervous or unsure at a new break or riding a new board, you look down at your feet, especially when you're testing stuff, but when you're nervous. And I noticed Blue's eyesight actually looking down, and we do know when you look down, it's inevitably where you end up. That was a little technical aspect picked up there, and maybe just playing into the unusual scoreline from Leo, because I've been holding him in pretty high esteem, just watching him surf in the last few days and warming up, and yeah, seeing him this morning, he was looking pretty cruisy and relaxed. But yeah, they're the boys in the Wurrungs. Big shout out to our halfway board riders as well. A lot of the crew in there.
One of the most famous surfers in Indonesia with his family, enjoying a beautiful local style breakfast. Got the pop mee, the noodles, and all the smiles for days. Big shout out to our local surfers here in Indonesia for their support and good times, for showing us the proper way to do things here in their local breaks. So you see Green,
nice,
getting that one under white. It's up on the nose. It's not going to be the 4.97 he was after. So he's going to scramble back out there to try and get another opportunity to advance into the next round.
Despite Green still being in third spot, the confidence that Green had to paddle out of priority White, who was below him, you contrast that to Leo on that set wave 10 minutes earlier, who got sort of spooked out of position. It's showing me Teddy knows he needs a 4.97 and he can get it. He sort of backs himself.
And he's got that contest history, experience.
Yep.
He's been surfing around for a while, and he's a great surfer. And he's got a iconic photo from Nios of him perched up on the nose longboarding there. So he's definitely qualified to get the score that he's searching for with just under 2 minutes left in this heat. Let's see if he can pull it out of the bag. It seems like a little bit of a lull, but you never know. That buzzer beater, some magic could swirl up, and they can get another opportunity to strike. As we see Menchos on the left of the screen sitting comfortably in first.
Just Blue's last wave. Blue.
And White just behind him with a total heat score of 9.56. He's searching for a 6.35 to jump into the lead. So blue with second priority. He's searching for a 6.24 to advance. White has third priority after that 6.35 like mentioned just before. And Teddy and Green's hunting that 4.97 with just under a minute. There's some lines on the horizon. I love it when it comes down to this moment of the heat. It's action-packed.
So, just to interrupt, Jared, Leo on his bike, second priority, and now moving way up the bank. And this is the replay of the last one. You look, he's up in the nose. He's looking down, and he goes down. So he's got the retribution now. He's kind of made a few mistakes, and 30 seconds remaining, and he knows that he can get it. But a 6.24, he's left it down to 19 minutes and 40 seconds to make a choice. And we'll see, because it can just tell the nerves maybe getting the most of him here. And here's Teddy, fourth in priority. Lets it go, knowing he needs it. Here he goes. Here's Leo, 6.24 needed. And he gets the nose ride. And this time, still looking down. Okay. 5 seconds left, and not a lot of scoring opportunity on this wave, but we'll see if that was the 6.24. And I don't know if Teddy, it doesn't look like Teddy got a wave before that countdown.
So we're going to wrap up the round of 16 and take a quick ad break, and we're going to bring the women's up next.
Some of the Right, that was concluded men's heat number 4. So we're straight into the women's. This is Natsumi Taoka and Suji Kim from Korea. And we say goodbye to quite a few high-rated surfers, and saying goodbye to Teddy, who was probably one of my favorites going into this event, showing a lack of nerves and super confident, bit of a showman, but also well-accomplished surfer. And yeah, not progressing through that heat. But we have undeniably the in-form surfer of the event, Natsumi Taoka. Across the men's and women's, the Japanese surfers are really breaking away with the current ratings leader, Natsumi, out in the water. But Suji Kim, the Korean, she's going to have a lot of supporters back home. A lot of the people on the beach that are here, there's a Korean surf school here. They're all here supporting. And here she goes. Here's Natsumi.
This is that quarterfinal heat number 1. Competitor versus competitor. Only 2 surfers. Unfortunately, our surfer in red from Japan takes a little rail dig, leaving the opportunity wide open for our surfer in blue from Korea, Sugi Kim, to jump out into the front. But not much of a lead there with that one.
No, both surfers starting this one slow, and you see the I guess the relaxed body language of Sugi, like obviously someone who really favors. We saw her footwork get rewarded pretty heavily in her last heat based on completion, and she obviously favors the more elegant and graceful style of surfing. When Natsumi's much the same, but dude, she charges. She goes hard, and anyone on that World Longboard Tour can think back to the 2019 Taiwan finale, the World Championship, where it was 6 foot plus, and Natsumi was sending it on, for her, double overhead plus sets. And going down in a few, and you got to risk it for the biscuit, and she does. She often goes excellent when she pushes it. So we'll see how she goes in these smaller waves, and here she goes, up and riding. Quick feet, just a set-up nose ride. Up on the nose again, gets tight little 10, nice, quick, nimble feet. And finishes right on the sand, so no, I wouldn't really call that an incomplete wave. It was just, she ran out of sand, so wouldn't say she fell off.
She ran out of wave.
Ran out of wave, there we go.
straight onto the sand there for a competitor red. But a nice opening exchange for her to start her campaign to getting that much closer. As we see a replay from that last wave, like Matt mentioned, a quick tap of the nose sets up for a better nose ride right there. She's in the critical position of the wave there. Just finishes it right onto the beach. Has to jump off so her fin doesn't pop out.
Yep. And just touching base again on the eyesight. If we get another replay of Reds one more time, just have a look when she goes to 10, the eyesight is forward down the line. That's an indication that the surfer's heading down the line, and often when you're hanging 10, it actually steers the board up. And we'll see if here we go, is that replay. So here she goes, she's paddling. Her first nose ride, she's looking down, and it's more of a face nose. Have a look at her eyesight there. Looking down, over the nose, looking down again. Now she goes 10, eyes forward. And then the body lifts the nose a little bit, and here she goes, looks up, bang, looks down. You go where your eyes go. And Natsumi, that was a nice little wave to start off her campaign. And I think she's got another one in the break. So we just missed one of Suji and Natsumi, but that's okay. We're now showing the viewers what the judges are looking for, Jared. As we're in the quarters, we've got two-person heats. We can analyze this clearly. And here's what happened in that replay. Critical eyes down the line.
Wow, high-speed nose ride right there, and holds on to that end section to kick out. Look at these lines coming in. These girls are getting stuck on the inside. A couple missed opportunities, but plenty of time left in the seat, so they're going to make their way back out there. And it's just great to see the swell coming in with that tide push. Looks like a competitor in red might have just snuck out. As we get an update for the men. We are getting closer. We're going to come up to the quarterfinals after we're done with the women's here. We're rolling all the way through.
Crowning a champion today.
Yep, that's right. We're going to crown a champion. They're going to make themselves that much closer to becoming on the World Longboard Tour stage.
And so there's quite a few points up for grabs in this. So Natsumi's going to minimum grab 500 points if she was to come second to Suji.
Alright, there's a Bintang Crystal team, one of the sponsors of the event. They're set up. Those beers on display. They're not cold, but right behind them, there's some beers on ice for the celebration later today as we crown a champion here at Halfway Kuta Beach for the PADROL Longboard Classic WSL QS event. Thanks to all of our fans, sponsors, and supporters. And after this women's quarterfinal round, we're going to jump back into the men's quarterfinal. These heats are stacked. Quarterfinal heat number 1, we got Kai Sabi from Japan, Dean Permana from Indonesia. In the second heat, we got JR from the Philippines.
Yeah,
he's the current point leader. And he's going to go up against Brazilian Dream Augusto Alinto. That's going to be one fine match, folks, so stay tuned. And right now, we're going to bring it down to a post-heat with Menchos, our last heat winner, with Maria. Maria, take it away.
Hey Menchos, congratulations. How do you feel about going to the quarterfinals?
I'm so happy. Definitely like the waves. I have more practice for the left, but I just trying to have a good wave today, better than yesterday. Today is more clean and more bigger waves. I'm so happy.
Can you talk me through about your 7 wave?
Second one was good. Here. Like I just go with Masaya, and like that's good. I'm so lucky I get a good one, and with long leg, and then I just try like more do the best.
Is there anything that you're hoping for this event?
right, so we're back live out here at Kuta for the quarterfinals first heat for the women's round. 11 minutes left and 20 seconds. We find our surfer in red out in front with a total heat score of 9.933. Her first wave was a 5.50. Second wave a 4.43. That puts our competitor in blue on screen right now, Sugi Kim from Korea, in second place, and she's looking for an 8.43 to jump into the lead. A total heat score currently of a 2.50, so a couple throwaway waves for our competitor in blue. As we see a lull in the action right now. Got some stacked heats coming our way for the rest of this quarterfinals round. Up next in the women's division from Japan is Kade Inua, and from the Philippines is Daisy Valdez. After that, we're going to find ourselves in quarterfinal heat number 3 with Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan. And speaking about Japan, here comes our current heat leader in red. Just gonna drop in straight up to the nose, hanging, beautifully navigating her way through the section. Steps up for a 10, redirect, wrap the board around, nice little switch stance, cut back to take herself back up to the nose in that inside section. Walks down, completes the ride. She's happy about that one, folks. Beautiful smile from our competitor in red, Natsumi Tayoka from Japan. And right behind her, lady in blue, Sugi Kim. Well done, cross-stepping effortlessly up to the nose. Back up again, trying to see if that wave will stand up more for a critical section as she goes to 10. Cross steps back and kind of gets exploded on the inside. She manages to grab her board and make her way back out for the rest of this quarterfinal heat number 1. So here's the replay of our competitor in red. Nicely done. Just effortlessly, cool, calm, and collected. 5, 10. Expressing her skill set, the repertoire of different maneuvers, connecting them effortlessly with a fine flow. Let's see what the judges have to say about that one. And our replay from competitor in blue, Sugi Kim. Just chilling out there on the nose, enjoying the sunshine here in Bali, Indonesia. Working her way to the inside. There's that 10 for a quick second. Manages to hang on. That cross step shuffle back toward the tail to complete her ride. Coming to that 8-minute marker here in the quarterfinal heat number 1. As we make our way that much closer today to crowning a champion and setting them on their path to joining the World Longboard Tour. This is the Asia region qualifier. Another shout out to our sponsors, PADROL. It's the PADROL Longboard Classic. We've got Bintang Crystal, Lamaka Hotel. Also like to thank Kuta boardriders for helping us put this on. ASC, PSI, and all the fans and supporters tuning in to another lovely day here down at the beach. Things are coming together nicely. Perfectly. Just gonna enjoy the day and catch the breeze. Like mentioned before, after this quarterfinal round for the women's, we're gonna jump into the men's, and got that matchup between JR, the current points leader from the Philippines. He's gonna go against Augusto Olinto from Brazil, and quarterfinal heat number 3 for the men's. We have the Frenchman from France, Ron Lefleur, against Masaya Tsukamoto from Japan. And rounding up the 4th and final heat for the quarterfinal men round, Gonna have Taka Inu from Japan and Minchos from Indonesia. So stacked heats coming up for the men's quarterfinal round as we get back to the women's currently in the water. 6 minutes and 20 seconds left. The ladies are waiting patiently. Some more opportunities. Just a nice chill time. Just you and one other fellow competitor enjoying the warm waters and the warm sunshine here at Kuta. Couple lines approaching out the back as we see our surfers trying to position themselves as bestly as they can. There goes Red turning around. Let's see if she's going to opt to go right. Looks like she's going left. There she is. Bottom turn straight up to the nose. Quick 5-10. Whoa, pushes the water but manages to hang on. Navigate her way through the next section and that backwash. Little turn down. Opts not to go for the inside reform. Let's kick out to head back out there. So our surfer in red from Japan, Natsumi Tayoka. Currently with a total heat score of 14. It's a replay of her last wave. So folks, they're gonna look for that critical nose ride. It's nice and lengthy, a little bit out on the shoulder. She manages to keep her two best waves right now at an 8.50 and a 5.50. And sitting with priority at the back, Lady in Blue, Sugi Kim. She needs a 9.23 to advance. And there's the PADROL main sponsor of the Longboard Classic. Little pop-up down there on the beach. Soft goods, hard goods, smiles, and shakas. Thanks to PADROL for putting on such a lovely event. Oh, it's a nice board for today's conditions. Little twin fin, nice deck patch there, and a nice blue color tint. Taking it back out to the water with 4 minutes left in this heat. Still sitting with priority is Sugi Kim in blue, chasing that 9.23. As we see some more opportunities approaching our two women competitors. Here goes Sugi Kim from Korea in blue. Nice little swooping turn up to the nose, quick 5 and 10, almost stumbles. Oh, and there she goes, it got her in the end. Slipped out just from under her feet as right behind her in red, current heat leader. Nice, beautiful 5. Wow, oh, but unfortunately goes down on that one and can't hang on through the backwash bump. So both those scores aren't going to mean much to these lady competitors, and they're going to get back out there. See if Sugi Kim can find another opportunity to advance, hopefully. With 3 minutes left on the clock, women will make their way back out, position themselves, but looks like red gets priority. So Natsumi Tayoka is going to take the lead for this heat. Up next, we have another Japanese competitor against a Filipino competitor, Daisy Valdez. So another stacked heat coming our way. There's the ASC boys up there, enjoying the breeze and the view. Top that 2-story scaffolding right there on the beach. They've got that front row view of all the action down here for the WSL QS event. PADROL Longboard Classic. Just hitting the 2-minute marker. This quarterfinal heat number 1. The ladies are looking very relaxed and calm. Another thing we like to see in style and poise in this women's longboard division. Fortunately, that high tide is rolling in, so not much on action. But nonetheless, we're going to see if we can get these ladies an opportunity with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. And that tide is dropping now, so it's coming down from an 8.4 foot high tide, falling down to a 0.5 low at 4:20 this afternoon. So we're going to try and run these heats to wrap up the event before that dead low tide when it closes out the waves. Right now, here goes under priority competitor in blue, looking for that 9.23 to take the win with 49 seconds left on the clock. Drops in, redirects for the next section on the inside, cross steps up to the nose for a hang 5. Walks back in control. Nicely done from our competitor in blue. It's going to be hard to get a 9.23, but great effort from our surfer from Korea. 26 seconds left on the clock. She's going to try and get one more opportunity. So you see our women competitors in the next quarterfinal heat, number 2, paddle out. We're going to count this down as we watch the replay from our surfer in blue. Nicely done. Searching for that 9.23. We'll leave that one up to the judges as we wrap this first heat. And we're going to go to a quick ad break. And we'll see you soon for heat number 2 of this quarterfinal round. Alright folks, we're back getting our heat number 2 of this quarterfinal women's division underway. Looks like blue, Daisy Valdez, have a scoring opportunity. So we're going to have to wait for the replay to see that one. So we have her in blue against our competitor in red. Oh, here goes Daisy's waves. This bottom turn, oh, searching for a section, unfortunately that high tide pushes out that way for her, so she's gonna get back out there. Oh, then we go to replay from red. Oh, nice hand drive there, throwing that lady flare. Nice completion. Whoa, dive off into the shore bank. You gotta be careful there, folks. It hits the sand quite abruptly. She's smiling though, having a great time, enjoying the event with all of her friends, family, and supporters down here at halfway Kuta Beach today. We'll take a different angle for this replay. There she goes up to the nose, redirecting, setting up in that inside section. Alright, we're back live here down at the beach. Had some technical difficulties. 7 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Priority to our competitor in blue, Daisy Valdez. Total heat score of 9.34. And our competitor in red on screen right there, searching for a 4.34 to advance and take the lead back. Waves are rumbling the shore. This swell is filling in. The people are crowding down here to get a glimpse of what could be your next World Longboard champion as they're trying to qualify for the tour down here at the PADROL Longboard Classic. 7 minutes left in this heat number 2 quarterfinal round for the women's division. We see Daisy Valdez in blue from the Philippines. Smooth 5 flying across the section, setting up for that backwash bump, and ops kick out. So we're gonna break it down in the boys, the chairs. Mega Samadhi, Wilyatra with Tippy, a couple local legends. Keeping it real, making sure everything goes smoothly. They are some of Indonesia's favorite and finest surfers. Love to see those guys down here at the beach supporting the longboard culture. As we take it back out to the water, competitor in red is sitting with priority with 6 minutes left on the clock. As Daisy Valdez is looking for a 6.06 to advance. It's going to be a bit tricky, but nonetheless, she's qualified to pull this one off. Those headed reds looking for this. Opts not to go. There's lines stacked to the horizon, so plenty of waves coming through for our surfers out here in heat number 2 of this qualifying round. As we get the 5-minute mark in 20 seconds, we're going to break it down for a post-heat interview with Natsumi Tayoka with Maria. Maria?
Natsumi, congratulations. How do you feel out there?
The wave is much better than the first heat of that today, so I feel like really good. It was very good. I got 8.5. It was really the big set and then green. It's a bit backwards, but yeah, I just got the good wave, so I'm so happy about it.
And how do you feel about going to the semifinals here in Bali?
It's a bit nervous, but I want to try to be calm down and then do my best.
And I heard you were trying, like, you have your eye on going back to the World Longboard Tour. Can you please tell me about it?
Yeah, I used to be competing in WLT, and yeah, I'm learning a lot from every competition. So I really want to back to the tour. So I want to focus on the semifinal.
All right, congratulations and good luck on your next one.
Thank you.
Back to live action. We have Daisy hunting on this one. Not quite a fade bottom turn, but she's up high on the nose. Waiting for this section to wall up. She gets tiny little 4 steps to the nose and looking for a 6.06 and nothing technical on that wave. So I don't think that one will go. But it was complete, so that's what you've got to do to log in a score around the mid-range. You have to be completing, and it doesn't matter how good your nose ride is. I was just on the beach, caught up with a couple of the local Indonesian surfers who surf great, but just weren't completing their waves, and they know it. They were just typical showman fashion, happy to do the nose rides.
And there's some of them there. Local supporters, fans from all over. It's a great crowd down on the beach. How is it, the vibe in the sand? Get your toes in there?
Mate, it's electric. It's just spoke to Natsumi, the heat winner of the previous one, and the boys are all hanging out. Some of them are seeking shade, just hanging out in the back of the warungs, keeping it a little bit low-key. And it's very hot out there, I can tell you that much. It's really starting to heat up. So if you are around Bali at the moment, the traffic's pretty mellow. Being a Sunday at the moment, you can get to Kuta, but probably advised to get some transport, get dropped off here. And check it out, because we're in the quarterfinals. We're going to roll in next to the men's after we've got heat number 3 and then heat number 4 as well. So it's really coming down to the pointy end of the competition. It was interesting just watching Natsumi on the beach. Of course, very interested in what Daisy's progression would be here, which will
replay of her last wave. Still searching that 6.06. A little quick tap on the nose, goes through that soft section right there, looking for that open face, and just quite not finding it as she taps the nose again and ends that one with a double up whitewash wash through.
So yeah, just struggling to get over the 5 mark there for Daisy, and it's going to come down to those technical transitions, and that comes from years as our local lifeguard as well. cracking some jokes. He's a comedian as well as a local lifeguard. Big, strong man.
These guys definitely keep the vibe live as we see a couple more local boys making sure everybody's got their right jersey. It's part of the halfway Kuta Board Riders Club right there.
Tell you what, you wouldn't want to take the wrong jersey. Look at those boys.
Oh, definitely not. They will put you in the sand in any old fashion they desire, but in a gentle way. Because they're gentle guys. They keep in the stoke alive down here at the PADROL Longboard Classic. As we're gonna wrap up this heat with 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
Interesting, a little watch malfunction there from Kaidi.
Uh-oh.
Jeez, look at that watch in the mouth. She's got priority and she's paddling for this wave, looking to the beach, and I think we'll see a change in priority here.
You would think.
Kaidi,
so.
that wave didn't even break, so yep, a rookie error there from Kaidi, looking back at the priority board. And Daisy, she's hunting for this, and everyone at home and on the beach is barracking for her. And here she goes. This is the last roll of the dice for Daisy, you'd think. No bottom turn, and that is crucial in longboarding. And the tempo of that wave was set up because of a lack of bottom turn. Wasn't able to actually adjust her line on the lip, and inevitably,
look at this.
Wow,
that's
sister changeover.
Wow, that's the tightness in the family unit. Look at them go.
Look at the contrast between Daisy. She's just lost the heat, and then you see Kaidi paddling back out with 12 seconds to go without a watch. You need, and here she goes.
Swap.
She's not leaving anything to risk.
Down to the last seconds of the wire. 3 seconds left. She's up. Changes boards with her sister.
Wow.
On the nose. Look at that. Stretch 5. Probably the longest nose ride for her of the heat. Actually, probably her best wave.
Did she change boards?
She changes boards with her sister.
Wow. And you know what? That's actually going to be her best score.
Wow. Anything can happen. She just solidified her win right there with a couple seconds left of the heat.
True talent there.
That was a tight
Kaidi
family
Inui.
unit switch.
And then we'll have up next her sister competing in heat number 3. We're going to come back to the action very shortly, but here's a message from our sponsors.
That was so fun.
Nggak bisa lepas dari HP, itu overscreen time. Chill, bareng Bintang Kristal. Smooth. Nggak overpay. Waktunya Crystal Chill.
It's back with you guys, and that's a beautiful airport in the distance in the Bukit Peninsula in the Far East. We're here at Halfway Beach in Kuta, so if you're in Bali, come on down. We are watching the PADROL QS 1000 longboard qualifying event.
Things are really starting to heat up here as we're getting closer to crowning that champion. We're Heat 3 of the quarterfinal women's division. And red from Japan, Hiroko Yoshikawa.
And Sakura Inui.
Yeah.
Sister.
Sakura Inui. That was a great exchange with the family unit right there in that last heat. They knew what they were doing. Paddled up side by side, leashes off, watch
Jared,
swap.
can I ask you something? Can you go down and interview Heidi from that last heat and ask about the watch?
I sure can, unless they're going to do it for us. But
yeah, I'm interested.
Take a walk and maybe we'll bring Luke.
Yeah, Luke's going to jump in.
Luke, you going to jump in? All right, here we go.
Let's go down.
Take a little swap and I'll go see if I can find girls on the
tune
beach.
in. And if they've pre-recorded that interview, tell them to redo it. Jump in.
All right, buddy.
So we're going to invite a Filipino correspondent, Luke, back into the booth. He did a great job with us yesterday. Welcome, and tell you what, the waves are really good down there, right?
Yeah, it's so fun. Really good. A little bit bigger than yesterday.
Yeah.
And more opportunities for everyone. It's gonna be a very exciting finals day.
So we just had one of your countrywomen in the previous heat. We'll go through that in a second as we see the first wave looking at this. So yeah, Daisy was unable to capitalize at the end. She had the wave, but just a lack of a bottom turn to set up the section. And I've seen a pattern with the Filipino surfers performing lots of maneuvers without positioning them effectively, and it's really coming to show here with these pockety waves at Kuta. And the Japanese, on the other hand, have had really strong showings, including Sakura here as well, because they're back in the pocket. You know, they're kind of surfing really critical, and it just comes down to, I suppose, realizing that it's not about quantity, it's about the quality of maneuvers. Is that something you guys are talking about as a Filipino group?
Yeah, that's true. I totally agree with you. I think it has to do with the surf spot we're surfing.
Sure.
Mona Lisa, it's where most of the La Union longboarders are training. Except for the inside, when you're at the outside, you have to be a little bit more in front of the wave instead of like what you're saying in the pocket and more proper position, because
is that because it's down the line a little bit more?
Yeah, it's down. It's like breaking like slant like this.
Sure.
So you have to be in front of the whitewash.
But or you get stuck behind.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, I totally agree with you. We have to be working on our techniques more on quality, less on quantity.
And of course, the World Games recently was quite big, and the waves pretty far out, and the Filipinos really shone with great footwork and transitions, and that was definitely a really good showing for you guys. But here at Kuta, it's been mixed results so far, right?
Yeah, definitely the World Games is more similar to our local spot in La Union. That's one of the reasons why JR did really well. Did really well, yeah.
And just seeing Hiroka then, we saw one of our previous competitors talk about, it might have been Hiroka, this reminds her of Japan, the waves. And Jared and I have surfed Japan quite a lot, and this does feel like a Japanese beach break out there.
You could tell now they really surf a lot of beach breaks. These Japanese surfers, they really shine in these conditions too.
And their footwork is not that the Filipinos have got poor footwork by any means. In fact, it's actually very precise and very technical. But I must say that it's, I don't know, it's something to do with the positioning of the footwork. And well, I do know actually, because we're watching Hiroka dropping some really good scores and Natsumi, and it's just coming down to their positioning and being comfortable in uncomfortable positions. You know, when the section's looming, they're not stepping back, they're going for it, and they're comfortable driving through the section. Where some of the other surfers, and I spoke to Natsumi after that heat earlier about her, I mean, she was very interested in Daisy's progression, obviously, just given the ratings and whatnot. But we're on screen now, so I'm going to introduce Luke, and my name is Matt Chinosky. We're your hosts for the next few heats, and a pleasure to tune in, or having all you guys tune in all around the world, and we thank you for supporting longboarding, because this is the future right in front of us.
For sure. It's always good to be back in sunny Bali, good food, good people, locals share their waves, and watching all these great surfers right in front of us. It's such a pleasure to be back here.
Waves have been really good too, as we see in the corner of the screen there. Hiroka paddling for this. We talked a lot yesterday about corners and trying to locate lefts and rights on the edge of the peak, and Hiroka driving off the bottom of the wave there and nose riding up high. And you see she's really utilizing the top third of the wave and then dropping down for speed.
Yeah, that's true. We might need to get you to the Philippines, teach us some more techniques, Matt.
Well, if anyone wants to tune in, The Art of Trim on Instagram is an initiative I've been working on for a long time. I have decades of knowledge that I've been tuning in over the years, and just waiting for the right time to slowly release a lot of it. And I'm very busy with my own ventures as well, my own surfing, making clips, and this year I've set aside competition for supporting longboarding in all these regional areas, including Australia, and I'll be commentating on the World Longboard Tour, trying to carry that voice through the different events, and really trying to be or support the network that Devon Howard worked so hard to create. Now Kira Innes Kira Seal, sorry, as our longboard commissioner, and here we have Sakura just on the tail there and opting for the leg rope. And that was actually something we spoke about just then on the beach. I had a chat with the Korean surfers and some of the Thai surfers sitting side by side. It's really nice to see the different contingents on the beach. You guys have got your little crew. And now we're going to actually go down to the beach right now. We've got to go to the interview with Heidi from that last heat.
Thank you very much. Well, in the first race, I had a difficulty to catch a good break and ride on well. But in the last minute, I changed the board, and that was a triple swing. I ride on it very well. I'm very happy.
So I noticed you have another siblings in the competitions. So how many siblings do you have in this competition?
兄弟で参加していますけど、あなたの他にあと何人兄弟がこの大会に参加していますか？
妹一人と兄一人です。
My elder brother and my younger sister.
And how do you feel about competing with them together?
兄弟で妹と一緒に争うことはどういうような気持ちですか？
妹と一緒にやるということは負けたくない。でも妹ならやりきってお互いいいライディングした方が、かつそんな感じで、2人で楽しみながら、刺激を与えながらできることがいいことの一つです。
I'm a little bit nervous and I don't want to be beaten by my sister, of course, but it is at the same time my pleasure to compete with my sister in the same heat. Anyway, I want we two will do very good surfing together and get a good result together.
And I saw you that you're switching board with your sister in the water on the very last heat. Can you please tell me about that?
ヒートの最後に妹と一緒にボードを交換していましたけれども、それについてのご意見をお聞かせください。
妹も私が先ほど乗っていたヒートで乗っていたボードがすごく気に入っているので、そのボードに乗りたいという妹の意思で、ボードを交換しました。
That board is very good to this today's competition, and we all ride that board. So we decided to switch the board in the water. And my sister will rock it.
So it's like a lucky board, yeah?
Yeah. じゃあそれがつまりラッキーボードなんですね。
はい。Alright, thank you so much, Kaede. Good luck on your next one. Thank you. Terima kasih.
And yeah, we're back. There you go, a surfer in red in the lead. Hiroshi Yoshikawa. Oh, I just lost her board. Yeah, would love to have you back. I mean, first time in the Philippines. We'll love to have you teach our team more techniques and just reading more, I guess, the waves and different kinds of waves and positionings and stuff, because I really notice, like you said, they're always trying to move forward. I guess they maybe need to trust their equipment more and just let it sit right there in the pocket. Here we go, surfer in blue.
And yeah, that's right. And as much knowledge, culture and history as you might have, natural talent will always get you so far, and that's what we have here with Sakura. Mind you, she does practice a lot. She's got a lot of very competitive family. And the boards transitioning, you saw Hiroka without the leash, the board sort of floating in, and she's mellow, just paddling back out on her dad's longboard that she shaped for her. Beautiful traditional style longboard. And Sakura actually did a watch change with her sister, who we just had interviewed. In the last 40 seconds, Kaidi paddled for a wave in that last heat and lost priority and allowed Daisy to have that bomb set, which had a 7 in it.
Yep.
Okay. She had the opportunity and Daisy wasn't able to capitalize. Not understanding maybe the beach announcer, Kaidi paddled straight back out and got another wave on a borrowed board, and she swapped the watch with her sister. You could see that. So if our cameraman tuned back into that last minute exchange with a loss of priority of that last heat on Kaidi's, just before Kaidi's last wave, and in that last minute of the heat, we had a watch changeover and a board changeover. But Kaidi actually scored one of the best waves of the heat in the last 10 seconds because she borrowed a board and she hadn't ridden and just would drop straight onto it, if that makes sense. Like, so they swap boards and watches.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah, natural talent.
Natural
what I mean.
talent, yeah.
But it'll get you so far until practice, and then see that back knee on Hiroka's nose ride, and less is more. And unfortunately, that one running away. So possibly, as I said, less is more. Not going to the nose, helping in that situation. It's high risk, but unfortunately, the reward wasn't there. You have to weigh it up. Would that extra nose ride in this situation? She's got a 7.83 and a 5.67. Perhaps she felt, being an experienced competitor, that first nose ride wasn't a 6. So she goes, I need to push this. Or I think that's, as a competitor as well, good surfers and experienced surfers generally know when they get a score, especially with the consistency of the judging we have these days.
What would you say would be the best cross training for if you're a competing longboard?
Surfing,
or just surfing in general?
No, surfing regularly, but also understanding about the function of your surfboard and what it can do. So this board's got a lot of rocker, as you see the nose is bent up the front, so that's allowing Sakura to do these long nose rides with a wider leg stance.
Will holding the board lower your score?
Yes, yeah, it will. It's showing a lack of control. So that rocketed board's going to allow you to nose ride in the face. It's actually pushing water. It's slowing you down. Where the wide point on this board's forward around her chest, where a lot of the other competitors, say a lot of the Australians in the world, see this board here, perfect. See that around the Thomas logo? That is the wide point of that board. So that's behind center, okay? Right there. That's a great camera and good timing. And you'll see a big old fin down the back. That's a 10.5 fin. That's a ping coming up next.
Yep, that's
you
a
see
fin from Siargao Island, Philippines. She's into the quarterfinals, heat 4.
See that flex fin?
Yep.
So that's a belly in the board where a leg rope is. So that's slowing the board down already without the nose rocker. So the way to get speed on that board is the cross step, which of course is inbuilt in the criteria. So your bottom turn, roll off your speed as per Kai Hamasi or Augusto Olinto, and you step forward and the board accelerates.
Yeah,
By the time you're on the nose, you're flying, but you're in the pocket though, so you're scoring points. The midpoint, so Hiroka's surfboard, the wide point's more in the midpoint, so it's quite a safe, reliable, predictable surfboard, and that's how Hiroka generally surfs. But she's got delicate footwork and a nice understanding of her equipment, which allows her that consistency on a regular basis.
Wow, there's so much knowledge.
Where the rocker allows comfort. It allows, like you'll see a lot of mini mal boards or learner surfboards with all this nose rocker to prevent nose diving, purling, right? But on the other end of the spectrum, in a performance board, that rocker allows more curve, more turning, and you can cut through on shallower or more hollow section waves. You can turn critically. So you see that rocker there pushing up?
Yep.
And that's why she's holding it. That's not a critical nose ride, but a long one. And she's turning, but keep in mind she's 15 years old, surfing at a professional event, and all you need to do is complete waves. And if you can get a set wave, surf all the way to shore and complete, you're going to get 4 points, 3 or 4 before you've even done a maneuver. So let's say Sakura's needing a 7.74. She had an opportunity to probably turn that wave into a 5 or a 6 if she completed. But without the completion, it's a critical part of the judging criteria, that the completion, the control, right?
Especially here now, it's a one-on-one, so the judges really see all the little details.
And it's, once again, so close to shore as well, right?
Yeah, that's true. And props to their mom too. Their mom's been traveling with them everywhere, taking notes, taking videos.
So you see there, just this here gets low, stable, grabs that rail. Pretty impressive to be able to hold that through this section. Shuffles back to the middle. There's the cross step, and that was the first. That was her one of her first waves. But she did get the completion.
Nice. So This is Halfway Kuta in Bali. Thanks to the Halfway Boardriders Club for hosting this event, and to the ASC too, and of course WSL. Thanks to our major sponsors, PADROL, BGS Coffee, and Mamaka.
So of course, the ASC worked in collaboration with you guys in the Philippines?
Yep. Most of our events are in collaboration with ASC.
Yep.
As the Indo guys we look to them as our big brothers in the surfing and in the events organization. So they've been doing it longer than us.
And that's the WSL Longboard qualifier is quite an unusual situation. There's an actual pathway now for your longboarders.
Yeah, this is a very critical event for our male longboarder, because JR is currently first in the rankings, and number 2 is Taka Inoue. Both of them are still in this competition, and both of them have a tough heat coming in the next round. So it's gonna be a very, very exciting. The next 4 hours is gonna be so exciting.
Absolutely. We will be crowning an event champion, and we'll also be announcing who qualified for the World Longboard Tour, the 4-stop World Longboard Tour, and it's one of the best tour location stops we've ever seen. Well, in my lifetime at least. And here goes Hiroka, current heat leader, looking to drop that 617. Love her nose ride style. Oh! And the disadvantage of a flatter rocker is when you do send it up to the lip, the flatter rocker is less likely to be comfortable on your come down. There's no safety, and there's the curve of the board.
That's true.
You're unable to drive up. Well, you can drive up actually on a flat board, but it's coming down and negotiating that steep drop. But keeping the momentum on a wave and flow and maintaining speed through transitions, they're critical elements of the criteria too. So we're looking for critical nose rides, which is tight in the pocket. We've established that. We're looking for rail turns and transitions that link with footsteps, so cross steps, right?
Would be interesting to see too when it's low tide here. Because it seems like a total different wave when the tide drops. We were surfing there yesterday afternoon. It was around 400 meters away. Where the surfers right now, it's just about 50 to 80 meters in front of the judging tower.
Sure. So Sakura just getting the kick, and that rounds out the heat. Looking for a 774, and that one is unfortunately not going to get to that heat. But well surfed for a 15-year-old. Well done to Sakura. Great. And you can see her just tying up that leash there. Great. You can see the rocker on the board. It was a great heat for her. Good experience of the quarterfinals. But we're going to move into the next heat very shortly. We're going to go to a break, and we'll see you guys very soon.
Is that I see them right. We're back. This is the Heat 4 of the women's division. We have Aping Agudo from Siargao, our lone Filipino surfer left here in this competition.
And B. Conroy from Australia.
And B. Conroy, yeah.
It looks like Aping started pretty quickly, and Aping sitting in 5th spot, 500 points on the rankings. So a lot of things that have to go her way to qualify for that World Longboard Tour, but I'm sure she would love just doing in cruise with Sakura being now knocked out, and Daisy
And both 1 and 2 still in the
And
comp.
Sujin as well. So Aping's going to make a huge jump forward on the rankings, especially if she can get through this heat. But we'll see, because she's got a tough Australian competitor. B. Conroy has opened up the 3.5. Let's go back and see these starting points. So here's Aping. Talk us through it, Luke.
Yeah, Aping always has good style ever since he been competing, and it really shines. See those after the nose ride, and it just goes down to the wave and just does that very nice turn.
Oh,
nice. And
great
Conroy is,
transition.
which part of Australia is she from?
She's from Bells Beach, Victoria.
Oh, nice. There's gonna be a world tour event there.
Yep, there sure will be. So, yeah, only a 3.5 and a 3.17 for both of these. So maybe the judges deeming a lack of completion for B. I was thinking that turn was pretty solid with the transition walking out of it, but smaller waves. We've seen that was actually 2 of the smaller waves we've seen in the last 20 minutes. And so each heat, for those of you watching, and there's been a lot of controversy in the last couple of weeks with scoring on the WSL and the ISA too, but each heat is relevant to each other, and when you're judging something like a wave pool, there's no differentiation between waves.
Yeah, it depends on the conditions. Every heat's different conditions, so the judges have to adjust to that too.
That's correct. And the scale.
Yep.
So in this heat, it's a different scale to that previous heat. So they're starting at low. Maybe they know these surfers are capable of more. So here's Aping, 4 steps up the tip, gets a clear 10, 6 steps back, and redirecting, and she's out of there, building a heat total quickly.
How many steps should be the normal from where you're standing up?
Well, it just depends on the length of board and I guess the size of the surfer.
The lesser, the better, is it? The lesser step?
No, definitely not. No, most definitely not, actually.
But if you do more steps, it's harder for you. It's harder for the surfer.
Yes.
It takes a bit more time to get there.
Yeah, it's more intricate and precise. So it's all about positioning too. So if you're doing a big 2-step leap to the nose, which we see larger, taller competitors do, you have a lack of momentum in those steps. Basically, you're bottom turning and you're not using the trim, the natural trim of the board to cross step up. You're actually just trying to make use of the pocket straight away. Where if you actually are doing 4 steps, which is the standard in traditional longboarding, so 1, 2 to the middle, 3, 4 to the nose, because longboards have usually got a triplane rocker. You've got a bit of nose rocker, flat relatively in the middle, and then tail rocker. So stepping into the flat spot, which is where we paddle, and that's our speed spot on a traditional longboard. That's where we generate that speed. But the 6 steps come in. We saw some of the Japanese competitors do it in particular. Ping does it at times too, where you want to go to the nose. You don't have time or positioning to do a cutback. So you'll do that extra little step inside to slow yourself down while you get dragged back into the pocket and sort of wait for the pocket to appear.
So you mean better surfers that are taller, they can control if they want to do 4 steps or 6 steps to
Most tall surfers can't fit with and feet size too. So let's say a Ping is maybe 5 foot tall, and she's on maybe a 9.3. So 4 to 6 steps is going to be equivalent to somebody who's like 6 foot, surfing a 10-foot board. Okay, she can do 4 steps, and she probably will most of the time. But so with a 6-foot guy on a 10-foot board, you don't get points for 6 steps or 4 steps, and it's more just about the positioning and the timing of those. And often in fat waves, slow waves, almond-shaped waves, somewhere like Malibu at times, where it's a 200-300 meter long wave, and you're not ready to go to the nose yet, but there's a big long section coming. You'll do that little baby step and just sort of slow down the board just enough so you can get to the tip, and then you'll ride the tip until the pocket appears. And good one to watch for this is, we mentioned him before, but maybe in more modern day terms, one of my Japanese friends, Yuta Suzuki. He's, and then Alex Nose used to do 4 to 6 steps and was younger a lot, Joel Tudor. And here we go, here's a Ping. Priority, let's go, Luke.
Nice looking wave. Nice switch by a Ping. Just looking at the nose and running back before it closes out. I think the bigger waves with this tide is breaking faster.
Yeah.
And yeah, most of the time it's shutting down at the end.
Was that nose ride needed there?
I think the wave's breaking too fast, yeah? What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think that she was on her way to an amazing score there because it was a bigger wave and quite critical. But we'll see the replay. The turn was amazing, and what happens if you do a really good turn is you set yourself up in the pocket.
Yeah.
But it's about the positioning of where on the wave you do the nose ride, which is what we're talking about, the steps. We'll see. I think she was facing down on the nose. So it doesn't always get you more tricks doesn't get you more points. So here we go. This is critical, but going down the wave. Nice turn, bang, footwork, and here, see she's going down, and then shuffles all the way back and digs a rail. So less is more, my friend.
It's true. Maybe a bit of a float on the whitewash on the inside there.
Definitely not. Definitely not. That's actually been the downfall of a lot of the surfers who didn't progress. Funnily enough, they were actually trying to do floaters, trying to just get something more out of it. So in that case, a good old down carve would have been
score higher. No?
Yeah, but what we can't see on the screen is this is like a left-hand point almost at the moment. The left is going for like another 50 meters after some of the surfers, and here's one of the locals just hanging out in the sand.
He had too much bintang last night.
Sunbaking. Look at him. Oh, what a cutie. They're used to the heat down here, and that's the Warung in front, just behind the competitors and the check-in area and the judging tower. So a ping with a 4.83, even with the wipeout, and you can't help but feel that was a 5 or a 6 in that score if she was to complete. But here goes B with priority, our Victorian, on her way to the Mentawai Islands. Steeper wave. And she completes this nose zone. She straightens out. Yep. Needing a 5-on-6. So that's probably not going to be the 5-on-6. But it might help her cause to get rid of that 3.5. With 11 minutes left. 2 surfers out. Lots of waves. We are seeing the tide drop. And here goes a ping. There's that style. Just composure on this wave. Not pushing it. Although she hasn't hit the nose, that's okay, because she might get it on the inside, and there she goes. So interesting to see the judges go with this, and I will not be surprised if this is in the 6 range. Even though there was a lack of nose rides, it was her choice of maneuvers.
Is there a rule with board change? Giving the board out there?
We talked about it.
No, but WSL's calling me now.
Oh, okay, we have a... One moment, technical difficulties. I don't know that bit of the rule book. Me too. Go ask the judge. So officially some controversy there. In that last heat, we did have the board change during the heat, so I'm not sure how that took place, but there is rules in place for caddies, and there's rules in place for equipment changes and the process. So we did know that there was an equipment change at the beginning, because the board that Sakura was riding was actually what the board that her sister came in on, and got that really excellent, well, not excellent, but mid-range score to finish her heat. So we'll tune you in with what happened in that end of that heat. So a lot of fireworks there. So, but a ping 5.27 and a 4.83. So the judges enjoying the transitions there. And B a 2.6. So sort of like a lack of control at the top of the wave, and sort of like a little slow transition to finish that. So not carrying the speed on the set wave. So B will probably break this down into 2 different scores, looking to probably get a 4 or 5. Although she's a very competent professional longboarder, coming out of the Victorian region, studying full-time, and she has the world at her feet and lots of events ahead of her, so she'll use this, and she's using this event as an event as a time to gain experience while she's on a holiday and vacation from her studies. By the end of this trip, she said she's looking forward to hanging 10, getting barreled, and experiencing different cultures, and what better way to do that than competing here at the PADROL Longboard Classic in collaboration with WSL for the QS 1000. And B won't be making any points here. She's here purely for the experience. And here she goes, fading in on this wave. We'll see what this one's got. It might be a right. No. Coming off the bottom. Critical section. Just holding it in the middle. Nice poise. Just see if she can milk this inside. So she probably should have stepped forward there instead of going back. But it's difficult to tell if that wave was going to reform. A lot of these surfers, you see the flat section of the board there. That's actually where we need to step to get our speed. So she thinks the board's in front of her, but it's behind her. She needs to look behind her. So we're going to just wait on the camera before we go to the interview. Let's just see, because she doesn't realize her board's behind her. And now someone on the beach has told her the joys of not having a leash. But look, no waves coming in. She should probably kick her legs here, but I'm not a swimming coach. And we're going to go to Hiroka Yoshikawa, who's down the beach with Maria.
Hiroka, congratulations again. Can you please tell me about your heat before? Like, it seems like a tough one out there. The wave? Like your heat, like going against Sakura. Can you please tell me about your heat?
Welcoming back Jared Mel, as Luke's gone down there to dissect the rule book. We had a little controversy in the last few heats, Jared, and
well, break it down for me, fill me in. I
Well,
was down there, but I was enjoying
Luke was
the
trying to
ride.
be off live, but we did see the watch transition from the heat before with the sisters, but what we didn't know was actually a board transition as well. But
and this board was changed by my dad.
Can you please tell us about it?
Yeah, the name is Dude Chef, and I use 9/4 single fin. Thank you.
And have you always been using this board for all the competitions?
This board is new one. This is good for small waves, so I use this one.
Okay, congratulations again. I'll see you on the next one.
Thank you.
lovely to hear from Hiroka as always. A lot of interviews with the Japanese contingent at this event, but
well, they're definitely putting on the show today.
But welcoming back in Jared Mel.
Hey guys.
You're going to fill us in with some info because Luke had to step out of the booth to dissect the rule book because there could have been an interference with some caddies or something that we're not privy to here in the booth, because in that heat we did see a watch transition between the two sisters, Sakura and Kaidi. But what happened with the boards? Did you see that?
Yeah, I remember. Remember, it was the last wave. Who was it? Was it Sakura?
Yep.
And her sister.
Kaidi. Yep.
Kaidi. So Kaidi was in the heat, and Sakura came out, and they were doing. That's why she had that watch in her mouth. When we were both here in the booth, and Sakura came paddling up to her, and they swapped boards out there in the lineup and watches, and then Kaidi went back and paddled out in her heat, and with just 3 seconds left, caught her best wave in that heat on the board swap.
Yeah.
And then her sister, well, she was in the next heat after, so she surfed that heat. But I guess we're gonna wait for Luke to see what happens with that exchange, because I forgot about that caddy rule. You can't help the competitors if they lose their board on the beach. Like I saw Hiroka.
Yep.
She lost her board. I wanted to go, you know, obviously be a gentleman and toss her board, but it's not allowed here, the WSL. But what is allowed is Beatrice going on this left, straight up to the nose. She's gonna cling on and come undone there. This wash explodes her off her board.
4 minutes 30, 6.6. She's got to complete those at this level. Being professional surfers, the best in the world. It's not a difficult task on a 2-foot wave to jump on the nose. And we're going to get an insight into Luke, who's going to chuck on the speaker. So fill us in on what's going on at the judging tower. It doesn't have to be official.
Yeah.
So we did see a transition with the boards, and obviously we're not the officiators. We're just here to speculate. So that's our job, to analyze.
So they're trying to figure out if the heat between Daisy and Inoue.
Yep.
Since Inoue got a board change.
Yeah.
And the board was given to her in the lineup. Which could give you an interference. And they're trying to figure out
which Jared just alluded to, wanting to, being such a pleasant lineup, get someone else's board, but of course he can't.
Yeah, that's the rules is the rules, and they're trying to figure out if the last wave of Inoue, the 6.5, she used the borrowed the swap board.
Correct. Well, here we have some more action here with a ping. 527
Nice.
to 483. So with B making a few crucial errors with priority, a ping is out to an early lead, and it looks like those completions that we talked about. And what was that slogan? Less is more.
Less is more.
What we talked about, and a ping implementing it. But some fireworks on the land, but also in the surf, because here's B. Conroy, the Victorian, putting in. She's never had a massage. She had a massage for the first time the other day. She said she's feeling very relaxed, and here she goes. Bang! Straight up on the tip, managing that backwash. This one could run. Oh!
Nice.
And if she can control this and step forward and show the judges control, kind of, and then step back into a turn, that's a section for a cutty. Sort of redirecting, so the judges will enjoy that variety. And with a 6.8, not sure first impression it will get it, but here's a ping. She may have betted her total too.
Nice. Both surfers riding different shaper boards.
That's right.
Ping's riding a Thomas board, and Conroy is riding a Nettleton, I believe.
Correct. Both have pretty big
Australian
impacts
surfers.
in Thomas, yeah. I mean, in the Philippines. Yeah, here's B's wave. So she opted to no nose right here, which probably would have been a good section for it. And then bang! Goes for the rail carve, the tail turn more so. So when I say tail turn, majority of the board was out of the water. The whole rail wasn't engaged, but she makes up for it sort of in here. I think some nerves, actually.
Nice. Would be interesting to see what the judges scored at. So she needs a 5.57.
So
to
4.73 they gave her for that. And I would say a lot of that would have come from that turn in particular, but they would have noted the lack of control after that turn. It was a bit of a stutter. And the only way around that is to practice surfing these types of waves regularly. And we talked about this before, understanding the theory behind why we do things, because natural talent will take you so far. When you're up in a competition heat, you're obviously there's heat IQ, which we talk about on the championship tour a lot. But heat IQ and someone with no nerves, with just intuition, can also beat like a wild card, can also come and shake someone up who knows the process so well. So it's the art of competitive surfing and also the art of trim coordinated with longboarding, and it's getting the balance right, and a ping is doing that so far. But still, 2 mid-range scores, you can't rule out at this level any of them are capable. Here goes B under priority, 45 seconds left. She's got nothing to lose.
Ping's in a good position. She's first and she has priority.
And she'll be probably nervous of the rankings, but to be honest, after speaking to both of these surfers around the contest site, they're pretty happy just to be here.
Yeah, true.
Here's
Here
B,
we go.
5.57.
Only needs a 5.57.
Ooh, she might have a reform here.
She has a hang 5 already.
That's not going to be it. That's where the 6 steps comes in, Luke. That's where the 6 steps comes in. You've got to practice these waves regularly, and it's that petite footwork and that positioning that gets you that. And you know, you learn that? Phil Edwards.
Oh, interesting.
3, 2, 1. We say goodbye to Beatrice Conroy, and we say hello to a Pingagudo who moves up in the rankings and onto the semi-finals. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to be back very shortly with the men's quarters.
Right, we're back and seeing a pumping set out the back with some increasing swell predicted today, Jared. We have a dropping tide, so a lot of lefts further up the coast that'll be starting to pump. But out in the quarterfinals. Right now, we're on, and a lot of fireworks in the women's division, and it does look like our Japanese competitors and a Pingagudo making it through. So here we go. This is Dean Permana.
Live straight into the men's action here. Heat 1 of the quarterfinal. Now we got to take a break. I got to take a break. Everybody's rejuiced, carbonated, and hydrated for the rest of this event as we watch our competitor in blue hang on to that one.
In the future longboarder on the shore there.
She's just getting a little inspiration firsthand.
Maybe that's a surf coach.
Just possibly. I know he does love to coach a lot of people. And why wouldn't you not want to be coached by that legend as he put a beautiful display surfing, as you see our Japanese competitor in red.
Also a surf coach.
Also a surf coach. Now he's doing the toe tap right
sorry,
there. Sorry,
Dane Perli.
And then he goes
CJ.
switch.
He's been watching siestas and all. No, he's been watching Klopp's film down there at Mexico.
What, Time Warp?
Nope, it's similar.
Chris Clough.
Yeah.
Oh, Clough. Rah!
And this is Dean. Oh,
as we watch Dean.
10.
Good old Chris Clough.
This is his second wave. No, this is his first one. He gets sort of like manhandles that wave a little bit and goes high on the board.
Well, he's using it to the best he can. Why not?
So, surf film, which one? It was the one where CJ, Dane, and Vince Felix and Jai Lee are down in Saladita.
I don't remember that one. From Clough?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
No, it might have been Cleveland. Was it Cleveland? No,
Probably,
it was Clough.
probably Cleveland.
Okay.
Steve, and shout out to legendary filmmaker and surfer Steve Cleveland from California.
And Clough.
And Chris Clough.
Definitely not tuning into this.
Yeah, Chris is definitely not tuning in. Steve might. So shout out to Steve if he is. I can just hear Clough complaining somewhere.
Oh, he's running away from bears and he's
growing his big plants out in the forest there in Northern California.
Yep. Huge plants. And Kai, he's finishing cleanly on the inside. So I know someone who is watching right now.
Who's that?
I'm actually going to check the live updates because we've got a live feed here. But a big shout out to Yuta Suzutsu from Japan, our bro, the clinical style master.
Yuta-san.
And we've got his countryman Kai Hamasi out there now, and we would love to see Yuta at this level at some stage. So as we're watching Kai.
Beautiful ride right there from a surfer in red. Nice nose ride. Readjust. Nice 5 out there on the shoulder. Drops it back to the whitewash and banks it around. Sets up for that inside section. Last chance to score some points. Just makes his way to the nose on that soft face. Still going down the beach. Nice ride from our man in red. Arigato gozaimasu. All the Japanese people down here supporting and tuning in. Like Chono mentioned.
Big shout out to our Australian contingent, and they're all like, oh,
good day.
Bintangs are out there early, and I don't know. I was like, no way. How can you presume that? But we are in Bali.
Oh, and they're Australian, and most Australians in Bali love a bintang no matter what time it is.
Absolutely.
And why wouldn't they? They're on vacation when they come here.
Bintang
so enjoy.
Being one of the sponsors of the event, along with Mamaka Hotel and PADROL, the presenting sponsor, and of course BGS Coffee. That's where enjoying the ice cold brew of BGS right now.
And the ASC.
Shout out to ASC and Tippy, thanks for having us. And the sound guys, the visual guys, killing it. The judges, what a fantastic job. The judges remain nameless, of course, under the strict confidentiality agreement, locked away. But the next generation of ISA world judges from several different Asian countries are shadow judging down there today as well. And there's our contingent of Russians. Big shout out to our Russians, Polish. There's even some Ukrainians there as well.
Oh, watch out. Cal Thorpe might be down here anytime if you here's that one.
And then staying high on the wave is Dean, backing it up. So Kai's out to an early lead, 14-point total. That's a healthy total with 3/4 of heat left. Ooh, technical nose rides, but
He manages to hang on to that one. I like that first nose ride. He went through the mushy part of the wave and then dropped it back down in the more critical part and swung it back around to
There's his
continue.
board. So
Look at all the boards on display there. Look at
that
those
looks like
fins.
Christensen with
It's
a
Wu-Tang fin.
Andy Warhurst alkali fin, the Wu-Tang model.
Oh, wow.
And
I wonder what Wu-Tang thinks about that.
they'd love it. Like a blade, the blade logo, and that's our ping's Thomas on the left-hand side there. She took the heat on, and we're going to go to. I think we're cutting to a ping, a Gudo.
Out there. The waves are good, but it's just a bit like there's a backwash, so I'm having a hard time. And then I prefer right, so like, but I have to go to the left. But yeah, I'm still happy that I managed to get some good ones. Yeah. All right.
Do you find it hard to catch some good ones out there, or is
because I'm not used to like beach break. I'm always like beach break, and then sometimes when I see like big sets, I feel like I'm a bit scared because it's gonna close out. But by every skill, like I still like try to get some sets, to get the score.
And also, like, how do you feel going to the semifinals? It's getting closer to the finals, representing your country, Philippines.
Yeah, I'm really happy. It's like one of my goals to be in the semifinals is the last goal. I just like I'm knocked out in the quarterfinals, so I'm really happy that I managed to get in.
Is there anything that you want to say to your family or friends back home?
Thank you, UPSA, para sa next gen, and Philippine Sports Commission for the support, and then to my family and friends in Siargao, like, love you all.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And tuning back in, we're just discussing with our Frenchman buddy Nathan Sadoun. So he's here to support his fellow Frenchman Roland coming up very shortly. And we talked about there was a heat that Roland had with a critical nose ride, and his hands are by his side, and it was in the pocket. And I think everyone agreed, including judging panel, 727 on a mid-sized wave, purely on positioning. And it was really nice to see the judges actually award that, because for many years you saw results for attributes of surfing that are not considered longboard surfing. So it was really good to see critical nose riding, right, Nathan?
Right.
Yeah.
Right on.
Right on.
Well, we're gonna get you here. Share something.
Yeah, I wasn't on the beach yet, but I watched his wave on the live on YouTube, and it was nice. It was really in the pocket, and I think that really made the difference. We saw the lift and this like hollow part under his nose. That was a nice highlight.
And that's the type of surfing that you've cut your teeth on, inspired by like Clovis and Joel.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see that consistency, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm always more excited about a nice, maybe short hang ten, but right in the pocket.
Yeah.
Critical, than a long, more like soft section.
Yeah.
Nose riding. So yeah, I was pretty impressed. Like the beginning of his wave didn't look amazing, was pretty soft. And then when you got the last little section on the inside, that I was like, whoa, impressive. That was in my eye, like one of the best wave I've seen in the morning.
And it was good to see it awarded, right?
And that's why I drove down. I was like, let's
Well,
support him for
and
the rest
hey,
of the
we're
day.
here at Halfway Beach Kuta. We're only into the quarters. We got Roland and the Frenchman coming up soon, but we've got B Conroy from Australia. We're going to chuck on quickly. So B just had
how you going?
Yeah, good.
We just had an unfortunate. We just watched you not progress through that previous heat. How was it out there? And we saw you throw down a few calves.
It was good. I just didn't. I don't think I gave myself the opportunity. I was trying my best, but I'm really happy for the Filipino to progress. It gives her a chance at maybe making tour, so I'm really happy for her. And next time I'll try and give myself more opportunity.
Yeah, well, great surfing, B, and you put that Nettleton to the test. And we know a lot of the Filipino community are watching. A lot of them ride McTavish's, Thomas's, and Nettletons as well. So you definitely represented Victoria and Sean Nettleton very well, and your sponsor Ripco.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well there you go, folks.
International affair here in the bus with Californian Jared Mell and Australian Matt Chinoski.
It is an international affair amongst the high vibes down here at Halfway Kuta. People from all over are tuning in, dropping in,
We'll have
hanging out.
ASE President Tippy in at some stage as well.
Yeah, we're getting closer, approaching to crowning the champion of the event later today with 9 minutes and 10 seconds left in this heat. We see our competitor in red from Japan sitting out in the front with a total heat score of 14.00. So that's going to leave our man in blue, Dean Hermana, looking for a 6.84 to advance into the next round, which would be the semifinals.
So paddling for this one, Kai Hamasi, 4 steps up to the tip, onto that 10, controlling, driving, and completing this wave cleanly. So one of my favorites to watch, and I just love the technical aspect of Kai's surfing. He's got a lot of respect for the wave, and watching the weather report yesterday and reading the forecast for the next few days, there's a lot of swell coming. Now these waves that are here, those little swell lines that are coming in, here we watch this thing has traveled like 10,000 kilometers to arrive here at Kuta Beach, and that's not even a joke. With Kai, that is no joke either. Controlling it back up to 10 with a relaxing the hips there. So super critical nose ride, medium-sized wave, so probably won't go excellent, but I won't be surprised if I don't know if that was 6.5. There we go, 7.67. So it was close to excellent, and well, I think that was pretty well awarded.
Yeah, definitely. He was right there, flying along in the pocket the way a nose ride should be done. It's not too high, not too low. Perfect spot, perfect place. No water off the front. And continuing that speed throughout the section with barely any body movement.
How's that call of Nathan? Drove all the way down from Canggu to watch his countrymen after seeing the judging and seeing the waves. He thought, hey, I'm going to go down there and support, which was really nice of him to come down.
It was nice of him, and it's great to see that support, camaraderie between fellow countrymen out here in Bali, Indonesia. And yeah, I think he just had that much fun yesterday. He wanted some more action because it's a blast down here. It's finally starting to pop off. People are filling in. The waves are cooking. The sun is shining. The conditions are prime. There's under 7 minutes left in this heat. We see Dean looking for an 8, searching to get through. Let's see him dropping in this one. All right, Dean's up on the nose, styling. No effort needed, but it's a short ride, so he's probably not going to get that 8, especially compared to Kai Amasi's last wave, only getting that 7.67, and he definitely got more. The longer ride for the man in red, who's sitting currently out in first with priority as well.
So 6 minutes left, and Dean has looked in a 7.17, one of those earlier nose rides, backside as well. So the judge is really paying attention to the placement of the nose rides. The only thing that let Dean down on that opening wave was probably just the midsection where it went a bit sleepy. So here he goes again, 5.10, relaxed body language, and steps back to the middle, but just shutting down as we see that tide starting to drop.
Oh, look at red.
Oop.
He's in action.
Nope, he's smart. He knows Dean needs an 8, and he's going to need something himself quite dynamic, and he's going to, knowing him as a competitor and being a competitor myself, I think at this point, 5 minutes to go, you're going to need a special wave to use that energy up.
Special wave and sit on that priority to try and stop the man in blue, local Indonesian surfer, Dean Hermana.
Or hey, a board swap.
Oh no.
Oh, there's our bro from the Warung.
Oh, we had that this morning.
He sells the best cokes, the waters, the special
Bali copy.
Bali copy, there he is, frothing.
They love to put that gula in there. That's sugar in the local Bahasa language. Oh, bloody cold beer down here at Halfway Kuta. People are enjoying the lifestyle as they sit in the shade and watch some of the world's best longboarders go for the qualifying series to get that one spot chance in either division so they can perform on the world tour with the other surfers from around the world chasing that title. So back to the action in the water. As we see our competitor in red, is he going to hold on to that priority? Looks like he's thinking about trying to capitalize on this opportunity. He gets it straight up, back 5.10, holding on the nose ride, walks back, trying to gain speed, goes up through the lip and back down. I don't know if he's going to further his total heat score and run for the win of this heat 1 in the men's quarterfinal. But it's definitely going to keep the legs and the body moving, the juices flowing. So we're hitting the 4-minute marker. Waiting for judges to drop that score. And priority goes over to our man in blue, Dean Pranama. Let's see what he's got for us up his sleeve.
An 8.0, and I can tell you now that's very possible if we get along. We almost put a line through excellent rating scores yesterday, and it got towards the end of the day on that lower tide, and we saw our Japanese competitor who I think it was late in the day. It wasn't Shohei, it was, I think it was Masaya Tsukimoto, Masaya, who got that, I think it was the last heat of the day, yeah, it was, and he got that super long wave, and then they gave it a high 8, or a low 9, and he surprised himself, 3 nose rides, couple turns, all the way down to the shore, out of nowhere. So they are out there, and the next quarterfinal is going to be, ratings leader.
A huge one.
Ratings leader against Augusto Alinto. So 2 goofy footers. Respectfully, 2 of the informed surfers from their countries as well, with Augusto and RJ both on a tear. But this is going to be very entertaining.
Very entertaining indeed, my friend. As most of the action down here on the beach is always very entertaining at Halfway Kuta. From surfers to beach spectators and enthusiasts, you can find a wide range, variety of people watching, friends, surfing, kite flying.
Kite flying, that's a popular one for sure.
It is kite season here in Bali. Once that rainy season is gone, the kites come out, and it's officially a change in the seasons. It's the beautiful weather consistently every day. Conditions are prime. Those trade winds keep going, and it looks like
we're going to be joined
the
by
big
Tippy.
man himself is going to come in to the booth. Tippy Jabrik.
He's just going to tune in for the next heat. He's going to come in for a minute. And I'm
He
going
did
to
a
do a
little
live.
fake out.
I'm going to do a live interview with Kai Hamasi after this and talk about the ratings, because there's a lot of situations that will come into place as we go and update you on that. So RJ in that next heat. So what's going to happen is Kai's going to be watching RJ. Tuck will be coming up because down in 9th place on 350 is Kai. Teddy is knocked out above him. Roger is knocked out above him. We have Menchos.
Menchos is still in.
And Dean, who's in 5th spot, who needs an 8 with a few minutes to go.
Oof.
Denny is knocked out in 3rd, and Benito is not here. So we are looking at RJ, who could potentially take the win if Tucker does not progress. And yeah, there's going to be a few situations going on here. And I noticed earlier when I was interviewing Natsumi that she was keeping an eye on our Filipino competitor behind her, Daisy, because Daisy is not far behind in the rankings. And I thought, oh, there's some nice camaraderie. She doesn't want to miss Daisy's wave. And I thought, there's a double-edged sword there.
I'm waiting to see what happened with that board exchange.
I
in that
will
heat.
update you.
So you need to find out about that as we see Dean paddling down the beach in search of that 8.
Good idea.
With 20 seconds left. And on the screen now is our current heat leader in red, Kai Hamasi. Wonderful nose ride right there. Stylish and controlled. 10 seconds left with flashback to Dean. Looks like he didn't get that wave with that body language that he was looking for. Oh, decides not to give up just yet. And now he's done. Well, thanks, Dean Paramana, for your great run and display of showmanship. A true gentleman. And one of the local PADROL sponsored athletes. And there is the gentlemanship, sportsmanship from the 2 competitors. And that quarterfinal heat number 1. So we're going to take a short break and bring you the second heat of the quarterfinal men's division. All right, folks, we're back for the PADROL Longboard Classic qualifying series for the WSL men's quarterfinal heat number 2. Welcoming to the booth, Tippy Jabrik. Sorry. How you going, Tippy?
Really good, yeah, Jared. This is final day, and I think condition is a bit better than yesterday, I have to say.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I'll have to definitely agree with you. Look at this. It's prime conditions out here. Beautiful day in Bali, Indonesia.
Mm-hmm.
The wind is offshore. The tide is dropping. The swell's pushing in. The sun's shining. The people are out there.
Plane's about to take off.
See you guys later. Thanks for coming to Indo.
Yeah. Hopefully that planes come back with more tourists. More longboarders, because Kuta Beach right now is
It's popping.
perfect for it.
It's going absolutely crazy out here. Spectators and surfers from all over the world coming down for the event here today, as we are going to roll into the second heat of our quarterfinal in the men's division. And we're underway. In red from the Philippines, the current points leader, JR. And in blue, the Brazilian Storm, wonderful surfer and all-around good guy, Augusto Alinto. It's going to be an action-packed heat.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the most important heats of this event, actually, you know, because if JR can move on, and I think that one of the Japanese is the only person can take JR down.
Yeah.
Out of that, I think JR is in a good position right now. Here we go.
Great. And here he goes. Oh, that's interesting. JR is opting for the knee leash. Good. Interesting choice from the current point leader. As we're going to break it down to Augusto's first wave. Right behind him. Quick 5. Nice 10 hanging on. Back up there through the section. Relaxed, in full control. Just petting the lip with his left hand. Wow, nice drop knee, bottom turn. Augusto Alinto.
Yeah, Augusto is been riding a lot of Ross concept.
Yeah.
And here we go. This is another replay of JR.
Wow, JR's got a nice nose ride there himself.
Yeah.
Hands are back. Still going, back up there again through a softer section, but still going. Nice length of nose ride. And
Yeah, you know what, Jared? Like,
little claim there with the bank, falls off the bank.
yeah, a little
soft lip.
claim there, just to make sure the judge notice everything that he do. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? During this heat, I think it's really interesting to see these two surfers are two goofy footers, surf similar, and they opting this left-handers actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just mentioning before we came back, I was down there on the beach, just checking in with the vibe on the sand and the shoreline, and took a little swim. And it's a different perspective, obviously, when you're sitting in the van, but down there it looks like a little left-hand point almost.
Yeah, today I think halfway is most of the wave is a left-hand point, like you said, but the water's gonna drain soon.
Yeah.
When the water's drained, is a totally different beach again.
Yep, that's it. The waves are going to become a lot quicker, and surfers are going to have to choose their wave selection precisely to move on to the finals, which we're going to announce the champion later today down here at the beach.
Yep.
So it's going to be a fun-filled day here at Kuta. If you're in the area, pop on down, sink your toes in the sand, and enjoy a coconut and the view.
Yeah. Hey Jared, tell me a little bit about your longboarding. What do you do? Like you shape your own equipment. You also surfing a lot around Canggu.
Yeah, a lot around Canggu, and if we happen to have a swell, which happens quite oftenly here in Bali, love to get away from the Canggu crowd and find some beautiful waves. As we see a nice wave here from JR, nice control on the tip, 5, 10 foot kick.
Wow.
Back. There he goes.
It's a high scoring wave here, Jared. You know, like JR opened with an 8 point, and also Augusto with an 8.5. Wow, this is gonna be a hit that you don't want to miss.
No, and not any seconds of it, as we see JR's second wave, a 6.7. So Augusto's looking for a 5.67, but let's watch this replay of JR in red right here, dropping in, walking casually up to the nose. Nice little arch up there with the foot kick, just to show that he's in control.
Yeah.
And taking it through the section right there. He's up out of the water where you want to see a nose ride.
Yeah, there's a lot of technique details there on JR's right there, Jared. Yeah, because there's some moment that his both legs are so close to each other when he's doing hang five, and a lot of people like doing like a bit of a spread. So if you know, as a judge, you have to see all those details. It's pretty crazy, no?
Yeah. A lot of people think their longboarding is pretty simple, but it's very technical and intricate with these footworks, their foot placement, their body language. A lot of things come into play for these judges to pay attention to.
Oh, for sure.
Especially when it comes down to what's on the line here.
Yeah.
The halfway Kuta. Looks like Augusto Alinto is going to take his priority over JR. Let's see what he has for us.
Could be a smart move right there because this wave is it offering what he's looking for?
It's a little fast for him. Unfortunately, it's not going to do it.
Yeah.
So he's going to kick out.
It's a bit of a downtime there, a lot of downtime there for Augusto, and
he knew that JR is quite the weapon out there, so he didn't want to give him any opportunity. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in his favor. But at the moment, we're going to go down to the post-heat interview with Kai Hamasi and with Matt Chanowski down on the beach. Matt, take it away.
Rolling with Kai Hamasi, the winner of that quarterfinal #1. Kai, how did you feel? Any nerves?
Yeah, I'm so happy to win this heat, so I'm so excited.
Yeah. And what's it like inside? Are you thinking of the rankings, or are you watching this heat in the water now, or what's going on inside the body?
Yeah, I wanna win next heat.
Yeah.
Next round.
Yeah. So your aim to be on the World Longboard Tour, fantastic 4 stops coming. Huntington Beach, Bells Beach, El Salvador, Malibu. Is this your dream to be world champion?
Yes, my dream is, yeah.
And you've said a lot of interviews already, but anyone else who's watching at home or anything you want to say to your family, friends, sponsors?
Japanese okay?
Yeah.
応援していただいている皆様ありがとうございます。次はセミファイナルなんで、もうここからは強い選手ばかりなんですけど、自分のサーフィンしてファイナル行けるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
And who do you think is going to win this heat, Augusto or RJ? You hoping Augusto?
Yeah, they are so good surfer. So JR is Philippine champion and Augusto Orange is so good surfer. So I want both.
Okay.
But JR is same age, so JR want to be.
Okay, well that's a very neutral answer. I'm sure we'll see you again, maybe after your semi-final. Good luck, and we're all a big fan of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Live in action right now, Jared. We have JR currently probably still sitting in the first place. We're still waiting for Augusto's last wave. That's a long wave there from JR. Mixing it up with a couple of the beginners there.
Some of the fans as well. Safe to say for sure after that wave that he's going to put himself out in the lead with 10 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
So currently he's sitting on an 8-point ride and a 6.17, but that last ride we just witnessed is going to boost at least that 6.17, possibly the 8.
Yeah.
That was one of the bigger waves of the heat that has been surfed, and we surfed it well in the pocket, right where you wanted to be, projecting that speed throughout the whole face.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit, Jared, like, oh, here we go. This is a replay from JR.
Look at that, straight up on the nose, 5, quick 10, back to 5, quick 10, stepping back, pulling the nose back up so you can gain the speed to make it through that section. Cross steps back to gain even more speed, then gets back up to the nose, nice little cut back to redirect, and set up for the inside section, back up there, hanging 10, arms down, navigating through this little bump on the inside through that white water, and he's going to take it all the way to the fans down there at the end.
He looks happy.
And there's that solidified hand fist pump.
Yep.
And this is Augusto Alinto in blue. That cross step bottom turn, nice nose ride, showing the foot kick similar to JR's previous wave, just to show that he's in control of that nose ride. And then kicks out. So shorter ride, nice nose ride as well. But JR's last wave definitely is gonna move him and add some more points.
If you're talking about these two surfers, like, you know, they have the skills and their level is so high. at the end of the day, it probably just goes down into like wave selection.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's always a big thing in competition surfing, as you would know.
Yeah.
When you get those waves, if you get a better one, that's your opportunity, and so be it.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's not that second wave to give you the same opportunity.
Wow, look at that one. A
There it
9
is.
point.
9 points.
9 point. JR putting his statement, like this year is, I have to say it's JR's year. He went to El Salvador for the longboard event and for the ISA.
Yeah.
He finished fourth.
Fourth.
Out of like hundreds of longboarders.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That is amazing. Good
Yeah.
job to our man in red, JR.
Yeah.
Trying to solidify the win here in heat number 2, quarterfinal round in the men's division, and make his way that much closer to
Yeah.
a possible chance to compete on the world stage for the WSL Longboard Tour.
Yeah. So JR is also a really great shortboarder. He also doing like like all the tricks like airs and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, like to be good on both equipment, it's not easy.
No, it's not easy,
Yeah.
but it's a great thing to see. There's quite a bit of younger gentlemen, kids, surfers, men and female, performing at all levels like that, riding a whole bunch of different equipment, from shortboards to longboards to mid-lengths to twin fins to quad fins to no fins.
Talking about no fins, nobody can beat Cody at Peretta None. At the
Cody Turnbull. Shout out to our man, Cody
nobody
Turnbull.
can take him down. He
can't.
just stick with one equipment, finless, foamy.
You can't beat him on the finless foamy, and it's hard to beat him on the mat over at Bali MMA. He loves to give you a cuddle, so drop in and give him a squeeze. As we get back to
The
the
replay here.
previous replay of that 9.0 ride from our man in red, JR. See, he's just in control, and he just has that length of ride, and it was bigger than Augusto's. It's cleaner. and he's in the
Variety is
perfect-
also there.
Yeah, the variety, and he's also in that perfect spot.
Yeah.
He's in the pocket, going with the speed of the wave, not forcing anything.
Yeah.
But just surfing it the way it should be, and
Yeah.
getting that opportunity.
What the judges are also looking is control.
Yeah.
On that wave, JR is he's in full control.
yeah.
Yeah. So talking about JR, I heard a story from Menchos. So Menchos used to dominating the longboard scene here in in Southeast Asia. He go to La Union and just win every
Everything.
event there. And JR was like a young up and coming surfer.
Yeah.
And he see all those movement, but Menchos get all those influence from like Devin Howard when he came for the Deus Comp, like everybody learning from from somebody.
Yeah, that's the way it should be.
And now we are looking at JR just dominating because
But we're blind, and in true Indonesian style, it's a power outage, which is okay. Gonna get the TV back on. It wouldn't be broadcast in Indonesia if the power didn't go out at some point. But
it's so normal.
We're getting sorted. Nothing's gonna stop us here from bringing you top surfing live action down at halfway Kuta, Bali, Indonesia, with 4 minutes left in this Heat 2 quarterfinal round. See JR paddling. I think he's maybe playing some mind games with Augusto Olinto. as Augusto is currently searching for an 8.51, which is completely capable of our surfer in blue, as his first wave was at 8.50. So looks like JR is just trying to stay busy, keep the juices flowing and the muscles going, as he currently sits in first. But the competitor that he is, he's going to stick it to Augusto Alinto to the very end. So with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this heat, anything can happen. And we're coming down to the most exciting part, the heat clincher. See if we get another set for our competitors out there in the water right now. And up next is going to be heat number 3, the quarterfinal round. We're going to have our man from France. Long solid surfing today and yesterday, and he will continue to do so as he wants to be on that world tour to earn the spot to compete against the world's best.
Yeah, that's a view of JR just winning that heat, and Augusto also. So we're straight into the next. There
it is, heat 3 of quarterfinal.
So we have a surfer from France and also Masaya Tsukamoto, the
Japanese contingent in blue, and our man in France, Roland Lefleur, in red. We have his fellow countryman down on the beach, Nathan Sadut. Would like to get him in the booth, but maybe I can call him up on the old telephone.
So Masaya Tsukamoto, I'm pretty sure he's from Chiba, Japan. He come to Bali a lot. He used to come here for a lot of comp.
Okay, so earlier in the contest, there was a little interference update in the women's heat. There was a board swap. So Matt's down on the beach right now with a little information update on that situation. Matt Chinaski, take it away, buddy.
Has to be on the beach, and the surfer has to return to the beach, return to the shore, pick up the board and enter the ocean. And in that case there was 2 board swaps, one before and one during the heat, which was actually meaning that Kaidi got a priority interference and Daisy ended up making it through and progressing. So if you look back, unfortunately there's been a priority interference and Daisy has progressed into the semi-finals. So we do have a ratings update, and Japanese are progressing through, but so are the Filipinos with a ping and Daisy moving forward. Back to you guys in the booth.
Wow, folks. Surprising news there from the judges, as we see our man in red, the flying Frenchman, Roland Lefleur, making a statement here on the beach today, as he is surfing quite well. But back to the interference update. Surprisingly, wow, those are the rules, I guess.
So they changed the result.
They changed the result. Daisy Valdez from the Philippines
moved into semifinals. Yeah. Wow, what a great result there from the Filipino. But I'm sure
heartbreaking for the young Japanese surfers.
Yeah, she was dominating actually.
Yeah. And it's the family unit. You know, they're trying to help each other out, and unfortunately, they took each other out.
Yeah, I think the mistake was it was explained there by Matt. I think the judges and the event director, they open up the rule books and they find there's a mistake that caused the penalize of that situation to the young Japanese girl.
Yeah, it's a shame. Those girls were surfing really extremely well, and always great sight to see them competing, especially here at this contest. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait for another time to see them surf on.
Oh, look at that guy. He's having fun in the competition area.
He's grooving. He wants to win. He wants to perform on the world tour.
Yeah.
So, Daisy Valdez, congratulations. We'll see you in the semifinal of the women's division as we head back to the men's division, heat number 3 of the quarterfinal round, with 16 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. We're waiting for scores to drop as we see on screen our man in red with priority. Beautiful day down here, folks.
So tell me a little bit about Roland. What do you know about Roland? Because
not much.
Yeah, we haven't seen him a lot here in Bali.
No.
We know Masaya. He's Masaya.
He is quite the guy. Nice gentleman, great surfer.
He always give you a high five every day that you see him. He always have a big smile. So great representation of a Japanese contingent here from Masaya.
Yeah, we love seeing that. You know, you bring that positive energy, the good vibes. That's what surfing's about at the end of the day, is having fun with your friends and teaching people the correct way to surf and have a good time. So thanks for keeping it alive, and nice surfing from our competitor in blue.
He go Roland. If I'm not wrong, he's coming from Biarritz or one of those beach there.
I think he's from Biarritz.
Yeah, we know the Del Perro brother, also from that area, the world champion, multiple world champion between those two guys.
Crazy, huh? The Perro brothers. Shout out to those guys. I love hassling them and giving them a good time anytime we're in the vicinity of each other. Great surfers, and fun time with those boys wherever you are. But it looks like a score dropped for a competitor in blue. Total heat score of 5.00. So he's waiting for the other scores, but currently sitting in first.
So we're talking about Japanese here. We have 3 Japanese in the quarterfinal, and one of them is already moved into the semifinal. Kai Hamase moved into the first semifinal. He will serve against JR. So
all right, so we're gonna bring actually some local countryman, Frenchman, Nathan Sadun, to come into the van and give us some information about his countryman in red, Roland Lafleur, as Tippy's going to take a little break to help organize the beach. Thanks, Tippy, for stopping in, and we're breaking out to the action of our man in blue, getting a quick inside ride as we see scores drop for Roland Lafleur. Nathan, welcome to the van. It's nice and aircon. How are you doing?
It's amazing. Nice to be back in the van, in the AC.
Perfect, my friend. And can you give us a little background information about your fellow countryman, Roland Lafleur?
So Roland, I think, is from Biarritz.
Yeah.
I've known him for a couple years. We've been doing the French championships every year since like maybe 5 or 6 years. He beat me in the semi-final last year. He hit me up when he arrived in Bali last week. I think he's just on a little holiday break before he goes back to the full season. He's a surf teacher in Biarritz, in Côte des Basques.
Okay.
He's an amazing shortboarder as well.
Awesome.
And yeah, I think he was definitely shortboarding more in the past, and then we saw him starting to come to the longboard contest, to the French championships, and the other little contests we have in France. Looks like he's been loving it, and it's been working well for him.
Indeed it has, as he's found himself sitting in second place, only needing a 1-point ride to jump back in the first of the Heat 3 quarterfinal men's round here at the WSL QS qualifying series event. PADROL Longboard Classic, also sponsored by Benten Crystal, the Kuta Boardriders Club, BGS Coffee, the PSI, and the ASC. So with 12 minutes and 20 seconds left, it's going to be a beautiful heat. Stick around and enjoy the action, folks.
So Roland has the priority, so he's sitting very close by his opponent. He wants to get the next good set to get his score. He only needs the 1, you said?
So far, they haven't updated scores in the app, but on the screen it was like that. But we're going to go down a post-heat interview with Matt Janowski down on the beach with RJ, our winner from the last heat. So, Jono, take it away, buddy.
All right, we have our heat winner and one of the highest men's heat totals of the day. How are you feeling going into this next event? You're obviously the ratings leader at this stage and moving into this next round. We don't know the maths just yet, but it's looking really good. You're looking to take the event as well as the WSL qualification spot.
Yeah, I'm so happy right now, especially when I went against Augusto, because he's really nice guy. He's really good. His surfing was, I think, the best here. And yeah, I'm so stoked that I got advanced to the next round, and
Yeah, the waves looks nice. Getting low tide, but still long and clean. Yeah, and looking forward for the next rounds, and will do my best to qualify on the World Tour.
So the qualification and the money both are very entertaining prospects. What is your coach telling you? What are you going to work on with the semi-final, or is it secret?
Yeah, it's a secret for us. But I have a coach here. Coach Luke is here telling some advice to me, and he's trying to push me harder in every hit. And yeah, I'm so thankful for him and to everyone, my teammates. Yeah.
Well, all the Philippines are behind you. All the Filipino surfing communities all around the whole world, they're really behind you, mate. So we wish you all the best. Anything else you want to say to everyone around the world?
Thank you so much for all the people who supported us, especially the Filipinos in the Philippines watching now. Thank you so much. And also to our sponsors and to my sponsors, to Pilipinas Surfing, UPSA, Philippine Sports Commission para sa Next Gen, Tingog and House of Representatives, and to my private sponsors, thank you so much for pushing me every event, to Surftown La Union, Halima, and yeah, to everyone, thank you so much.
Back to you guys in the booth. We look forward to more in the semi-finals.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, LG. Amazing hit from LG from the Philippines. He got such a nice lefts, very long rides. During this interview, we saw a really nice wave from Roland, actually. Another beautiful left. He got a pretty long hang 10. It was quite a smaller wave, but a long one. And the score drop, he got a 7.83.
I think we're waiting for the update because on screen and on the app, it's a little behind. So our man in red, the Frenchman, is currently sitting in first with a total heat score of 14. We can't see the two-wave total, but one of his waves was a 7.83.
The second one is going to be a 6.17, I would say.
Well, that's the correct math, so hopefully that's right. But on screen is our man in blue from Japan, Saya Tsukamoto, and he's currently sitting at a total heat score of 8.83 with a 5-point ride and a 3.83. So plenty of time and plenty of action to come here in our Heat 3. And look who can do some good old math on another Frenchman in the van, Nathan Sadan, guessing the score correctly as a 6.17.
So Roland is back with the priority as well.
He's back with the priority, he's out in the lead, and our man in blue is looking for an 8.33 to advance and take the lead from the Frenchman in red, Roland Lafleur.
Masaya can definitely get the score if he gets away from Roland or if enough sets come by. He's a very solid surfer. He's also, I think, he does a lot of fight sports like jiu-jitsu or judo.
Oh,
so
yeah?
he's like pretty solid legs, good stability on his board.
You definitely have to have some solid legs for that, to be squeezing and choking people out with your legs. It's a great sport for all those who do jiu-jitsu out there. And yeah, there's more surfers these days getting into it. It's good to see everybody, just being active, learning new things, keeping healthy, enjoying the good lifestyle. So 7 minutes and 12 seconds left on the clock. We're in a bit of a lull, but there'll be a flurry shortly, as it has done all day, especially now that the tide is dropping. So we go all the way down to a 0.3, I believe. Let's bring that up real quick.
It looks like Roland is having a hard time with his leash, tangled in his...
Man in blue from Japan, Masaya Tsukamoto, can take the lead. He's after that 8.33, folks. He's definitely capable. Like, he's warming up the legs. Maybe a couple little jiu-jitsu warm-ups out there in the water. Making sure the calves are nice and ready to help him progress and hopefully move forward. So he's going to have a hard time finding that 8.33 with a lull out in the water right now, but at least he's just enjoying the view and enjoying the breeze here in Bali, Indonesia.
that light offshore breeze that we're gonna have pretty much every day, all day until October, November, the end of dry season.
Yeah, look at the trades are blowing, which is a good thing for this part of the island, especially up on the Bukit Peninsula.
Must be on fire today.
It should be, especially the tide going down, the swell increasing. There are less of the Bukit Peninsula that have helped make this island populated with surfers throughout the history. Surfers have come on over and enjoyed those waves. As we see Blue trying to go for it, but he can't quite make it into that one.
And he's going to lose priority with only 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
It's a fortunate mishap. We're going to cut live to Matt Chanowski for some reason. He's got something going on and up his sleeve, as always. Chono, where are you, buddy? What'd you do? You found a toupee?
We're down here on the beach checking out some of the team riders and some of the free surfers' equipment. And we've stumbled across some classic equipment here from McTavish in Australia, one of the originators of this style of longboarding. And in the back there, we have a Ross Concept, that's Catcher's board, and a B. Conroy's board up there. So the thing with these boards and what we're looking for, critical nose riding and the judging, so that's obviously the nose area, but the key part of critical nose riding is actually all in the tail. So when I pick this board up, we're going to go into the details. This is an 11-inch fin. This is the involvement fin. It's equivalent to, I guess, the most performance fin in the 60s, but it's set pretty far back. We have a little bit of roll in the belly, about where the writing is. That roll slows down the board, and the wide point on this board is a little bit far from center, a little bit further back. Combined with this 11-inch fin and this wide tail, and what that will do is create stability, but also hold the board back in the pocket. When you need to do a turn, which is what you'll see, Augusto Alinto is a good example of a little check turn and rolls it off the bottom. That's what the belly does in the board. And this is equivalent to what Sole Erico won the world title on last year, and Harrison Roach. Just variations with nose and tail width and a little bit of rocker. 50-50 rails with no hard edge from nose to tail, and that'll aid technical nose riding. And of course, a nice volant glass job always helps, and this one's got a big Obichi wood stringer. So beautiful boards here on the beach. If you're down at Kuta, anywhere near halfway, come on down and check them out, lining the sand next to the Wurrungs. Back to you guys.
All right, Chono. Thanks for that lovely insight into the shapes and designs from the shapers around the world that are providing our competitors here today with some great longboards. As you see our competitor in red, looks like that heat wrapped up as we're talking boards with Chono down there on the beach. So we're gonna have to wait for some information to drop to see who took that. But I think it's gonna be safe to say that our man in red went with the win.
Interesting choice of equipment from Roland actually. I think he got this board from a rental shop on the beach this morning.
What a guy. You show up and blow up, doesn't matter. As all these other shapers have custom boards. And we're gonna cut to an advertisement. We'll be back, folks.
Lucky he had the leash on.
All right, folks, we're back. The last heat of the quarterfinal round for the men's division. It's going to be an absolute banger as we see our man from Japan in red Taka Inoi is going to try and push through for his family as the unfortunate event of his sisters getting disqualified for interference in their heats that were following one another. They paddled out and did a board swap, and unfortunately that goes against the rules out here for the WSL.
Times two.
Times two. What a sad mishap for those lovely rippers who are shredding. They're just swapping boards, trying to help each other out. Sisterly love, and unfortunately that doesn't fly for the WSL here. So those two...
Or anywhere, actually.
Oh, I mean, if you saw that in the duct tape, it sure would fly.
Yeah.
Because those are called gentlemen's rules. We're looking after each other. We're not trying to put each other down. And going down right now is Menchos on the nose. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see that point, Jared. And here it's pretty mellow and relaxing with not a lot of risk. But there's things like insurance, which is no real risk here. But in terms of getting in the way of other competitors, you can imagine a caddy innocently getting in the way of someone and it being, oh, they're just a caddy, but they do have to draw a line somewhere along the line there. And
I totally understand what you're saying, but they're both competitors. They're sisters. They're the next heat.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, that's the way it goes. And
it's the same rules for everyone too.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. But it just happened to them, so that sucks.
Yeah.
It's a shame, but
we'll see if it has any
okay,
impact on
never mind.
Tucker, because they're in tears, and Tucker was down there with them trying to make sense of the situation. But some breaking news is if Menchos makes this heat and Tucker unfortunately does not progress, we actually have a Filipino leader, and our ratings leader will actually take the win and progress for the World Tour. So a little bit on the line here. So Tucker, to keep his hopes alive, needs to progress through to the semi-finals. But if he does not progress, it will go to, well, the JR will take the win, basically. And it's on 1,000 points from his first win at La Union in the Philippines, which is the first qualifying event on 2. Tucker got second, and JR took the win, which was meaning, basically, Menchos wants to do really well because he's in the mix as well. But I think now that they've moved into the semis, Menchos will be just going for a second or third, or perhaps an event win, take home the win of the money and the pride of winning a WSL event in Bali. That'd be pretty nice.
It's always nice to be a crown champion, win some extra money, and win some points.
And also the seeding too, because if it was ever a tie with the rankings, if you have previous year rankings, that will always help. And he's way down the beach, or maybe the Learn to Surf School are way up the beach. We'll see.
Yeah, we're gonna need some water patrol there. Speaking about interference, Menchos does not mind. He's got that showmanship, Beach Boy style, quick nose ride, but
he's used to that.
Let's talk about some insurance right there.
Yep.
There's an interference right there. They could have paddled in his way, and who knows? He could have broken an ankle. It's all drama down here at the WSL. Oh, fantastic. As we see our man in red, Taka Inoi. He's going to strike with just under 15 minutes left in this heat. There he goes.
He doesn't seem phased at all by that decision, banking that one off the top, and we'll see if he's got any claims to give the judges too, because he's a passionate surfer, and he'll be fired up after hearing that his sister Kaidi was given an interference. And here we go, interference central. These guys have got no idea what's going on. They think he's the surf school coach. Beautiful 10, back to switch, and his hands by his side. He rides this one through, and if he can finish cleanly with control and pop up over the wave, he doesn't care. But the judges may just a little bit wanting to see clean completions, but he rode out of that. Now, Tucker holding that out. This is going to be fireworks. That leash attach and opting not to surf to the beach, so just straight out of there and regaining priority. You see him thrashing, kicking hard, so he wants to grab that priority. So we'll see a little P next to Tucker's name shortly, and what that will mean is that Tucker has the choice over the set wave. And as we progress through to the lower tide, that's going to have an impact onto who can choose the best wave of the heat. And these in-between heats between the tides, so it's mid-tide getting lower, Jared, pretty crucial to who can get a reform and who doesn't, hey?
All right, well, we're going to going to take a quick break and go down with our interview of the last winner, the Frenchman Roland, with Luke down on the beach. Luke, take it away.
Little technical glitch there, but we'll be cutting to Luke any second now. So when you guys are ready, tune in to our post-heat interview.
Well, we're going to keep going until they get the interview flowing. But 12 minutes and 20 seconds, we got our man in red with priority, waiting for scores to drop.
We talked about surfboards before.
No?
And
Okay,
yeah, well, we're not going to have surfboards. We're going to go to the interview. All right, let's go down to Luke. I think we're ready.
I'm here now with Roland from France, the last winner of the heat. So tell us something. Where are you from? Where did you grow up surfing? What's your local spot?
Yeah, my local spot is La Côte des Basques, Biarritz Beach, France. And hello everybody. Here it's so cool too. For longboarding is perfect. It's a little bit similar right now to La Côte des Basques, so I feel like at home, but the water is really hotter than home.
Did you come here for a holiday or to join the comp?
No, I just come for holidays. First was like I come with my shortboard, and then I want to practice for European Championship in UK this August. So I was thinking to take a longboard because I small wave since 1 week now in Bali. So I rent a longboard on a shop and I start longboarding. And then I see the competition. I was like, oh, okay, maybe I can do. And let's go.
Nice. So on a rented board into the finals, what do you think about the Asian longboarding, since it's your first time to see Asian surfers and competing in longboard?
Yeah, they're so good. They have a lot of style. And it's a little bit impressive to see how everybody surf well on that kind of wave and with this board. Yeah, they are really, really good. Yeah, really, really good. Yeah.
All right, congratulations and good luck to your next heat.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, well, thanks for the interview, Luke. That's pretty interesting. Just as you were doing a board discussion before down there on the beach, you know, talking about like shapers getting custom boards to these competitors and helping support them, which is amazing. But it's just great to see that our Frenchman that advanced to the semifinals just showed up with a shortboard. He rented that longboard down the beach, he's made it all the way to the semifinals. As we see someone that could possibly be making his way to the semifinals in red, looking for a 4.95 to advance there. Unfortunately coming undone. We'll have to see. But yeah, back to that fun fact. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's great to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, he showed up down in the beach, brought a shortboard. He's here on vacation. Didn't even try to come here for this contest at all. And he got into the contest.
Here he is in the semis.
And now he's in the semis.
Almost paid for his accommodation. And Tucker's activated, getting those tricks and emphasis on tricks and really trying to bank one off the top and smack the lip, and losing a little composure on his previous wave. This could be it here. So he's paddling hard on the top third of the wave, and he gets to the nose, holds that kick out, which is actually not that tricky to do, and then he smacks off the top. So that hopefully he's not holding on to that score towards the end. And here's the surf school, and this is Metros' wave too. So keep in mind, if Metros wins, JR is the Asia region champion and will go to compete, get that spot on the World Longboard Tour.
Wow.
But okay, so obviously this is the second wave, so
well, they're going all over the place with these replays.
Talk to this, Jared.
It was quick, tricky footwork, short nose ride, turn switch to save himself. He's comfortable that way, so
he is, huh?
Yeah, he's definitely comfortable facing regular. He's been doing that for years, so.
And he surfs Batu Belong a lot?
Batu Keras.
Batu Keras, okay.
Yeah, so it's
but great. No stranger to the Canggu region?
No stranger to the Canggu region. He visits here frequently. He's got fans, supporters, and just loves a good time. Come over here, gets a little sleepy over in Batu Keras, so the boys like to come down and spice it up, get amongst the social scene in the water and on the land.
and consistency of Batu Karas, which is if you haven't heard of it, I'm sure you have, look it up and respectfully pay your dues while you're there and give the locals their time and spend money with the locals and share the waves because they'll share them with you, and in turn you'll get a really friendly smile and maybe some surf coaching from these legends too. But what time of the year is Batu break in comparison to, say, Canggu, which is more of an all-year, all-round type of place?
Yeah, fortunately Canggu is pretty much one of the most consistent surf spots that I've been able to surf around here. But Batu Karas, you're going to have to go find that one out for yourself, folks. It's already crowded, but there's waves for most of the time in the beginning of the year. Christmas, January, February, March tends to get a little bit windier, but people are still there. There's other beaches around Batu Karas that you can go and explore and discover, so you don't get stuck on the points. But there goes our man from that hometown, the big arms up, claim 10. Unfortunately, he jinxed himself and went down on that one with 7 minutes left in this heat, the final heat of the quarterfinal round. Menchos is trying to take down the young Japanese phenom who is surfing quite well. He's hungry. He's using that passion from the incident with his sisters to fuel the fire so he can make it through to the semi.
Feel free to look. We actually mentioned not realizing that ramifications of a situation, but towards the end of quarterfinal number 2 of the women's, if you go back and have a look towards the end, there was a watch swap. But what we didn't see on the camera was a board swap too, because I picked that up because Sakura actually got one of her best waves, a 6.5 on that heavily rocket board. Yeah, she had the 10, and
they sat next to each other, swapped watches and boards.
Yeah,
you saw it on the screen. She did leashes. They did it so quick.
And leashes too. You're right.
Yeah, they did it so quick.
Well, the watch was in the mouth for a little longer. That's right.
Yeah.
And then she paddled for the wave with the watch in her mouth and scrambled over. Yeah.
Yeah. They just they did it so quick. They were really trying to help each other out there, and unfortunately, it went the wrong way for them. That's all right. The brother is trying to thrive on here in the quarterfinal round of the last heat of 4. Menchos is looking for the time out there. He's got 5 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. He's under priority, and Taco's only looking for 4.95.
Yeah.
So anything can happen here coming down in the last 5 minutes of the heat. Hopefully some more waves will come, as they always do, but right now we're sitting a little lull.
And technically, you look at both these surfers, they really enjoy the showmanship of surfing. They've got a big crowd here, but it's just in their DNA. They just really enjoy it. Much like yourself, Jared. You're out there for a good time and having fun. You'll surf for, half an hour, whatever. You'll just keep surfing and feel the stoke, but can't help but feel if Menchos had completed a couple of these waves and you'd see those scores go to the 6 and get those conventional completions, but there's nothing conventional about these two surfers, and people surf for different reasons, and these guys, they surf for fun. And here's Tucker, who's also wanting to qualify, and he wants to get past Menchos and up high, holding that 5, and he's going to look for another bang off the top, and he's out of there, loses a bit of composure. So
I think Red Moore surfs, he's a competitive surfer. He wants to win, which is nothing wrong with competitive surfing. That's why there's champions and there's not. And Menchos, he just loves to surf. I mean, he's a great surfer. But we're going to watch our man Red, see how quick he paddled back out there. He's already up on another wave. He knows how to compete. He's hanging that 5. And then he's going to whack it off the lip right there, ride it out.
Oh!
He's feeling it.
Gee, wow. Okay. Well,
he definitely got the 4.95 on that one. Saw, especially that claim. He's solidifying.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to go on. He wants to chase that opportunity to be on that world stage. And yeah, that's the raw form of competitive surfing right there. You gotta back it up. Here's a replay of his ride. He just caught a wave too right before this, paddled right back out, and then right back on.
Under priority.
Under priority.
Mencho's way down the beach. Remember there was that surf school before?
Yeah.
And yeah.
Look at there. The passion, the fuel, the fire. He's doing it for the family right there.
That's it.
He's doing it for himself.
That's it. Definitely doing it for the family. And these are very tight-knit community. Anyone who's been to any of these longboard events is... it's hard not to miss the Inuis. There's smiles from ear to ear, and These guys are in the water. If you have a look at their Instagram, they're in the water. Like these guys are not in the water. They're having a beer on the beach. These guys are on the sand.
Look at the boys.
Shout out to and there's our PADROL community. It's our
that's key.
Our sponsor.
There you go. Look at these boys already. This is what it's about. Good times with your friends, family. Everybody down here loves each other. And they're just trying to have the best experience and show them the Bali lifestyle and the community of longboarding down here at Halfway Kuta. As you see on screen, Menchos looking for another opportunity with 2 minutes and 40 on the clock. We're also waiting for that last score to drop in from Taka.
Yeah,
Surfer in red.
I think that'll be the score, but only just, Jared. The 5 was pretty impressive, but wasn't overly critical. His hands looked nice, but it was just a long 5 and then banging off the top, which is actually pretty hard to do and land with momentum. But yeah, we'll see. It'll be about a 5, I think. So we'll go into the lead with 2 minutes left. So Menchos are that 4.27. I can't help but feel that incomplete right that he got. If he'd have just stepped back and finished and shown the judges a bit of control. But we'll see. He's looking for something. He's probably going to be... He doesn't need much to improve. He just needs to improve slightly on that 4.27. So Tucker's locked in. So there is a 5, flat 5. No, 6.4.
Yeah, there you go.
6.4. He's gone up to a lead, yeah. Wow. So 6.4 for Tucker Inui.
All right, see? He got it. And more than that 5, it's a 6.40. Putting him in the first place. Just a minute and 30 left on the clock. It's going to leave Menchos looking for a 5.74, which he completely can do. He's a great surfer. But this is the heat of the moment. It's coming down to the wire for our man in blue. He's going to try and kill the dream of a surfer in red. But the passion is strong for our young man from Japan. And he wants to continue to possibly be on the world tour. Look at him.
When you keep in mind the lower tide, and Tucker's wave did run quite a distance, and Menchos has closed out a lot. So I suppose not the wave selection scores in particular, it's what you do with it. So he had a completed set wave, and he did get a long nose ride and a hit off the top. So
yeah, the prior waves and the heats before.
And under priority.
Under priority, but the rights have been not running as long.
No.
As we go down to the beach, if you get to sit down there, you have more perspective of what's going on along the beach, because it is quite a big beach. And it's kind of like it's almost like a left point.
Left point, yeah.
It's a really long left-handers. So Taka is looking for that last left to solidify his progression. But it looks like he's going to do it with 15 seconds left on the clock. Unless something happens for the Chos, we're going to have to congratulate our man in red, because Menchos is chilling. He can see it, he can feel it.
And the dream is still alive for Tucker to take that ratings lead. So 1 second remaining, and Menchos is out of the mix, unfortunately. Not through a lack of skill, but just perhaps wave selection and finishing those waves cleanly. So Tucker takes the win and I guess shows the judges that the Inuis, what they're made of. And we'll see you guys after the break. We'll be moving into the women's. Welcome back. We are into the ladies semi-finals. So after some fireworks in the quarters, we did have Filipino surfer Daisy Valdez progressing through with Natsumi Teoka. It was going to be an all Japanese affair, but a priority interference on one of the Inui sisters, well, actually on both of them from swapping boards, has seen in the water, has seen Daisy progress. And Natsumi Tayoko, who's the in-form surfer across the male and female divisions, logging the highest heat totals regularly, and she's current leading ratings leader as well. So Daisy is in second place, and we actually have, I'll give you an update on the situations right in a moment, but both experienced competitors. Daisy, a well-respected Filipino mentor to a lot of the surfers, and here's a quick start from Natsumi up to the tip, and 3 nose rides, quick, nimble feet, and she gets a little reform in here, so I think the judges are going to appreciate smaller wave, but as the tide gets lower, finding those little corners, as we referenced so often yesterday, is really tricky. So a great job to locate that, and we'll wait for that score to lock in. So on the women's side of the draw, Natsumi with that 1,000 points, Hiroka in the next heat with that 800, Daisy with 650, and last person in the draw, a ping with 500. So it would have to see Daisy take the lead here, and that would mean she still cannot win, because Natsumi would be banking a 650 point distance too. So it would, yeah, it could be a tie between Natsumi and Daisy, and then the next one would be a ping who's on 500 up against Hiroka. So still a few situations to be updated, so it's looking pretty good for Natsumi at this stage. As long as she can get through this heat, she will unofficially be the winner of the Asian qualifier and also the ratings leader from the first event in La Union, Philippines, and now we're at the second qualifying event. Of course, first stop on the World Longboard Tour at Huntington Beach in the USA at the end of July at the US Open, and then moving on to Bells Beach, the iconic wave down there and just south of Torquay in Victoria. And then moving on to El Salvador, a similar type of wave in the warm water of Surf City, El Salvador, and then finishing off in Malibu in California. So here goes Natsumi, a 6.5 to open up. She'll get some confidence out of that. She builds on her confidence, and even after interviewing her after a few heats just to see her passion, and she just said she's always a little nervous in those first waves, so she likes to start early and finish fast.
As we see our competitor in blue, Daisy Valdez from the Philippines, walking up to the nose. Quick little nose ride, and then just that low tide starting to affect the waves. She tries to go the reform and just nose dives.
Oh.
So hopefully that fin didn't come back her. Yep, missed her. Thankfully she was underwater, but she's gonna recoup, get back out there. Plenty of time. As we see our surfer in red waiting for her next wave. There goes that low tide sucking out. The double up's coming in. It's a replay of Daisy's first exchange here in women's semi-final number 1. Alright, a little lull in the action. We're going to see a replay of our competitor in red. Quick 5-10. Just cross steps back safely. You have to be very selective with this tide going out. Waves going to start breaking a lot quicker and closing out a bit here on this beach break. So you can find a corner that's in your best interest. As the conditions are still prime though, otherwise wind's good, beautiful sunny day. Plenty of waves coming in.
And I'll give you an update on those tides, Jared. So 12:35 local time, and we are on just after mid-tide. The tide will, being a full moon, the tide will drop really fast. That's why we started a little earlier than yesterday, just so the contest can be run and done as soon as possible. Still 20-minute heats, which is fantastic because there's many opportunities for surfers. There's no logistics of paddling back out, so no need to go to half an hour finals. And here goes Natsumi, kicking those legs.
Oh, she's struggling to get in there, and then she goes for it. Up
Critical.
on the nose. critical. The wave's going to pick up. Let's see if she can gain speed to make it around this last section. She definitely does. Back up on the nose. Beautiful, quick footwork. Up and down. Hangs on. Nice ride from our competitor in red, Natsumi Tagra.
Excellent range.
That was pretty excellent for the women's. I would say if her first wave was a 6.5,
yeah,
that was definitely excellent range.
Yep. I think finishes strong.
Nah.
Critical. That first nose ride. This see the lower tide, the water drawing up off the face, quite steep. Bang.
Right there. That's where you want to be, folks.
And then again.
She trims right there, 3/4 of the way up the board,
Yep.
gaining that speed. Back up to the nose.
And
right here, sets it
whooshka.
up. Whacks it off the
and
top.
rides out of it smooth and finishes over the. I'm going to say 8.25. 8. Yep. But I won't be surprised if it goes more or just a tad less. But the judge has been really consistent, which is kind of hard in the hot sun and when you're seeing so many actual waves ridden by the competitors.
Yeah.
It's not often you'll see, you know, some of the surfers have had well over 10 waves per heat. With 4 surfer heats up until the quarterfinals. That's pretty overwhelming for the judges to just that mental strain to talk. We've got just 2 of us chatting about these waves and we don't have to score it down. We're just throwing out.
And we're having mental strains.
Gonna have to take that medicine. And sponsored by BGS, so BGS being our medicine to 8 flat 8. Nice, it's good.
Flat 8, there we go. And like you mentioned, our sponsor is BGS, bringing the coffee, keeping it cold, keeping it strong, keeping it fresh down here at Halfway Kuta, along with our other sponsors, Bintang Crystal. They are putting those beers on ice because it's going to be an absolute riot of a celebration as we crown a champion of the men's and women's divisions here on the beach later today. With 11 minutes and 40 seconds left in this heat. Our surfer in red is sitting comfortably in first as she has comboed the competition. And eyes on the beach as we see one of our local legends, Garut Widyatra. There he is. Come give us a shout out, handsome. He's one of the Halfway Kuta board riders legends, an all around good guy. Garut, how are you, brother? Give us a little shout out right here.
Oh, what's that?
It's online.
Oh, it's online.
Yeah, say what's up to the people.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, the wave look nice, yeah?
Yeah. I heard you're judging with this contest. Nah, we can't tell you that. But always good to see you down here, buddy. Enjoy the rest of the day. One of our local legends here from Bali, Indonesia, Garut Widyatra. One of my favorite surfers and just absolute good guy, family man, fisherman. I think a priest too as well. But either way, always great to see the locals supporting people from all over the world coming here to surf. As we see our competitor in blue dropping in. She's trying to break down that 14.50 and unfortunately sliding out on the nose.
Had a good look at that board on the beach, Jared. It's got a
It's
got a wingtip nose, so it's chime rail in that front. It's
Really?
quite thick. Yeah, it's got chime rails.
It looks pretty chunky from the screen.
Yeah, wingtip nose, so it actually goes down the nose a little bit, similar to the old In the Pink model, the
Yeah.
Takayama model, a lot of those mid 60s nose riders that we used to see in San Diego and LA area. So, and yeah, it's a refined tail, fair bit of rocker, quite generous amount of rocker, but you see her paddling there, you see the thickness of that nose versus Natsumi's, which is quite refined and thin. But at the end of the day, we keep referencing nose riding. I see 2 absolutely gorgeous McTavish surfboards crossing the road, courtesy of our Russian friends.
Yep, there they are.
That's
another shout out.
Ollie and Ksenia.
Yeah, they surf over in Chengdu at Batu Belong quite often. Always a pleasure to see these lovely ladies enjoying a sport that we love and hold dear to our hearts. And shout out to the legend Bob McTavish, who we also love dearly. Such an inspiration, and we're so grateful to have him in the sport of surfing and to share his knowledge with us throughout the years. With that being said, we're going to go to a post-heat interview with Taka and Luke down at the beach. Take it away, Luke.
So I'm here with the last heat's winner, Taka. So Taka, talk us about a little bit of your strategy going into that heat.
この試合での作戦、ありましたら教えてください。
そうですね、ここ勝たないとワールドツアーへの切符はないので、板選択とか迷ったんですけども、マジックボードの方持っていって正解でした。なぜかというと波が全く来なくて、パドルが大変だったからです。
The board choice was very difficult to win this game, and there are fewer waves and very small, so I made a good choice, and that led me to the next round.
I know your main goal is to win this event and be the #1 surfer in Asia, because the #1 surfer qualifies for the World Tour. So I know you came here earlier with your family, always traveling with your family, your mom and your sister. So tell us a bit something of your preparation for this event.
この試合に勝って、ワールドツアーの代表権を得るために頑張っていると思うんですけれども、現地入りしたのも、結構早めで頑張っていた様子でした。それについて、これから先、目指すところ、それにすると、once more, in the last part.
What was the preparation he did coming to this event?
このイベントに対してどんな準備をしてきたかについて説明してください。
そうですね、今大会が最後で、ワールドツアークオリファイできなかったら、引退するつもりなので、できる最善を尽くして、なるべく早く現地入りしたんですけども、残念ながら妹たちは負けてしまって、僕も、どこまでできるかわからないんですけども、最後まで頑張りたいと思います。
I came here to have mind that if I lose this event, I quit surfing. So I prepared a lot of things for this event. But unfortunately, the waves are very different, and my sisters lost already. And the difficulties, I have a lot of difficulties in this wave condition. But I'll do my best for the next round to get the ticket to the World Title.
All right. Any messages back home to your fans, to your family, or you have any sponsors to thank?
日本で応援してくださっている皆様、家族、ご友人、スポンサーの方々にメッセージがあったら日本語でお願いいたします。
皆さん今まで応援ありがとうございました。次勝てば、ワールドツアー行けるかもしれないので最後まで頑張りますが、次負けたら、引退しますので、最後のヒート、全力で頑張ってきます。引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。
This might be the last competition for me, so I'll do my best and do what I can do. So please stay tuned and check my characteristic, unique surfing.
All right, congratulations and good luck to your next heat.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys at the booth.
With Luke down there on the beach with Tucker and his mother, and yeah, strong words and yeah, a lot of passion. He wears his heart on the sleeve and still smiling throughout it all. Through to the next round and still has that chance. So basically, yeah, if he doesn't progress and win this event, he's not going to, from what we could understand, not going to continue. I'm hoping that wasn't a translation error, because he's very talented, and you know, it's just it's a lot of money to chase these qualifying events around the world, and the World Tour, the World Longboard Tour, with Tucker there previous to the reinvigorated World Tour in 2019. Tucker was there in the years previous as well, doing his best, and it costs a lot of money to travel, and there's not a lot of prize money in longboard surfing at the moment to facilitate that. If you don't have sponsors or government assistance, it's an expensive hobby. And if competition is the way that you measure your success, it's going to be very tricky to make that money back.
Yeah, it's definitely hard, and that's why I like to see that passion and desire and fire in these young kids' hearts. So best of luck to our man from Japan. Sure would like to see him continue.
With that much talent, though, you can imagine him giving it another try down the line as well.
Yeah, some surfers do that. They disappear for a bit and they pop back on the radar. And
Look at Roland, Frenchman.
Roland Frenchman.
He's on a holiday.
Yeah, he's on a holiday. He wasn't even here to compete. He's in the semi-final. So
Same as the Aussies, Mia Wade and B. Conroy. They're here to get barreled.
they're here to get barreled. It's the Waits family's first time to Bali, and they're loving it so far. And as most people who come here for their first time, when they go home, they think about how they're going to move here.
When was your first time to Bali, Jared? Obviously, you're based here now, but
first time. Wow. I think I was 18, and we came over. I used to surf for a company called Insight from Australia.
Ah, yes.
We did some ad campaigns with
Dreamland Beach.
We did Dreamland. We did a couple other locations around the island, but yeah, that was my first time. That would have been about 17 years ago, rough or take.
Mm-hmm.
Considering I'm the young age of 35 now. But still living the dream out here in Bali, Indonesia, and thanks to all my prior and current sponsors for the support and love to allow me to be doing what I've loved my whole life. And it's just amazing life to surf and live out here in Bali. So come on by, say hi, enjoy the culture, enjoy the breeze.
The eccentric Jared Mell in the commentary booth here, presenting the next generation of Asian longboarders here with Natsumi Teoka and Daisy Valdez, looking for a combination of scores 14.5. So Daisy really not completing any of these waves after maybe thinking, okay, she blew the opportunity in that heat against the Inui sisters. She had that opportunity to get like a 6 that she needed, and she didn't, and she hasn't had really anything in this heat to offer yet. So but that's gonna be a tough chance to, in minute 40 left, it's going to be difficult for her to get 2 scores against an excellent 8 and a 6.5 from the informed surfer of Natsumi Teoka.
Yeah, it definitely seems like she lost that competition drive, that she kind of was a little bit broken-spirited when she found out she wasn't progressing in that last heat, and it seems to have kind of maybe shocked her as she hasn't been able to complete much of anything in this current heat.
And it's dropping tide quickly too.
It's dropping tide quickly, so it's going to become more difficult for these surfers. But I do like to appreciate our current heat leader in red. Her competition surfing is strong, and she's doing obviously quite well. She sits in the lead with just under a minute.
And contrasted to the invitational events that she competed at recently as well, say the Duct Tape Invitational was quite big in Brazil, 6 foot plus, and some of them had jet ski assist. So you may not have priority interference, but you have jet skis.
Jet skis indeed.
Ooh.
Yeah, jet skis indeed. It's pretty interesting thing, longboarding and jet skis.
Yeah.
Never really happened before, but we're glad that they were there to help the surfers perform at the highest level.
Yep.
As we see surfers performing at the highest level, our lady in red from Japan, the current heat leader, with just under 20 seconds. It's a little victory lap for her.
Absolutely.
As she's going to progress to the final. So congratulations to Natsumi. And you're one step closer to winning that money, those points, and coming to be able to compete on that world tour. And thank you to our competitor in blue, Daisy Valdez. Beautiful effort today, and I'm sure we'll see her around.
Yep, absolutely. We'll go back to a break, and we'll be back with Apinga Gudo and Hiroka Yoshikawa.
Go to the break if you want to. It's going to get pretty heavy with this.
Right, tuning back in, that's Tim Hain with our ASC's stalwarts, and a Ping Agudo, our Filipino surfer, still in the mix with the rankings, paddling hard, hunting over the line. Here she is. She's already ridden a wave, I believe, but we'll catch up the scores very shortly. So a ping from Siago Island and Hiroko Shikawa, our Japanese surfer, who along with Natsumi has been putting on some very clinical performances. So this is going to be a great heat. You got the precise footwork of Ping, who competed at the World Games in ISA for the longboarding just recently, and Hiroka, who is just one of the more, I guess you could say, well-rounded and refined surfers that's ever come out of Japan. Competitive at the same time as being super stylish. So as the longboard criteria in the last decade has transitioned away from the performance side and favoured the traditional aspects of longboarding, we've seen the influx of a lot of surfers, and the World Tour are actually super competitive with a lot of people from these different nations and cultural pockets getting into longboarding. Here's a small little wave, a contrast from the last heat with some of those bigger sets that Natsumi took. So it's a small one for Hiroka, setting up the inside run, timing it perfectly, and several nose rides setting up for the inside. So judges will like that after seeing what Natsumi started with in that last heat. So that'll be a mid-range score, maybe a tad higher depending on where they go, because at the lower tide it's going to be tricky, and we saw away from a ping too as she paddles back out. We'll see if there's a paddle battle here with priority, but there is lots of waves. There has been no shortage of waves in this event, and this is the PADROL Longboard Classic presented by WSL in collaboration with the ASC as well. Big thank you to our sponsors, PADROL. Look them up on Instagram. They've got bases in Japan and in Indonesia, but we've also got the Mamaka Hotel down the road, Bintang and BSG as well. So coffee, beer, hotels, as well as hardware and software goods from PADROL. An amazing team here at ASC collaborating with the WSL to put on this qualifying event. And Hiroka hunting down the line, and we're going to introduce Anais here. She's going to be joining us in the commentary booth. And Hiroka cutting through on this one, backing up that first one. So 617, the judges definitely liking that length of ride and the opportunity there as she steezes that one through and finds another little bonus section. And she continues through to the inside section. So we haven't caught up with the ping, so 417 to continue her her run, and then we will move. I think we'll have a replay of both of her pings waves, so we'll see. We'll catch up very shortly. So Anais, tell us, you've been on the beach, you've been watching lots of heats. Actually, talk us through this one from Hiroka.
Hiroka, yeah, Hiroka is so stylish. I think like she's so smooth, and she always so soft on her stepping, cross stepping, knows exactly where to find. Look at that, like tiniest wave, and then she still manages to go until the sand. It's pretty remarkable, to be honest. I met Hiroka like in Nusa very, very long time ago, and she was already ripping back then.
Yeah. And she used to suffer a lot of nerves in the events, and you really wear her heart on the sleeve, as this was her backup wave as well.
Yeah.
Just steezing it out, and probably pretty similar to that first wave, I think, except the grab rail judge has been taking note of that. So, but yeah, she's super confident these days, and you can see that every wave she's smiling, and this is a ping.
Yeah.
Do you know much about a ping?
No, I never met her before, actually. First time I see her surfing, but pretty impressive too, eh?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very precise. Soft feet, as you said with Hiroka too.
Yeah, really soft. Wow, look at that switch foot turn. My favorite maneuver. Still progressing on that one.
How come it's your favorite maneuver?
I don't know. I think like it's just so fun to do, and it's like a good alternative to a normal like cutback, you know? And it's just like playful. I feel like it's really playful turn. I really enjoy it.
Generally, the judges agree with the playfulness of the turn as a transition, more so. And yeah, on a monotonous wave and a long wave, like say Malibu or Saladita, it can feel over and over and over again when you're watching the same heats. When someone does something, a little variation,
Yeah, that's it.
it can look nice. And also, depending on where you are on the board, it can be functional. So this is Hiroka up again.
Again, up again, riding. Or trying to find that section. And go down. Doesn't quite make it on this one, but the wave is still really challenging. It's better than before, though. Like, we saw really challenging conditions before, and like everybody was ripping still. I'm pretty
Yesterday?
impressed. Like today, I think, like
Yeah.
with the high tide and
Right.
that backwash, you know.
Yeah, true, absolutely. It was difficult. There was a little bit of luck involved with that finishing maneuver.
Yeah, I feel like seeing that last wave from Hiroka again. Still managed to go on the nose.
And do you do much competing yourself, or you're obviously in the Asia region doing some surf retreats and coaching as well?
Yeah, honestly, I absolutely hate competing.
Yeah.
I tried. I went to Nusa a few times, and then I was doing this comp last year as well. I think I just managed stress very, very bad.
Right.
Pin riding. Still trying to find that section until the inside. She managed it really good. I like how, you know, like they're so smooth until the sand as well. Like,
Yep.
finishing the wave, that's really important, right, for the judges?
Well, in actual fact, the ancient Polynesian culture, people settled arguments from length of ride. So whoever got the longest ride had the most respect in the community.
Really?
Absolutely.
That's super interesting.
It was an extension of your connection in the water.
Yeah,
And if you
that's
were,
dope.
if you could surf a wave a long way and a big one, it showed the utmost respect for the ocean. And generally, the person who had the best connection with the ocean was the favorite hunter and gatherer, the successful hunter and gatherer, and person who had the most produce. Speaking of produce, we got BGS down there doing the espresso goods and working hard. Just punching that, what is it, 26 grams, 24 grams in a coffee shot, and 21 grams in a coffee shot. So pumping out that 21 grams of, I'm going to say that would be Sumatran blend coffee with, you never know, it could be a little bit of Ecuadorian or, yeah, Sumatran, definitely Sumatra, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know much
Are you a
about
fan?
coffee.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'm a fan. But at least
you know
it's,
way too much about way too many.
it tastes good.
It does taste good. It does taste good, for sure.
The what, sorry?
Luwak. You tried the
not
luwak?
no, I'm not. I think I know what luwak is.
We need
so
to
you don't.
bring you there.
All right, we'll talk about that later on. So
Yeah. I'm gonna get back to that later on.
and you're a goofy footer, and do you prefer going left or right?
I love to go left.
Yep.
But I had to learn to enjoy the rides as well, right?
Yep.
Because anywhere that I go, especially in the men's,
Yep.
actually, that where you're going very soon, there's a bunch of rides. You're gonna love it there.
Yep.
I mean, yeah. So, and I actually really enjoyed to surf rides there. 'Cause
Right.
they're just so smooth and like friendly. Not always, but like
Yeah.
mostly friendly.
Well, that's the thing. The bigger wave doesn't always have to be intimidating if it's smooth,
Totally.
right? And
Yeah.
somewhere like the Mentawais or even Uluwatu, it's pretty easy when you get past the break to paddle out. So we watch Hiroka with priority using it and extending the hips out and redirecting higher on the wave, 4 steps back and tapping it off the top. So that's going to go really well with a 617, and it's the first scoring right we've seen in quite some time. I'm not going to be surprised if the judges
So
pop
smooth.
this out into the 7s, but length of ride doesn't score, but you've got to give yourself lots of opportunity. And I love the old step off there as well. So I think Ping's now in the lead. Going to need a 661, but that extension to the, well, it's going to extend out to a 7 or an 8 at this point. And Ping's surfing's right there. It's just you got to complete those waves and get those got to get those reforms. And Natsumi Teoka, for about the 100th time, we're going to go for her heat interview.
Okay, I'm here with Natsumi, the first female into the final round of the women's PADROL competition. How are you feeling? You won in La Union also for the WSL, and now you're into the finals here again. How are you feeling?
I feel so good. It's kind of long way because today is like 3 rounds already. So I'm focused every single hit. So don't be pressure too much, and then just come down and then just do what can I do.
Nice. What do you think of all these longboard competitions happening in Asia now?
I think Asian skills is getting higher and higher. It's almost 10 years I'm competing for WSL, but not so many Asian people join it. But now it's like 32 female surfers competing. I was like, wow, it's getting bigger and bigger.
Okay, I will make you rest because you're gonna have a final heat in a couple of minutes. So good luck, and hopefully you catch good waves.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I'll do my best. Thank you.
Back you guys, back to the booth.
Yep. Oh yeah, RJ is about to qualify. Yep, this one. So here goes a ping, knifing this one. Nice to hear from Natsumi again, and 4 steps up to the tip, quick feet, and yeah, finishing cleanly. But just that wave not offering that opportunity that Hiroko got with the inside section. Finishing well on the shore though, so but completions have really played crucial with a lot of the Indonesian surfers falling out of the draw. It wasn't through lack of skill, but it was just through finishing their waves and showing the judges that they had control, and grabbing the rail or just punching out the whitewash or losing your board. And overwhelmingly, and we saw a lot of people just trying these foam climb Rios, which are not something you generally see in a lot of these surfers do in their free surfs.
Yeah.
But as soon as they put a rash vest on, they think they've got to do something extra, which is bizarre because it's not scoring. Have you noticed that on the beach?
Yeah. I mean, you know, I feel like there's also this, the mindset behind all of this that we often forget about that stressful factor, and it's not easy to handle. And I think like everybody's putting a really good face out there, and they're really handling it like legends, because when you're out there it's a different game, right? And they're giving all they have, and they're trying their best. So sometimes you do maneuvers that you wouldn't do normally, and I think it's also that extra stress factor that's kind of like you know, pushes you out of your zone.
And you got 20 minutes to do it.
That's it. So there's like the time, so many settings that make you like a bit rush as well.
So here goes a ping, delicate style.
Real nice. Hanging on the nose.
She's a mother and a surf school owner herself over in Siargao in the Philippines, and super delicate surfer. Someone I would love to see at some of the invitational events too. Be cool if she could make it over to Mexico and some of the duct tape events. Really representing the Philippines, and I know they got affected from a natural disaster a few years ago, and her and her sisters and her parents were affected pretty badly, and it took a lot of rebuilding in that area, and they were pretty avid about the support on Instagram, thanking everyone, but also really showing their journey as well. And it's not expensive. I mean, it's really expensive to get here, and it's certainly a I don't know, it's an emotional situation when they can, I can imagine it's a bit of a cultural barrier too, when they've got people at home really struggling with work and trying to rebuild, and these people are out here surfing trying to represent, and something like that happens. There's additional pressure that a lot of us can't think about. So Ping doing a great job for her family and her community.
Yeah, totally. I think they're giving so much of their time and energy and money as well. You know, we're not gonna lie about that. It's quite expensive. Like you told yesterday a lot about that. It's expensive to travel and stuff. Hiroka up and riding. Always finding that perfect sweet spot, eh? Going down, slippery nose.
Yeah, and that board's very neutral. You see a neutral rocker, so I'm going to say it's like probably 3.5 nose, 3.5 tail rocker, and a little bit of continual curve throughout, not as flat in the middle as some of the others. Classic traffic in the background here as well. Scooters buzzing by and cars, and yeah, Hiroka's that we talked about it earlier. I talked about it with Luke actually, a very consistent surfer, and that often when I pick up a surfboard and I feel it, I go, oh, well, that makes sense because I know how that surfer surfs. It's the same with shortboards as well. You know, you can see someone does big power turns, and you see they've got bigger set fins and then maybe a little thickness and girth in their board. Do you see that a lot with people that you coach?
No, not really. So far, well, until Mentawai, we had really we go for like all levels.
Yeah.
In longboard, but in Mentawai we had a few like experienced surfers, so it was really interesting to see like their experience of like surfing. We had this woman from Hawaii. She was 65.
Oh.
She was ripping. It was a pin.
Interesting, that one. It was good tan, but she went
Yeah.
all the way back to the tail, and you see the rocker is further forward, so little missed opportunity there, but she finishes and completes, which is important. But she's chasing 8.34. She'll chip away at that just, but when it's talking about it's like changing gears when you're cross-stepping up and down the board, and there's pros and cons to certain situations and where you stand on the board, and that's actually where equipment knowledge comes into it.
Yeah, totally. It's all the settings, you know.
Yes, exactly. Speed settings. So here, so
Absolutely.
steps forward for speed, up on the nose, bang, little levitated 10. But while you walk away at a tail, it's the slowest part in the longboard. Use it or lose it. If you're not going to do a turn, step forward like that.
Absolutely.
Same as side fins. Often with a performance style board, if a traditional style longboarder with that upright style goes to jump on a board with side fins, a lot of the time they'll just fall head over toe, unless you're really engaging the side fin and really the edge of the board. Have you had that feeling before?
No, I've never tried this kind of board actually.
Okay.
Yeah. I need to try.
Well, there you go. You'll just remember that because I fall off all the time. There's a ping cross step transition back up through the midsection, just behind the flat spot on the belly. Because that's a lot of these boards with belly. Oh, here's Hiroka. Oh. So 2 minutes left, 8.34. I'm not sure if that score has dropped in for a ping, but she's keeping very busy, and it won't be through a lack of trying to see that board wax down with her FCS Kalia Moniz fin, 9.75, generous flex, nice little base, and quite consistent, that type of fin as well. Great template.
Who can bodyboard like this? Look at her. She's like a fish. It's epic.
And a ping stroking back out. So Roga's pretty stoked knowing a ping needs an excellent range score, but I think we still have some scores to lock in, I believe. And the ratings leader, Natsumi, is through to the final, but we have Hiroka, who's in second, still keeping her hopes alive at the moment. So unless a ping's got a massive score to drop in, with a minute 15 to go, it'll look like Hiroka will continue on with the final, and we'll see a first and a second on the ratings. And if Hiroka wins and Natsumi gets second, there will be a tie, and it will go back on previous rankings to see who will qualify for the best and most iconic World Longboard Tour we've ever had.
So it's gonna be a Japanese final, right?
Yeah.
They're both
Well,
from
at this
Japan.
stage, 45 seconds, still open to a ping, who's been ripping.
Yeah.
Experienced competitor, humble, mother of one, and her pre-heat routine doesn't include stretching or anything. It includes entertaining her daughter.
That's also pretty good routine. Keep your mind busy.
Yes.
Again.
That's true. Very much so.
You know, I feel like it's really something that people forget about this mindset. It's something that I don't have. A bit of construction right there. Thanks, Jared.
Yeah, the iconic Kuta wall on the beach has been knocked down,
That's
and
very
looks
sad.
like they're rebuilding it again.
Yeah, brand new.
5 seconds remaining in this heat, and a ping did get a wave because Hiroka's got priority. So now Hiroka's smiling. So wondering what happened here, but this could be a victory lap. We'll update you shortly. And there she's on her knees, which is commonplace for coming in on a heat. You don't be disqualified. We did have that earlier. We're going to roll to a break, and we're going to be back for the men's final. We'll see you guys shortly.
Nggak bisa lepas dari HP, itu over screen time. Chill, bareng Bintang Kristal. Smooth. Nggak overpahit. Waktunya Crystal Chill.
Welcome back to the PADROL Longboard Classic, presented by ASC and WSL. And we are watching the final. We have Taka Inui. We have our Filipino legend, who is, well, legend in the making. Competed at the World Games, and he is back in the final here. He's going to try and regain that, well, gain that 1,000 points. So if he can win this, he wins the Asian Tour, the qualifying tour, and he'll qualify for the World Longboard Tour. But, oh, this is the semi-final. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves there. So, sorry, moving into the men's semi-final. So Kai Hermasi, the clinical Japanese surfer, logging in along with Natsumi and Hiroka and Taka, logging in some really healthy scores throughout the event. Very humble gentleman, but he's got some tough competition up ahead of him.
So way back down into
9th place with 350 points is where Kai in red is sitting at the moment, and he's paddling hard. He's looking to start this heat off, and he's sort of up the beach a little bit more, and he finds this runner into the rip. Bigger first step and makes the distance to the nose, and I loved that off the top. If you see the body torque, it was just a small little difference, but that body torque where he twists up and brings the board down showed a lot of control. And a smaller wave, so it's not going to really factor in perhaps at the end of this heat, but a great heat builder. Often you'll hear a lot of coaches and surfers talk about building a house in a heat. So that would be, you got your four walls, and you have your roof and your foundations of the floor. Some people might opt to put the roof on, like you might in the final. You might just go straight and put the roof on. Problem is, you can put the roof on, if you don't have any backup scores, it's going to collapse and you'll lose. So here's Kai Hermasi, bottom turning, big first step, makes that delicate step to the nose a lot faster and a lot quicker than if you do a small first step and a big leap to the nose. It's like you have to have heavier legs, and it's going to look like you've leaped and jumped to the nose, and that'll usually distract the flow and the flex of the board. It will react, and that's when we see the hand movements wobbling. So composure, flow, and connection, speed, all of these words are all in the judging criteria at different points, and Kai's a perfect example of that. And JR, who's been on a roll, he's going to take this easy. He's got his coach Luke there, who's been in the booth with us from time to time, giving him some information. But all eyes on Kai at this stage. Big thank you to our sponsors. Obviously, PADROL in that background. You can hear the drilling. Someone's literally jackhammering the Kuta wall next to us. They're trying to knock this down and rebuild a smaller, cleaner wall. But that classic wall was quite iconic. But the Wurrungs are still here. The umbrellas are up. We're in the semi-finals, and if you're around Canggu, the Bukit Peninsula, Kuta, come on down. Maybe you've just landed on one of the planes, because the finals are on very shortly. We'll have two men's finals, and we're straight into the women's final, and finishing with the men's final at this stage. And JR just hunting around. That tide's dropped and drained a little bit, so it's a little tricky. As you're standing on the sand, you're super hot, and it's really difficult to, I guess, maintain focus. We're in the air conditioning booth here to analyze all of this, and here's Kai up again. This is his third wave. Holds at 10, 4 steps back. Up again on the nose.
finding that pocket, driving through the whitewash, and finishing that one clean and with a mild claim. So I'd love to see a replay of that one. Very technical, and yeah, he likes it too. I think some cheers from the beach. And here we have, opening up his account, JR bangs that one off the top. And yeah, it's been mixed scores for re-entries. Natsumi had a pretty good one earlier, but it was the end of several nose rides, and it was linking maneuvers, and she sort of banked it off the top. So 4 out of 3 for Kai Massey, and a 2 to set this one up with another score to drop. JR was chasing a 6.83. That was a pretty impressive set wave that he'd waited for with 13 minutes left remaining. JR needs to progress to this final because Tako Nui is still in the lineup for the next heat. And here he goes, Kai. Bang. Pivots it, 6 steps up, finds the 10, steers on the nose. Really nice tip control. Up again, delicate footwork. All part of the criteria, and he steps back. So we'll wait and see what that last one logged in at, but he's got more on the inside as well. Trimming that one through. There he is with the gangster stance, and he's back, and he finishes that one out. So I really like that wave. I'm thinking, based on what we've seen in previous heats in this heat, that one's going to be a 6 or maybe higher. A lot of tip control, but we're going to go down to Jared on the beach, who's got a post-heat interview with Hiroka, another 15 of them, and here we are.
All right, guys, we're down here live at the beach with our winner from the last semifinal. She's found herself a place in the final today for this event. How are you feeling, Hiroka?
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so excited to surf with Natsumi.
Yeah, it's going to be an all-women's Japanese final.
Yeah.
So excited. You're such a wonderful surfer. What are you going to do if you win?
The waves still good for me. I will do my best.
You are the best.
I just want to having fun.
That's the true spirit of a true winner, just having fun, doing her best. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in the final.
Of this event.
Thank you.
Congrats. Good job, Sweet.
Season, yeah.
So for now, Natsumi's on 14.9 and Hiroka on 14.19.
Oh!
So...
Okay.
So
Hiroka wins.
Hiroka still has to win
Yeah,
for
yeah.
this to happen.
Okay.
So you know, guys.
But if she wins, is it a chance for her to up this average?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, it'd have to be.
Both of them could change it.
Yeah. It'd have to be pretty high, though.
Still, but that's where it stands now.
So back and rolling, we're just getting updated.
I'll send it on the...
Yeah, we're going to have a little update of the rankings because, yeah, there's lots of opportunity for changes, but someone who doesn't want that change is JR, who's liking that wave with the Philippines sticker on that board from the World Games. He's feeling that passion, and everyone's riding it with him on the beach. Is it loud down there? Inviting Jared Mel back in the booth. Is there some crowds down there? And
You
it's flocking
guys,
down?
it's pumping down there. The sand is beautiful temperature. It's nice, clean, warm. The sun's shining. People are freaking. They're cheering their fans. Everybody's clapping, throwing sand around, having cold coconuts and beers, and just the vibe is live. As we see our competitor on the replay in blue, JR, just really going for that championship. While I was down there on the beach, though, interviewing our winner from the last women's semifinal, we're gonna see shortly in the final today in this division, we came across some great information in the points overall standings for these women competitors. So we're gonna see in the final Natsumi and Hiroka, and if Hiroka happens to take the win today, that's gonna put them in a tie position for points in the overall standings. And if they go to that tie, normally they go back to previous results, and I think they have a tie in previous results as well. Since they're tied all the way, they're going to go back to an average of heat scores.
Yeah.
So currently standing, as
But
I've been informed,
that's if Hiroka wins?
if Hiroka wins, correct. And so if she does win, and they go to this tie, and they go to a count back, and that's obviously tied, they're going to go to average heat scores, which currently Natsumi's at a 14.9, and Hiroka's at a 14.19, which is so close that it's going to come down in this final if Hiroka wants to clinch that spot.
It's going to go hard.
It's going to be hard for her, but it is possible. It's possible.
She's going to go excellent range, which she can do.
Yeah.
And
so it's going to be an exciting final.
We could see similar situation if JR is to build on his heat total. So he's in second spot now, but if JR was to progress to the final and Tucker was in second spot, we could have a similar showdown as well.
Wow, folks. Well, you heard it first here from Matt Chanowski and myself. It's going to be an exciting final for both the men's and women's division, as it could possibly come down to the very last seconds of the contest today for these competitors to solidify their spot to join the World Tour. As we see our man in blue showing his passion and dedication of how he wants to join that tour.
Oh.
Nice nose ride in these difficult conditions as the tide is going out. He's back up on the nose.
Great mid-board control.
He's still working that left.
Yep.
Which is great. Oh, there he goes.
He likes that. But Kai Hamasi on that technical wave before dropped a 7.5 and a 6.5. So JR's chasing a 7.11 with that 6.9. So we'll see where this one locks in. The judges have got there. I hope they're dead tuned in. I'm sure they are, because they've got a lot of work ahead of themselves. But thankfully we started early today, so the tide is still providing some really nice waves. Slight cross-shore wind, but for the most part not a lot of wind in general.
Yeah, it's not bad. You know, it's favorable for the conditions right now. The tide is dropping quite fast, obviously, because of the full moon. As we go live down the beach, and the supporters down there from the Philippine contingency, those beautiful ladies supporting their countryman as he is trying to clinch that first place position in the first heat of the men's semifinals. He's looking for a 7.11 to advance to the final and get that much closer.
I think it'll be close.
Yeah, that was a solid ride.
Given that the tide's dropping, you know, getting that length of ride, an opportunity, and he did get it. And I think he's learnt a lot through this event, where less is more. And here he goes again, backing that up, not leaving anything to chance.
Less is more and more is less as he catches another wave. And he comes unglued. But fortunately,
so 7.77
comes through.
Yep.
Oh, it comes
So
through.
he's gone to the lead.
7.77.
So,
all right. Well, there you go, folks.
The gods are on his side. 7.77, and he's heard that score and he's motoring back out. And here goes Kai, netting a 7.18 and well and truly capable.
Oh no!
And he's going to regain priority, hopefully for his sake, because he got a bit of a rip out there. You see that?
Yeah, that
turbulence,
low tide.
that current. Yep.
Low tide current's going out. Flicks up the sand and the conditions.
Paddle battle.
Paddle battle, indeed. Everything's on the line right now. Oh, and priority goes to red.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go.
He's asking for the priority update, I believe that roll around is. Now, Kai has got a 7.5 on his first one. A little smaller, but very technical surfing. And JR just found one of those lefts that he found against Augusto. And you're in the booth commentating that. I was on the beach hearing all the sounds. Tell us a bit about that heat.
Man, that was just on fire. Two really good, goofy surfers who are proving how qualified they are to surf against the world's best. Because that was just non-stop action. It was a battle hand in hand, wave to wave. And yeah, that's what it is all day. That's what it's been. And as we see a quick wave, this is similar to what he was doing in that heat against Augusto Olinto. And he was actually doing better than that. He caught these set waves and just lucked into that. Sometimes you catch the waves in a heat, and sometimes you don't. And he definitely caught the waves that were a little bit bigger, cleaner, and longer. And he performed on them as he has been all day and throughout the series. That's why he's in the #1 position, and he's currently in first place as well. So he's having a look here under priority in blue. JR from the Philippines trying to better a 6.90. There he is, little 10, arms to the side.
Pushing a little water there though, smaller wave.
Softer section.
He's looking to better a 6.9.
I don't know if it's going to better a 6.9, but it was a great effort.
Now this is where some competitive knowledge and experience is going to come in. Well, I know he's traveled a lot around the world, but I haven't seen his name up until recently on the international stage. So JR may just need to cool it a little bit and have a look, have a think. Because Kai needs a pretty special wave. Look at him, posture, good posture. Asking for the time update. Consummate professional is Kai Hamasi, and if that translation for anybody at home in Japan does not come across on YouTube very well, consummate professional basically means he's a true professional in every sense of the word. His preparation, his equipment, and even the way he's holding himself now, he's going to be doing everything he can to get that 7.18 to progress. But JR, he's active. Look at him. His posture's a little lower. He's down on his hands. He's listening to the scores. Yeah, see, he's kind of a little more frantic, just waiting for time, scratching his head. He's anxious. He knows that if he makes this final, then Taka is going to have to make his final as well. And then, yeah, you just see he's just activated, waiting and asking, and you know, perhaps probably not a bad idea to go and sit next to Kai with 2 minutes 50 left on the clock, although he doesn't have priority. You know, Kai's a great surfer, but everyone can make mistakes, and you got someone sitting right next to you with that choppy sea. You can see that current, it's like a whirlpool. Generally, this current runs from left to right, but at times, like right now, it's actually running from right to left. You can see it swirling around. So that rip straight up the front, creating a little bit of havoc, but JR used it to his advantage on that 7.77. 2 minutes 20 left on the clock, and JR's still looking for waves, but he's in the lead. He needs a better 6.9. And this is a difficult wave to see if it's on the screen, if it's going to be it. And something like that just is never going to be the score, and a lack of experience maybe there, and just 2 minutes left. It's got to be the wave, and he should know that, because he's got excellent range, right? And the waves were the ones that did it for him.
Yeah, I think he just got a little excited.
Yeah.
You know, he's out in front. All right, here we go from Red. Amasi from Japan. He's looking to get that 7.18. Unfortunately, I didn't see the beginning of the wave, but I'm gonna call that's not it.
A minute 40. We didn't see out the outside, so it'd have to be something quite special. But I'm sure we'll get a replay of that shortly.
And JR is going to gain priority. He's definitely going to sit on top of our friend from Japan.
You would think so. You would think so. But he looks like he's still looking for a wave, actually.
Yeah, you'd think so.
No, this is crazy.
He's trying to better his score. Maybe he doesn't know his scores. He's just trying to better it.
Wow.
Oh, here we go. Under priority. The man in red, 5, 10. Hands behind the back. Nice nose ride. Difficult wave right there to surf like that.
Wow.
Claims it, 7.18. Folks, if he gets it, it's going to be the buzzer beater of all time for these gentlemen in the semifinal heat number 1. I'm going to watch this countdown, and I'm going to run down to the beach for another live interview. So, with 40 seconds left.
Let's get a replay of that.
Let's see what happens. This is exciting. Like we mentioned yesterday, as Herbie Fletcher always says, it's the thrill of it all, and the thrill is definitely here to stay down at halfway Kuta Beach in Bali. Here's the replay, folks. 5.
Critical 10.
Close 5.
Yeah,
not quite 10, but feet
Shuffle.
together and hands behind the back, in control. Wax it off the top right there. Nice little up and down roller coaster ride.
So I just think of that little shuffle at the end, and a close 5, not quite a 10. Smaller wave. Yeah, it'll get close. I just can't see it going the 7.18.
All right. Well,
but we'll see. We're not the judges.
We're not the judges, and I'm going to leave the booth right now and take it down the beach. So I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Back to a break, and we'll let the judges calculate that, and I'll update you guys shortly. Still on screen. We're going to wait and see that one logged in. And that's Kai is just waiting for that score. Somber moment there, or is it one of joy and happiness? Don't know if he's had that in yet. Yep, he's heard it. I think he's heard that score now. There he is. So JR onto the final, and Kai congratulating him. Semi-final finish there for Kai Hamasi, and JR moves into the final, and Taka Inui will be
Yeah, Takanui will be, it's up to him now, so we'll see. We'll come back after the break and we'll tune you guys in very shortly. Oh, Roland kicking off there in our semi-final number 2 of the PADROL Longboard Classic. This is a WSL qualifier number 2 for the Asia region. And here's Tako Nui, who's second on the ratings. He did say before, if he doesn't win this event, he's going to have a early retirement. And banking one off the top like that, and incomplete, he's not going to help his cause, but no love lost, because Roland in red, our Frenchman, was in the exact same situation, incomplete in his first wave. Good thing is, though, there is no shortage of waves. It's super consistent, and I think we're going to have some pretty entertaining surfing coming up. Well, I know we're going to have some entertaining surfing coming up, because the crowd is flocking down to the beach. They got umbrellas, sitting at the warungs, got their nasi goreng, and there's coconuts, there's bintangs. It's all going on down here in the island of Bali. 17 minutes and 50 left on the clock, so the judges will be taking the best 2 scores out of these surfers' totals, and on the rankings, it's the best of 2 events, and JR, our Filipino surfer, who'll be coming up in an interview shortly, has made the final. It's up to Tucker to continue that, switch up to the nose and back. Super excited and completing that wave. We didn't get the beginning, but we'll see shortly. A Japanese competitor who did have a little bit of controversy earlier with his sisters actually getting a priority interference by swapping surfboards during the heat. One of them was finishing and the other one was commencing a heat, and by swapping boards in the water, it is deemed a priority interference, because caddies are not allowed to interfere in the water. It has to be on the sand. And here goes Tucker hunting on this one. Slight fade. Stepping up onto the tip. Gets a clean 10 and holds it. And stepping back, and short, grovelly type of wave, but just trying to build a quick heat total. Now surfer in red pushing a bit of water on that borrowed board he rented down here on the beach apparently. He's here on vacation and thought he'd try his hand at the event. Already being a prior WSL competitor in the European region. He's not here for points. He's just here for a bit of prize money and a bit of fun while he's on holiday, which is the same with a couple of surfers like Brazil's Augusto Alinto, and we had Russian competitors amongst some Australian competitors and a Polish competitor as well. We had a Swiss competitor join, but there is no points for them. Just prize money, but it's looking like at this stage we do have our Filipino surfer, whose current ratings leader, making it to the final. The winner of this will join them. And here goes Roland stepping back and unable to commence. Look at Stoke, his smile. He's smiling. That's Tim Hain, our photographer and assistant here at ASC. If you are down on Buka Peninsula, Canggu, Kuta area, Seminyak, Legian, come on down.
We've got the men's semi-final. We've got the women's coming up very shortly, followed by the men's final. This is a world's qualifying event, and the winner of both the men's and the winner of the women's will make and qualify themselves to compete on that World Longboard Tour. Here goes Tucker. He's seen something down the beach with a 3 and a 1.5, and dropping that 1.5. Replaced that with a 4.17 to go with that 3.83. So a quick turnaround, and starting early has proven to be helpful, but a 4.67 for Roland. He only needs a 3.33, and levitated nose ride. If he can finish this cleanly, it's going to do wonders for his scoreline. And that, unfortunately, that ending, that lack of composure, and just sort of hunting for a bit of speed, and he's getting excited after an amazing hang 10. But the idea is to put it all in a package, super smooth, and really ironing out the kinks in the surfing. And because we're on modern day longboards here, and these boards are smooth with a lot of understanding of rocker. Bang! Nice hang 10, but then sort of gets a bit sloppy. And there's Roland cutting this one through and just hunting for more maneuvers. Just shuffling up the board, getting low, not using the cross steps to maintain speed, but just using his frame more so and banking that one off the top. So a clean finish for red. A little cleaner than Tucker's wave in blue, but the 10 for Tucker was pretty epic as well. I think red may have had the advantage there. This hang 10 was amazing. It's a bit sloppy, and then bang, gets that levitation, and then this is another one he's banked on in the in between. And this is Roland's wave. So 4 steps up to the tip. He's critical. Soul arch. He gets a bit of levitation himself. Shuffles back. Gets that drop knee, and it's his ending here. He gets a little low, but he finishes cleanly when he banks this one off the top. Little shuffle back. So we're not going excellent. We're not talking above average scores, but the way this heat's playing out, these surfers are pretty evenly matched. So I think that 4.94 will be replaced for red, but I think Tucker is going to improve on his. So we've got JR being interviewed by Jared. Down to you guys on the beach.
Alright, you guys, we're live down at the beach with our last heat winner, supported by his countrymen from the Philippines, JR, a current heat leader in the points. How do you feel, buddy?
I'm so stoked. Like, I'm so happy, I can't explain.
Congrats, man. You're going to the final, and you're one step closer to earning that spot on the World Tour. What do you have to say for yourself and your fellow supporters and countrymen and your country?
So thankful for all of these guys, like, for pushing me harder. Yeah, and let's get to the next round and keep focus, and yeah, let's try to win it.
Well, there you guys have it from the beach live. We'll see you in the final, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
So that was very insightful from the Filipinos. Feeling the passion here from the commentary booth. We can hear the crowd, the Filipino flags. There's several of them on the sand, really getting behind their countrymen. And a 6-4 Roland, and I think we had a wave for Tucker to lock in, or at least replay. And we'll get to you very shortly on that replay. And in that break with the crowd, I didn't quite see that, so we're gonna have to replay that. Now, this is Roland, who was in first place, but looking to better that 4.67. It's gonna have to be a wave that allows. I think Roland's advantage here, being a bigger frame guy, is going to turns, and he's got that nose ride down at that midsection. But if he can finish cleanly with a strong turn, and really harnessing that aggression into a smooth carve, showing that rail work, but stepping in and out of the turn, I think you'll see. The scores be adjusted accordingly. But Tucker, 5.43 and a 4. Yeah, so that 5.43 and a 4.7. He needs a 5.25 to advance. And this is that replay, holding it, soul arching through, shuffling back to the tail and opting out of that one. So yeah, lower tide, the end section's really crumbling. But it's going to come down to who can complete not just a nose ride fest, but who can utilize their rail and their turns effectively. In amongst the cross-stepping, in amongst the positioning, and just doing it with composure and style, that traditional longboard surfing we've seen displayed on the World Longboard Tour. 2 steps up the tip, nice hang 10, and shuffling back to the tail and incomplete, pulling into the tube. So beautiful moment there for the photographers, and that photo is unfortunately not going to be able to help him build on that heat total, because the judges have been looking for, and pretty all competition, they've been quite adamant on completions. 9 minutes and 15 left on the clock, so we'll see what happens here. Lots of situation updates as we are getting messages through from the officials about it's going up and forth and back and forth. Oh, and a nice hang 10 there from Roland. Wow, he's stoked. He feels it. So he's got to get rid of a 4.67, and it is getting a little bumpy. Now we've got Jared Mell back in the booth. Now, Jared, just to update you on what's going on, that was electric down there with the Filipino crew. Thank you for that interview.
Man, that was wild to see the support of everybody from that region and that country. Just the love and their sheer happiness for the young JR to solidify being in the final. I mean, you just, it was infectious. You just felt the pride of everybody and the love supporting all those wonderful humans over there and down the beach. It's just an incredible feeling. So thanks from all the people from the Philippines, and yeah, congratulations to JR.
But it could get more infectious with Tucker if he makes this, if he doesn't progress through, but he's doing a good cause to make it through. Yeah, Tucker may make the final. So
wow, he's doing something.
He's asking for something.
Maybe he's
He's pointing, shaking his head.
No,
I'm not sure.
Wow, look at Roland. I mean, the guy didn't even choose to be, he didn't expect to be in this contest. He just showed up and he's blown up. Oh,
the claims are coming.
The claims are coming. On a borrowed board, a rental, nonetheless. He's sticking to his
board change, so he's checking.
Change.
Obviously, he's going for more rocker, which he hasn't really fallen off, Tucker. It's just those end sections he's been pulling into barrels and whatnot. So yeah, you just want to be extra careful, you know, with the quiver situation.
Yeah, hopefully they don't get another
No, that's why he's checking. He's just checking with his coach, his mum.
Let's see.
But I'm going to prepare to go down for the post-seed interview, Jared, and I'm going to let you finish this one quickly off, because there's going to be fireworks in this next 5 minutes, because Tucker has an opportunity to spoil the party, because Tucker wants qualification. Don't forget what he told us after that last post-seed interview, man. The young,
I was looking
talent.
I was looking forward to doing that interview, but you take it away, buddy, because that's going to be explosive, like
well,
you said.
It depends on whose wins.
It depends on who wins, of course. But if he does make it through, I mean,
well, it's going to go to the final then with the Filipinos and the Japanese, who progresses.
Completely. But currently he's sitting in second, so.
Yeah, but if he gets, this is semi, so if
he
Tucker
wins this semi,
and then if he goes to the final and wins the final,
wow,
it's a tie, like
a tie.
Hiroko Natsumi.
Yeah.
Well, all the situations coming down, it's just coming in, updating. I hope we didn't have a power black alley yesterday with Natsumi just ripping.
I think we already went through those, hopefully, because we had 2 earlier today. So hopefully there's a finish and everything's back online, and it's going to stay that way as we see the man chasing the dream right now in blue, going for a 5.10. Walking back, feeling that new board. Wow, that cutback was nice and tall. Reminded me of a Terry Sin's bottom turn as he's making it all the way to that end section, but it doesn't take him back. So with 5 minutes and 40 seconds, we're gonna say goodbye to Matt Chanowski as he heads down to the beach for the post-heat interview. You got everything you need?
Yeah, we're all excited. We can hear the Kuta wall being knocked down.
It's all happening down here. Construction, surfing, scooters, cars, food, dancing. People are enjoying this beautiful Sunday to the fullest as we see The Frenchman in red on another nice wave, trying to capitalize and add those points up to stop the dream of the young Japanese surfer in blue. So we're hitting the 5-minute mark. We're waiting for scores to drop, and the entertainment goes on as surfers are getting closer to earning that spot on the World Tour. You can feel the intensity in the air. Cut it with a knife. But nonetheless, it's all about fun and games here. And it's going to be an exciting final for both the men's and women's division. Stay tuned. Turn up the volume. Stick around as we have 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in this second heat. The last heat of the men's semi-final round. What a spectacular event it's been so far. Thanks for all of you tuning in, and thanks to our sponsors, PADROL, for putting this event on, Longboard Classic, WSL QS Qualifying Series in the Asia region, as well as Bintang Crystal, BGS Coffee, and the ASC. As we're approaching 3 minutes and 40 seconds left, we see some lines out the back. Our man in red's got a 6.00 and a 4.93. Our surfer from Japan in blue is looking for a 5.51 to advance. He doesn't like the looks of that one, so he's gonna hang tight, wait for a better opportunity to hopefully clinch the win and progress forth to the final. What a thrill it could possibly be to see these standings and the points so closely in both the men's and women's. This could come to possible ties in the standing points, which will come to heat wins, and if those are tied like in the women's, it would go back to a heat average. So a lot of math being broken down over here at Halfway Kuta. Hope the judges have their calculators out and they're ready to get back to the classroom, see if they paid attention back in school. As we are just under 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We're still waiting for some scores to drop. Looks like our man in red has a 6.33 and a 6.00, so he bettered his previous score. And the young surfer from Japan in blue has a 6.43 and a 5.43. He's looking for that 5.90 to advance, and he's sitting with priority as we see the surfers pass each other. Oh, sitting next to each other with less than 2 minutes to go. Taka is really looking forward to advancing. As a previous interview earlier today, we believe that he mentioned if he doesn't win this event, he's done with surfing. So he's definitely wearing the heart on the sleeve, like Chanowski mentioned before. And he's putting it all on the line here. The surfers are sticking close together. Our man in red from France is always looking for the win, and then spectacular story as he had come to Bali for a vacation. Only bringing a smaller board, as he's quite known for his shortboarding skills, and wasn't expecting to be a part of this event. Luckily, he found himself right amongst the midst of it. Rented a longboard down the beach from all the local shops around here that are available, and look at him. He's currently winning the semi-final with less than a minute. Who knows? It's going to come down to the last seconds right here. Love this part of a heat. Two talented surfers. Scores are very close. Taka's looking for a 5.90. As the Frenchman is sticking close to put a little added pressure on the young contender in blue. Oh, 20 seconds left. He's looking for a wave, but I don't know if if the ocean gods in Bali here are gonna give it to him today, folks. Which means I believe that JR will be taking the win for the points and moving to get that spot on the World Tour. That's the end of the heat. There's the congratulations. We're gonna take a quick ad and get ready for the rest of the day. All right, you guys, we're back here at the PADROL Longboard Classic WSL QS event. One another wonderful heat. The last semifinal just wrapped up for the men's. We're gonna say congratulations to our surfer from France in red, Roland Lafleur, as we're kicking off the women's final. It's an all-Japanese women's final here. Tatsumi Taioka in red, and Hiroka Yoshikawa in blue. These two ladies have been putting on a wonderful display of surfing all day. Very inspiring, as we see Tatsumi in red on a great nose ride. 5, 10, in control, up and down, little roller coaster finish. Very stylish, very collected. She knows what she's doing out there, as she has all day to get to this final. And what a thrill. We could possibly see a tie for the final here. She's gonna go down back to a couple countbacks. As we see in red, there she is, high 5, breaking into the 10, walking back, up and down right there, hanging on to it and finishing smoothly from our surfer in red. All right, these conditions are prevailing. Wind has been very generous and stayed calm, and the waves have been pumping in all day. And as the tide gets lower, it's a little trickier here on this beach break at halfway Kuta. But these surfers are making it look a lot easier than it actually is. I walked down previously on a post-heat interview, and the tide has gone out extremely low. So these waves have been changing from heat to heat. It's hard to tell on the broadcast, but when you're down here on the beach, you can obviously see. So with 22 minutes left in the heat, Natsumi's out in lead with an 8.33, and Hiroka Yoshikawa has a total of a 3.17. Plenty of time for anything to happen, and it's definitely gonna go down. Can't wait for this post-heat interview with Chinowski and the Frenchman, and hopefully get some words from the young Japanese surfer, Taka. As we mentioned before, we believe he was speaking about not continuing in his surfing career if he didn't win this event. The passion is there. The family on the beach and all the fans. It's a great day to be down here at Kuta halfway. So if you are in the area, scooter on down. We'll get down here as you please. If you're up in Padang, maybe you can catch the go boat, get dropped off for the presentations. We will be wrapping up shortly after this final, the men's final. And we will all be down here to enjoy and celebrate the champions and everybody who's helped put this contest together, the support and the sponsors. We'll have a good evening watching another beautiful sunset here in Bali, Indonesia. Coming up to the 20-minute mark, we see the best of two waves from each surfer, with Natsumi sitting on a 6 and a 2.33, and our surfer in blue who has priority currently, sitting on a 3.17. She's in need of a 5.17 to jump into first. Just getting word that they're gathering the surfers from the last heat. Let's get that post interview with Matt Chanowski. I wonder what witty comments Chono's gonna think of next, as he's been entertaining us all day. And ever since I've known the little resemblance of a staffy dog. Great guy, all around great surfer, and very knowledgeable. We're thankful to have him here in the booth in Bali, Indonesia, and a part of this wonderful event as we see our surfer in blue. Quick nose ride, bigger wave, short wave, but stays in control, hangs on her board. Don't know if it's going to be a 5.17, but it will help add up her heat total to come closer to Natsumi in red with priority and less than 19 minutes left in the heat. How exciting for these surfers to be here in Bali and the opportunity to join the World Tour, World Longboard Tour for the WSL. First stop will be Huntington Beach at the US Open. A legendary contest venue. So many great surfers have been a part of that event, surfed their way to championships, as well as the rest of the event. They have everything from skateboarding to BMX to motorcycles to great concerts. So if you happen to be in that area when the event is on, make sure to stop by the old Huntington Pier with rubies on the end and Jack surfboards right across the street. Another great surf shop. I actually used to work there when I was younger, so shout out to all my old bosses and co-workers over at Jack Surfboards. As we see our current heat leader up, quick 5 and 10 walk back. This looks like this, rail digs, but she manages to hold onto her board. And looks like this low tide is starting to affect these waves more. That's why we started early. That's why we're trying to finish early and give these surfers the best opportunity to get better waves and score the highest points possible. So we're seeing some scores dropped. Hiroko's second wave was a 2.80 for that quick nose ride. Bigger wave, but a shorter ride. So now she's looking for a 6.83. She's going left. She's up on the nose. Nice controlled 5. Waves dropping out. It's a hard opportunity, but she's gonna, just doesn't make it past that section, unfortunately. She's gonna continue going. See if she gets that length of ride. All right, Red's up and riding behind her. 5, walks back. It's looking very difficult now in this final as the tide goes down. The waves are starting to close out on this beach break. And I guess we're gonna cut to that interview shortly. Chono's down there on the beach. I bet it's popping. I can't wait to hear about everything that's happened while we're up here in the booth. We only get to see the waves and we're not on the beach, so we don't get to see the vibe down there and everybody smiling and cheering for their loved ones and their fellow countrymen. It's an all-day affair though, folks. We've been down here bright and early every morning this weekend. Just soaking it all in. Exchanging great conversations and good vibes with everyone down here from all over Asia and across the world, really. We've had Russian surfers from Poland, some surfers from France, as we just saw. The Frenchman who's going to move into the final, Roland Lafleur. And where else do we had Augusto Olinto, of course, from Brazil. So surfers from all over the world, folks, not just the Asian region, but the surfers that are from the Asian region are trying to collect points to move forward. And we're coming down to the 15-minute mark. If Hiroka can pull off a 6.27 to jump into first and hold on to that first place position to take the win, we're going to find ourselves a tie and the points standing to move on to the WSL, and we're going to have a countback. But right now, we're going to cut to the interview we've all been waiting for, the post-heat with Roland, the Frenchman, and the young blood from Japan, Taka, with Matt Janowski. Matt, take it away, buddy.
So, commiserations to Taka in that last heat, but we have Roland taking the win, our Frenchman on vacation. Tell us about that heat, the lower tide. How were you feeling? Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was nervous. The waves are still more difficult now, more curvy and small, so it was difficult to find the right one. And I do some pick nose, and yeah, and Taka is such a good surfer, so I was like, yeah, a little bit scared. Yeah.
And how does the surfing compare to your European region compared to, you know, and now you're surfing here? Some very good surfers, right?
I don't know. I just do like one competition in Europe like 3 or 4 years ago. And I started the longboard just 6 years ago, so before it was just shortboarder, so it's new for me, and I try to train.
Yes. And Taka, you've worked so hard in your career so far, traveled all around the world. How are you feeling with this loss? We know you had an emotional heat interview last time, and the day has been up and down. What are you feeling at the moment?
世界中いろいろと旅をしてサーフィンに熱心に取り組んできていると思いますけれども、本日はいろいろと、浮き沈みの激しい一日だったと思います。それについてどのように感じていますか？
そうですね、今までたくさんの素晴らしいサーファーたちに会えたことは誇りですし、いい経験になりました。今回、結果としては、3位だったんですけども、最後、高モデルで僕のサーフィン1本出せたのですごい良かったと思います。
Well, I'm very happy to have a chance to join such a great tour at competition, and I meet a lot of good surfers, and it was a very good experience for me. And at this competition, in the last minute, I changed the board, and that was a Taka model, and I made a very good surfing for me. So I'm very satisfied with surfing with Taka model.
So we're going to thank you very much for that emotional interview. We're going to let you go prepare, Roland, for your final. Good luck.
Yes,
we'll see you next.
Thank you to Bintang Crystal.
To give us a little bit more insight to that interview, I couldn't quite hear. We have a little technical difficulty. It sounded like Roland was happy to make it through to the final, and yeah, he's only been competing for 6 years, so he was just doing what he's learned and what he's passionate about. He's here to win. It's competition. That's what you do in competitions. So unfortunate for our young surfer from Japan, as we see another young surfer from Japan in blue, Hiroka. She's looking for that 7.24, but unfortunately she's not going to get on that wave with just under 11 minutes and 35 seconds left in the seat. Oh, doors open. Chono's ran up the beach. He's made it into the booth. Chono, walk us through that interview. Couldn't quite hear everything going on, so give us a play-by-play if you could.
Well, bittersweet for Roland. You know, he makes the final and he gets a little bit more spending money on his trip over here in Bali. But amazingly, only last competition he did was 4 years ago, the WSL ranked one in Biarritz, which I actually was in with him, funnily enough. And oddly enough, Kataka, who through translation said he was going to maybe retire after this heat, it was also bittersweet for him. He was so stoked to be here. From the translation, we picked up that his mum was translating for him, but just said, you know what, he's just stoked. He's got his Taka model board. He did a board swap. The board went way better, and he felt like he surfed really well in that heat, but the waves were a little tricky, and Roland surfed better, and he's stoked for everybody as well. So, yeah, not confirming that this was his last event, but I mean, someone whose last event it is certainly not is Hiroko Ishikawa, needing a 7.24, and I'm sure you've touched on that heat requirement, that if she's going to take the regional victory, it's got to be by a lot, and she has to get some extreme scores because it's going to fall back down to average heat scores.
Yeah, we did just briefly before while you were running up the beach, and thanks for heading down there in the heat, enjoying the vibe, and getting the first insight from those competitors. But
and did you guys pan to JR winning? Did they show the Filipino crew celebrating on the beach?
Yeah, they did. They posted that when I was down there interviewing.
Oh, there was another when Tucker actually in the countdown.
That means JR would have
yeah,
won.
they went berserk, and
yeah, of course they would have. Unfortunately, they didn't get that shot. But
so we'll see. Maybe someone else, maybe another camera angle did. So we'll see.
Maybe on the ASC, one of the filmers down there,
True.
They would have got the shot for sure, as they love that Filipino crew.
Actually, I did get it on Instagram too. I'm going to show you quickly.
Oh, please break it out.
Yeah, let's go.
Well, another.
There we go. So
there it is. Look at that.
Congratulating him, and I mean, you know, one thing that was super infectious is as soon as this celebration, check it out, the wax head, he goes over to his mum, Tucker's mum, and sends her commiserations and shakes her hand and bows.
Yeah.
And
Respect.
and actually
True
went up to
showmanship.
Tucker and apologized, or not apologized, basically said well done, good surfing, and that was really cool.
And that's the example of a competitor that you want to see: respectful, prideful, and just being a true gentleman. I mean, to go up to a mother, a family, they lost, they put so much into it.
A rough day all around.
It's a rough day all around, but congratulations to everybody, for the Nua family, for making it this far and supporting longboarding culture and lifestyle. And congratulations to JR and the Filipino crew over here, supporting, surfing, just having a good time.
But the prize money is also something big, and Natsumi's obviously trying to take the win in this heat from Hiroko, who's second on the ratings.
And speaking about that prize money, we saw the checks being collected that we were guarding in our little booth in the van. Do you know how much the prize money is actually?
The prize pool is 5,000 Australian dollars.
First place?
No, it's spread across the finalists. Yeah. So.
All right. Well, someone's gonna get some money, and congratulations to all of you that do. As we're under the 8-minute marker, and we're watching Natsumi well out in front with a 6 and a 5.17. Hiroka has a 3.93 and a 3.53. She's looking for a 7.24 to advance. Completely possible for the lady in blue. Fortunately, these conditions with the low tide are making it quite difficult. But you never know what can happen down here.
Well, thinking back to yesterday, one of their countrymen, Masimoto, got that long left, and here she goes now. And it was about this time. It was thought it's getting a little low, and it's not a lot of potential. And he got that long left, and he scored an excellent range score. I believe it was 8.5 or low 9s. Super
Somewhere
long.
around there, I remember him getting a nice wave towards the end. I forget the points exactly. What a beautiful display of his talent, and from all the other surfers as well. It's just been really inspirational to see these competitors compete at such a level as we watch a replay.
4 steps up, 2 steps to the left. Love that style. You see her hips are back, but her knees are forward, and it's super elegant. It's also very functional too, because as her nose riding wheel is going to be the back foot, and here's Natsumi, dedicated, knifing this one.
Currently sitting in first place. Short ride for Natsumi, and she goes down. Not really displaying that elegance as you were mentioning, or as we've seen in Thomas Campbell's movie, The Lady Glide.
Mm-hmm. Part of Sprout.
Beautiful section. If you want to find some women surfing like we're watching right in front of our faces. But
Natsumi's powerful too. She got a carve on her. Oh, nice. Stepping that one back.
thing on rail.
And that thing's actually quite a wide nose and refined rail on that board. So kept talking about it all day. Talked about it with Ace earlier as well. It's sometimes when you pick up a board, you can I can see that. Now I know why you surf the way you do and those things. So it's quite a wide nose, stable.
Functionality of design coming through for a surfer in red.
And then this refinement in the rail, bang!
Able to whack it around, swing it around, and clock up those extra points as we are almost coming to the end here for the women's final, the PADROL Longboard Classic, the WSL QS Series. Just almost to the 5-minute marker. Scores have been updated. Natsumi is sitting on a 7.17 and a 6, so she's progressed her lead. It's leaving Hiroka in blue with priority, looking for an 8.14 to jump into the lead, folks. That is a big call for our surfer in blue. She can do it. We're rooting for her to do it, to bring the thrill of this heat down to the very last seconds.
She's got to need some, she probably almost needs an 8.14 to go to first, but she's going to need to take the ratings lead as well as the event victory, although at this stage she's just hoping to probably win the event, but she's going to do it. She has to do it convincingly, so she'll have to up her overall heat total. So I would say 2 8s, which will have a 16-point heat total, and given that her existing heat total's 13.19.
Wow.
So 2 8s will be 16, and that you would imagine, lift that up. So Natsumi's heat total is a little lower at 13.17 with a 13.9 heat total throughout the year. That's what it's going to come down to if Hiroka was to take the win. All hypothetical at this stage. 4 minutes remaining, and here she is, Hiroka. Beautiful poise. She's running this one through,
Like that little
and she makes it, but don't think it's going to be the 8.14, but you never know.
Could be better than that 3.93 for sure. I like that little tuck knee grab rail. Look like a skateboarder from dog down in the pool, going to the coping of a skateboarder tuck knee air that they do in the pools. Such a great technique and
So we
style.
got the replay. That's nice footwork.
Just so nonchalant up on the nose right there. Surfing that wave all the way through as far as she could.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that poise actually. And here's Natsumi paddling hard, so she goes 7.17 a 6, which is Hiroka's 5.03. So that's definitely going to improve on the 5.03, judging by the way this heat's rolled out already. And the judges just queuing up a score for Hiroka. So yeah, paddling out next as we see our Filipino surfer JR and the Frenchman Natsumi just going down on that. 2 minutes 30 remaining. The crowd is packed. Once again, this is the women's final. We're about to have the men's commence very shortly, but still a lot on the line. So Natsumi, current ratings leader, and she's paddling back out. She's not quite sitting on Hiroka yet. She's got priority. She knows Hiroka's still got a score to drop in. The judges are deliberating over this. Here she goes. And mistimes it, so yeah, we'll see what that first score from Hiroka, that left, will come in at. She's got 1:50 left to go. It's not over yet. I think she would have chipped away at it. So 6.48. It comes in at a 6.7. Her first wave. So 6.48 she's looking for, and that's going to give her a lot of confidence. Keep in mind, for the ratings, it's going to need to be a 16-point heat total or thereabouts to lift it up. So she just heard that. And hopefully, 1:30. Well, now Natsumi's got priority. We'll see what happens. So this is what we saw as we panned to JR paddling out. Natsumi opts for the left. Rides up high. 4 steps back. Ooh, and just that low tide bank crunching down. We've all been there, haven't we, Jared?
Oh, definitely. Just crunched right there in the sand, on the water. Not a fun place to be.
Thankfully,
but
it's sand though, right?
Thankfully, it's sand and not reef.
Oh, and
As we see
Hiroka.
another crunch for our surfer in blue.
She's got a minute left.
Oh.
Go, Hiroka. Go, go, go. Washing the sand out.
Fixing herself so she can get back out there. We'll show her beautiful surfing skills. These lovely ladies have been displaying all event long with just under a minute now, 45 seconds.
She's paddling away.
She's not giving up. She's
No.
in search for that 648 to take the lead and the win here. Let's see if the ocean gods will provide an opportunity for her to clinch the win.
So 25 seconds. Natsumi's nowhere to be seen with priority.
Yeah, that's
20
why
seconds. So she may get another roll of the dice here.
It's looking
But
like a straight wave.
Yeah.
I think she's going to let it go.
10 seconds.
It's going to cut it close to the wire. She's
Yeah.
paddling. Let's see. We're at just under 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's unfortunately not going to count as she hasn't stood up above the hooter. As we go over to surfer in red, Natsumi. Just so happy, splashing
stoked.
water. Well-deserved win for our surfer in red, Natsumi, as we see the Japanese flag down there. Camaraderie between the surfers, the supporters, and the fans. These Japanese surfers are very proud and prideful, and of course they should be. They put on a great display today, and yeah, good job, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. We love you. Congratulations, all the best for Natsumi on her campaign to go to the world
and winning the
stage.
event too. And
winning the event.
I think we're going for a quick break as we see Natsumi coming in, and we'll be back with the men's final very shortly.
Stay tuned.
There's the congratulations to our Japanese competitors. That's Hiroka Yoshikawa coming in second place, and ratings leader Natsumi Teoka winning the WSL LQS 1000 presented by PADROL. As we roll into the men's, that's our Frenchman Roland, who's made it all the way through to the final, and up against the Filipino JR, who's just qualified. He's heard that news after Taka was eliminated, and he's won the ratings leadership, and he'll be moving on to the World Tour, as will Natsumi, and there's a lot of fireworks still to go. So there they are, Team Japan celebrating. Two really good friends, and they've been competing all around the world together. And another one celebrating is JR with his hands up. Our fresh inductees onto the World Longboard Tour. So JR is going to be showing everybody out there tuning in what he's made of, and we'll be seeing him at Huntington Beach alongside Natsumi at the US Open of Surfing. Paddling back out there, you see the turbulence of the rip current. There's a fair bit of prize money up for grabs. The points at this point are irrelevant, but Roland, he's in it for the money. There's no points earned if you're from outside that Asia region. He's a European coming from France, and you can sort of see how he's activated. You see his hands, so he's focused. 25-minute final. from 20 minutes. You can see in the foreground there all the celebrations going on for Team Japan. They're all down here congratulating. I see Key from PADROL down there, and look at Roland. He's looking at something. His hands out. He's wondering what blue he's after, or priority, or he's waiting for an update. He can't hear. Perhaps it's the beach announcer is talking about what's going on the shore, so he's a little bit bothered there. We'll have to catch up with him later on and find out what's bugging him. And that's what's so good about these camera angles, is that you can really tune in and see their body language. But he's activated. Hopefully it doesn't let him annoy him. We'll see if it affects his performance as he's paddling for this one. So he's probably waiting to hear what his requirement is as well. Jean JR started fairly quickly. Here he goes. This is our Frenchman, Roland Lefebvre. Wow. Upright 10, pushing a bit of water and finishing smoothly. So Roland's style and bigger frame, drawing a few comparisons to Ben Skinner from the UK, the stalwart, the European stalwart coming from the UK, the shaper, and also a similar haircut to Ben as well with Roland. So, and he goes, this is what JR had before, steering on the nose, 4 steps back and banking that one off the top. So that was his second wave, I believe. This is a replay of Roland's wave here. So left, right, nope, opposite go left. Quick little drop knee and riding high, gets the 10, pushing a little bit of water, and he's stepping back to the tip and straightening out on that rental board. If you've been tuning in all day, you'll realize that Roland's actually here on a holiday and he's borrowed a board. He was here with shortboards, so he's stoked that there's an event on. Gets that Soul Larch 10 and holding the nose ride as he straightens out. And that board's definitely looking good and feeling good, I think. So a 4.67 and a 4.33 for JR. And we yet to see that score from a Frenchman drop. Big thank you to our sponsors. This event's presented by WSL and Asian Surfing Community, and we've got to say big thanks to Halfway Board Riders here at Kuta too. They've been amazing in helping set up every day and running the beach marshals. And you see Roland there, wow, redirecting on the nose, it's steering up. The judges have really been liking that with the limited potential of these closeouts. When someone's able to get to the nose and steer and come up the face and click 10, it's showing a lot of tip control, very limited scoring potential out there, trying to pick those waves with the corners. Roland's actually done that, and I think he'll capitalize and definitely better on those ones at this stage. Here he goes, riding high, gets to the nose, and here gets up to 10. So not as dynamic as I first thought, but I think that wave was running quite fast, and he did a really good job.
All right, folks, what a great final we have on our hands. RJ, the points leader and winner, is going to gain position to compete on the World Tour. Is currently sitting in first with a heat score total of 9.00 with 4.67, and it just got updated. His second wave was a 4.43, and the Frenchman in second place, Roland Lefebvre, has a combined heat total of 6.37. He's sitting on a 4.67 and a 4.00 now. So the scores have been updated for both. They're really close. They're neck and neck. Roland is looking for a 4.43, and what a legend. I mean, he shows up, he blows up. It's his second WSL event ever.
And he's hungry, I must say, he's hungry.
It's great. It's kind of, it seems nonchalant about his hunger.
Well, it seemed that way, but as soon as the heat started, he was really hands up and sort of asking for requirements, and I think there was a lot of commotion on the beach with Hiroka and Atsumi, and JR up and riding, way out in the face though. So the judges taking note of the hands, de-weighting and smacking this one off the top, but landing. Whoa!
And
claiming.
He's feeling the vibe from his overall win
he is.
and the energy from his fellow countrymen, the Filipino crew down there. They're just, the support and love is just so infectious. It's blowing up. It's erupting all over the beach. People are just coming down because they hear the screaming as you walk by, the cheering, and they just.
I've never
don't know
felt
what's going on.
this much camaraderie for the whole event of a longboard event before. Like from all day. So here's JR here. It's our job to criticize, critique, and congratulate. And that one was congratulate him on the make, but it was a little soft on the nose ride aspect. So he's trying to sell that one. I think that'll be a 5 or thereabouts mid range. But biggest set wave for Roland. Gets that critical 10. Not sure about the hands.
Oh, he's got his arms up. Everybody's throwing their arms up. It is crazy out there, folks.
And he's
arms up all the way to the end.
I mean, there's actually French surfers. I've seen guys. I saw some with a French football jersey on as well, down there. So I don't know if it was coincidental, but I saw someone, a supporter for Roland too. But I'm going to say the 14 Filipinos and their families would be quite loud right now. But look at this set wave. We have not seen a wave like this all day. Bang, or heat at least. Now, this is great, but he shuffles here and he rushes back. Had he have not gone for the...
He's pushing water.
Yeah, thanks, Jared. Thanks.
He was pushing water.
Yeah. Okay, let's just say it. The hands are up. It's a bit too much.
He's selling it. There's a couple of used car salesmen
yeah,
out there.
This is the judges can see right through it, guys.
They're selling some lemons.
Yeah, and it wasn't a lemon of a wave. That was, you know, you put well, these two are the best of the competition, but you put a lot of those competitors out there who's a little more composed. I think that's a 7 or an 8. That wave in particular, but we'll see. It might roll in about excuse the pun, as a 6 or a 7.
Let's see. Look at it rolling. Speaking of that hunger, it's
rolling
actually
in.
It's showing now as he's in second priority. So if JR wants to go, JR will go. And it looks like he's paddling deeper. He's possibly going to go for the right. Roland wants it, but sees he clearly can't take it. And JR is going to take this one away in red. And he's back up into first. JR sitting on a 717 at a 467. Opting out of that wave and losing his priority. He's going to swing around and try and catch one. But our Frenchman is there to say no thanks as he takes this one straight up to the nose. 5, 10, 5, clinging on, pushing some water, but he's clinging on, hangs on, and then gets dismounted and the rough whitewash there. So he's got a problem with his ear. He's probably got that surfer's ear as we do.
Yeah, definitely. And at the beginning of the heat, he was super irritated trying to hear, and I can talk from experience, when trying to hear something on the beach, you can't. This is English is his second language. You've got a Balinese commentator whose English is second language as well. But this one way out in the face again, but he gets that 10, pedals back, and he's going to go for another bank. No, pumping.
Oh, wow, he's pumping. Whoa, whoa. Wow, that looked like a Jeff Moisa attempt.
What? Pulling that one out. So it was Jeff. I know he put in some great performances on in Hawaii, but he was Californian and rode short and longboards, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And I got to grow up watching him in Newport Beach back there. Put on some great surfing throughout the years. He's definitely an inspiration for me on smaller boards and longboards.
Part of the Lost crew as well for a little while there. I remember he was in one of those Lost Across America films.
I forget what crew he did. He worked with a lot of surf brands. As you know, that's a hub for surf brands.
O'Neill.
Industry there. Yeah, but he's a local favorite amongst Newport and Huntington. So shout out to Jeff Moisa. Hope you're doing good and holding it down over there in Newport Beach.
Speaking of holding it down, he's on a Kai Salas, JR. That board's
there you go.
well used board, this one, but it's got a snap in it. It's got a big crease in the front, but
seems to be working.
Shout out to Kai.
Salas, another great surfer.
Let's get this kid.
All-around gentleman.
Let's get this kid on a board.
Kai, if you're watching, man.
Or another board. A quiv. Let's get him a quiv.
Get him a quiver, get him a fresh one, whatever. Keep the kids stoked.
Kai Salas Surfboard Co. And Kai, one of the longboard greats, and super smooth, very functional surfer from 2 to 20 feet. The guy's all round, and he goes rolling. 535 required. Oh!
A little foot foot kick.
Oh.
And off the top. All the maneuvers. This guy is pulling the cats out of the bag.
I made reference to Ben Skinner with his
Ben
appearance.
Skinner. Oh, he
Can you
kinda
see
looks
that?
like he reminds me of
Yeah.
Ben.
It's strong as well.
Shout out to Ben Skinner.
Also, he's actually Kai Salas's, sparring buddy. That sort of generation, a little bit older than us.
Yeah. Great to see those guys around. They're such good guys to have a laugh with. Just talk some jargon and see some good surfing.
So
As here it is, replay of that last wave.
Technical aspect of that nose ride. Were you buying into it, Jared, or?
It was a little slow. Kind of, he was kind of selling it with that little heel kick.
Yeah.
I don't think it really played into the functionality of that nose ride.
Looks a lot harder than it actually is, right?
No, it's still pretty hard, but it was just slower. He threw his leg back out there in the front just to push himself over the ledge and get back into the wave. But it was great to see him cross step back and smacking off the lip to end it, which was nice and functional and quick. We see a nice nose ride from JR.
Nice footwork to finish that one too.
5-10 foot kick. Everybody's kicking their foot out and throwing their hands up.
So this is a longer left. We haven't seen this one yet. Oh. Whoa.
Oh, loses it at the end there, but it was nice nose ride down at the bottom in a critical section.
So
unfortunately comes undone.
That was a replay. So JR.
It's been exciting to see these scores drop as both these surfers are tied with their second wave of a 4.67. So they're looking to better that. Here's a replay of that last wave from our Frenchman Roland. Right there, he just comes, he goes over the ledge.
Interesting that Roland's using a leg rope as well.
Yeah, and JR took his leg rope off.
Wow. So this one, there is a huge pocket out there. There's a lot of closeout. So he's steering on the nose there.
That's the section.
Yeah.
That's where you want to be.
I think it's going to score pretty well, Jared. That was a long running corner.
I feel the same way. Good display of technique on the nose right there from our surfer in red. Currently with priority. 9 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock. He's going right. See what he's got on his backhand straight up to the nose. Oy! Just gets a little confused up there. And he's going to have to head back out. Losing priority to the surfer in blue, the Frenchman. A surprise attack from France.
Very much so.
Very much so. So he's going to paddle down the beach. Looks like he sees something. He's deciding. Looks like he's going, folks. Look at that strength in his paddling. Determined to get up to the nose and score some points. Let's see what this section's got for him. It's going to close out that low tide. Fortunately, that's not going to be the 7.05 he's looking for. So the clock winding down. It looks like his ear is really irritating him. I felt that pain plenty of time, and it is not enjoyable, to say the least.
So let's explain what surfer's ear is. A lot of the people who are tuning in from some of the Asian countries may not be aware of what happens when you surf colder water.
Colder water and just wind in the air. So surfer's ear is just your ear canal actually closing. So your ear canal forms a bone growth and is trying to protect your body from bacteria entering through your ear canal. The problem is it doesn't seal completely, and so when it gets really close, like mine are 95% closed in each ear, you get water stuck behind there, and then it causes a really terrible infection, and it is quite painful. And the only solution is to get the surgery, which now there's better options, not like before where they can drill. They don't have to slice your ear behind it and fold it over. And I also talk to a lot of older surfers that I've known, and they're just saying wear earplugs and put the drops in and just go as long as you can, which I've opted out for. So I've been using Blue Tack, which you're familiar with, being from Australia. Yeah, it's been the best solution for me, as all the other earplugs I've tried have fallen out and waves. Blue Tack does too, but at least it's cheaper.
Yeah, I do the Blue Tack, and I noticed a few of the competitors using earplugs over here, including one of the Russian surfers, Mitt. He was wearing earplugs. But yeah, a lot of the Asian countries don't have to worry about it too much. Generally, yeah, cold air and impact as well. Work-related injuries or constant noise can cause, it's exotosis, and yeah, it's swimmer's ear and a colloquial term, but you're exactly right. And yeah, I feel the same thing, 95%, and thankfully I have them both pretty bad, so I don't get in any nausea. But here we have back and rolling, 6 minutes 40 left on the clock, high and tight now. Beautiful flare, getting the highlight reel, stepping back and banking that one off the top.
A little grab rail to finish, and the arms are up.
So
the arms are up, the fun is up, the
excellent
sun
range.
is up. Excellent range.
Close.
Yeah, man.
Take off half a
6-3-7.
point for the claim.
Hey man, he's feeling it. He just won. He's going to WSL. Let him claim all he wants.
All
Young
right.
buck. He's proven himself. He's done his job. He still wants to win this event, but it's almost like a victory lap for the kid. Like, look at him. He's from the Philippines. He's soul arching. He's baking out. Look at this little grab rail right there to just pull it back in.
Well, the crowd's egging that on as well. No, if no one's on the beach, you're doing a little, you're like, yeah, I'm
He's got
stoked.
a huge crew from the Philippines down there with him.
What's the best, one of the best, apart from maybe representing his country at El Salvador the other week, this would surely have to be one of these surfing highlights. But we'll find out. If he does win the final, well, this could be a fantastic day for him. But he's got a Frenchman who needs a 7.05, who's not laying down. These guys are stoked. Have a look at them out in the water. Their body language is relaxed.
Either way, it's going to be a fantastic day for all of our competitors here, especially our man in red earning that spot. He's going to have many highlights to come in his career ahead of him as he's going on to compete in the World Tour. Like he said, first stop is Huntington Beach. I wonder if he's even been to California. If not, he has a lot to look forward to. I was fortunate enough to grow up in Southern California, Orange County, and it is an amazing experience.
And you're not there anymore? Why?
No, because I love to surf better waves. There's great waves in California, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot better here and more frequent. So, shout out to all my friends and family and other Californians. But yeah.
And then the stop after that, somewhere that I'm familiar with, Bells Beach.
Bells Beach, yep, as you are. You surf there quite a bit?
Yeah, I have.
What a wave, man. What the history behind that and the surfers who have gone there to be champions. Wow.
Yeah, but the old Bells Beach Easter Classic, which has been won many a time from Sydney surfers. And I can tell you something about Bells is that it's going to be pretty similar to El Salvador. So if one picks their quiver accordingly, they're going to have a cold water version and a warm water version of the similar sort of wave.
Huh.
And moving on to El Salvador, somewhere that I hope to know a lot closer, with my fiance being Salvadorian too, and her family having relatives in that area.
Congratulations, by the way. I heard it was the biggest drop knee you've ever done.
Apparently so.
Apparently so. Good job, my man. You're just locking it in.
And Malibu, somewhere we're both familiar with, for the final stop.
Oh,
and
the dream.
I think both of these men out in the water, not that we'll see Roland there, but JR will be there. And well, you know what? There's actually going to be a cut.
A cut? Oh, that's right.
So JR, let's assume with this momentum that JR will make the cut. And if he makes the cut, he's going to surf Malibu, and it's going to be pretty crazy not to have heard about Malibu.
For a young longboarder going to Malibu, it is like going to Waikiki, paying your respects to the Duke and the Hawaiian people. It's the best. It's iconic. It's Malibu. You know, it's been here. It's paved the way for so many longboarders and so many of us, and it's helped groom longboarders that have been inspirational to everyone around the world and supported this community and lifestyle. So
And the original Malibu surf spot. That's where the surfboard name came from in Australia, because it was the Malibu style surfboard, the hot dogging surfboard.
That's right.
And rolling the dice on this, and that is not a pun intended. So he's holding that line.
Looking for an 867.
Does complete it though, but a little sloppy on the finish.
Just the wave wasn't there for an 867.
Yep.
If you compare it to JR's 8 and his 717, unfortunately, it's a great ride.
Well, there's side fins in that board too.
Yeah, it's a rental.
Yeah. Do you think the leg rope came with it?
Oh, for sure.
And he's going to go back out. Kind of a little Nueva style walk there. He sort of was quite low and compact, spreading those feet out. You know, David sort of opens them up a lot, like open knees.
Yeah, definitely. He's got that bow-legged
Bow-legged, yep.
But another great to mention.
Yep.
One of our surfing's favorites, David Nueva. He's made that left quite famous at the U.S. Open there in Huntington Beach, which Justin Quintal obviously watched a million times because he's mastered that and won pretty much every duct tape that's been a part of the U.S. Open. So thank you, David Nueva, for showing us some great surfing, keeping us smiling, and just being you, my man.
And Justin, of course, our 2019 world title.
He did. And another quick little story too. When the duct tape, I forget what year it was, but I got to be a part of it at the U.S. Open with David. And the night before, he had a heart attack.
No.
A heart attack, and in the morning, he checked himself out of the hospital and came down to the U.S. Open and competed in the Vans duct tape. I mean,
what year?
That says it all. What dedication. I forget. I'm losing my memory, man. I'm getting old. With just under a minute left, though, we're going to take it back out in the water. And JR is out in front. Roland's chasing at 8.67, so it looks like it's JR's day today, folks.
Yeah.
He's made it to the WSL World Longboard Tour. He's going to take this event. Congratulations to the Filipino family back home and on the beach here, around the world, wherever you may be. Thanks for your support, the love.
But you know what?
Vibes.
No love lost for Roland. He's on a holiday and he's just banked a whole heap of prize money.
Oh, look at the guy.
And
it's
Roland,
it's his second World Longboard Tour contest,
he's
and he
ripping.
made it.
And
he got second.
Congrats to JR. I can actually hear the crowd from here, and we're just behind the Wurrungs here, so 15 seconds, and here they are, our Filipino contingent.
There it is. Look at that. Oh,
And that's
proud
Maria
of-
down there from ASC, just
There's
getting
Kay.
the content. There's
Kay.
Kay, yeah.
Yeah, from PADROL, our major sponsor. And we're going to wrap it up, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for throwing us some comments and paying attention to us have a jargon as we see the champion coming all the way in. We're going to head down to the beach and celebrate with everybody.
And
So
just-
you guys take care.
Just lastly, a big shout out to our sponsors. We thank PADROL, the naming rights sponsor, the Mamaka Hotel, BGS, and of course Bintang. Thank you to ASC, WSL, and all the fantastic judges, the Wurrungs, the Halfway Board Riders Club here at
Look
Kuta
at this.
Beach.
Look at that, guys. What a celebration. You guys, it's so infectious. We can feel it all the way up here in the van. We're going to make our way down there.
We're gonna
tuned
join
for a
in the
post-heat
celebration.
Interview on the beach. Otherwise, for me and Matt Janowski, we'll catch you later.
have your attention, please? I'd like everybody here on the beach to please put their hands together for the naming sponsor of the Longboard Classic. Thank you very much, everybody, and put your hands together for PADROL. Come on. Thanks, guys. The PADROL Longboard Classic. I'm sure they're pretty stoked with how things went this week. The surf was really good. There were a lot of people here. The sun was out. It was an absolute ripper. So PADROL, thank you very much for helping make history here at Kuta Beach with our first ever entrance into the championship tour coming via the PADROL Longboard Classic. Thanks very much. The party's going to be here this evening. I'm sure everybody's been there at least once. Can we put our hands together for Mamaka, the official hotel of the event? Mamaka. Woohoo! Yay. I'm sure everyone knows this name. Bintang, the official beer. Woohoo! Sure there's going to be plenty of those going on this evening. BGS, the coffee partner. Thanks, guys. You lot were awesome. Kept our mornings clean and fresh. Thanks very much. And also the halfway board riders. Thanks to the halfway board riders for your help, fellas. We love your work. Cheers to the halfway boys. Okay, what we're going to do first of all is we're going to bring up our women's third place finalists. So if we could please get and put our hands together. We are going to get this presented by Tafik from BGS. If you're there, Tafik, could you come up? Okay, and in third place, everybody, could you please put your hands together for these two? We're going to call up Daisy Valdez from the Philippines. Come on, Daisy. And Arping Agudo. Woohoo! Really quickly, girls, good fun this week, Daisy?
Yeah, we had so much fun.
How about yourself?
Yeah, me too. Like,
woohoo! Okay, everybody, third placing. Here are your checks. Thank you, Tafik. If we can hand those over. The prize money will be handed out this evening at Mamaka. So we'll hand the ladies their official PADROL trophy. Thank you very much. And we have a little bag of goodies as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Daisy and this is Aping. Woohoo! Put your hands together, come on. Sorry. No, I think he wants... Oh, okay. So ladies, we'll just stay here if you don't mind. We'll get the other finalists up and we'll get some big group photos done. Thank you very much. Okay, so our runner-up in this year's women's division of the PADROL Longboard Classic from Japan, Hiroka Yoshikawa. Hiroka, really quickly, congratulations. But for you, how cool was this week here in Bali?
It was so fun. The good weather was really good. Good for longboarding and a long way. I was so fun to surf with Natsumi in the final.
Well, you Japanese surfers, listen, you're really coming a long way. We do take notice. Would you like to give a quick shout out to your gang, the team that you rolled with in your corner, your support people?
Oh, thank you so much for supporting me. 日本から応援してくれた皆さん本当にありがとうございました。
All right, runner up. So if we could get Helmi, is Helmi there? Thank you, Helmi. Helmi is representing Bintang. Thank you very much, Helmi. So Hiroka takes the runner-up check. Thank you very much, team. Let's just stay right here because we're going to call up the winner of this year's PADROL Longboard Classic. Her name is Natsumi Taoka. I'll come over here, Natsumi. Oh my goodness, not only has she won and made history here at Kuta Beach, the first lady out of the Asian region who will be surfing on the championship tour. Natsumi, how good does that sound?
I feel so amazing. I feel so good. Thank you everyone for watching my hit. I'm always fun hit with Hiroka. It's always like competing each other. It was very fun hit for her.
Well, it's been a very fun couple of days, I must admit. Now, Natsumi, has this been a dream of yours?
Yeah, it's one of my dream come true right now. So now I will focus next competition for WLT.
So Natsumi, one of the best days of your life right now?
Yeah.
There you go. Short on words, but big smile, everybody. Put your hands together, please. Natsumi and Hiroka. Okay, sorry, PADROL. Sorry, can you come over here? This was Mr. Kai representing PADROL. He's going to hand over the official check to Natsumi. Thank you very much for the team from PADROL. Huge. I'm sure you guys have lots of good feedback from this event. We very much thank the crew from PADROL. So maybe a quick opportunity just to get some photographs here. And maybe one more time, everybody, could we please put our hands together for our finalists in the women's part of the PADROL Longboard Classic. Yeah, girls. Woohoo! Yay, how good.
Thank you, arigato. Natsumi, we need all the winners' checks for tonight. Prize money at Mamaka.
Okay, thank you, ladies. I'll just jump out of the way. Okay, now we're going to hear from our men. So we're going to bring up our third place getters, and we are going to ask Mr. Taufik from BGS to come up again and hand out the goodies. In third position, can we please call up Kai Hamasi and Taka Inoi? Thank you. And thank you, Taufik from BGS. Is going to hand over the checks. Kai Hamasa, everybody. Kai. Let's put our hands together for Kai. Why not, Kai? You've had a good week.
Sorry, once again.
Have you had a good week here in Bali? Good fun?
No.
Not good fun. Come on, you're kidding. The sun's out, the waves have been good, and you've got a third placing. That's pretty good, I reckon. Here we go. Things are about to get better. There's a bintang on the way. All right, Taka Inoi. Quickly, third placing. Okay. Kai, how has your week been here in Bali?
So nice.
Boys, are we going to party tonight?
Yeah.
There we go, of course we are. Woohoo, everybody, our third place getters. All right, we're going to call up the men, and we're going to call Helmi from Bintang to come up here and hand over the goodies to our runner-up. So let's put our hands together for the French surfer, Roland Lefebvre. Roland! Thank you very much there, Helmi. Thank you. Here he goes. Roland.
Ask him how he spells his name.
Okay, Roland, really quickly, if you don't mind, tell us about your experience here over the last 2 days.
It's really nice. Surfers are amazing here. Everybody is so friendly. So thank you to everybody on the beach and in water. Everybody was so friendly. So thank you for all.
It must have been a big team effort to get this far and reach the final over a massive 2 days of surfing. Who was in your team, and would you like to thank anybody?
Who was on my team?
I don't know. Who was on your team? You got a coach? You got some friends?
I come with Willow, is over there somewhere. But I come here for holidays, so I just enjoy the time here. And for the story, I just rent the board on another shop just behind, because I don't come with my surfboard, I come with a short board to surf big wave normally, but there is no wave, so I rented a longboard.
Oh my goodness, he's rented a surfboard all the way to second place. How good's that? My goodness, Roland, that is a great story. That's one of the best things I've ever heard. Test. Rent a board and come second, my goodness. All right, which leaves our winner, everybody, from the Philippines. Let's please put our hands together for JR. Sorry, bro.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to get Kai from PADROL, please, to come up here and present the winner's check. Okay, well. There we go, a Bintang at last. Okay. Okay, we have some questions. We're going to have a chat with JR. JR, you've made history here at Kuta Beach, brother. You become the first surfer on the Asian region to become a championship tour. How good?
Yeah, it feels so nice. Like everyone here deserves the slot. Like everyone who came here to compete was really nice and good. And I'm so stoked, and I can't imagine I won this event.
Well, you have, brother. It's not a dream. It is not a dream. Let me tell you that right now. Listen, there'll be a lot of people at home in the Philippines watching this. You're the first person to crack it. You're basically the Rio Wider of longboarding out of your area. So how big is this? How big is this moment for the Philippines? What does it mean for the crew back home?
Yeah, it was big history for the Philippines for sure. And hopefully it will like boost the young generations in the Philippines to like go harder that what I can. And I can't wait to see them like on the next tour, like also the world tour. And yeah, let's push them harder.
Well, you busted down the door. You busted down the door is now open for other Filipinos to step on through. You've had a big team of Filipino crew here. You guys, this is your man. How about a shout out to your team?
Yeah, thank you so much to everyone who is here. Like to all the Filipinos who traveled here to watch and support. Thank you so much, guys. That is a really big help for us. That will push us really harder. And yeah, also to the people in the Philippines who is watching, thank you so much for the support. And to all our sponsors, thank you so much. Yeah.
Right, how about you guys spray him again with your beers? Come on, let's do this, everybody. There's our finalists. JR is the man, and he'll be taking on the world's best on the World Championship Tour. Okay, everybody, that wraps up our presentations. The final prezzo, this evening's social event, will happen at Mamaka on the rooftop from 5 o'clock. So get ready to bring your dancing shoes. Let's get ready to turn it up. And we'll see you all at Mamaka from 5 o'clock. Sunset drinks are on Bintang. How good? Thank you.